Destiny's raid races are unlike any other experience in gaming. High stakes, incredible difficulty, and unparalleled levels of competition spanning over a decade. As the Light vs. Dark saga has now reached its end, I wanted to cover the history of all 18 raids and how the world's first teams raced through each and every one of them over the 76 encounters that Bungie have created, as well as featuring some insight from the very Bungie folks who made them. I have some quick announcements. To celebrate this huge project, I've released some very special limited time merch that I've worked long and hard on for this exact moment, and I'd appreciate anyone who takes a look at it before it's gone forever. To start, I want to say that we know 3 of 4 Destiny 1 raids have been remastered, but there's enough differences to their stories that I have saved them for later into the video. We're going chronological here, and with that, let's begin with the raid that quite literally saved Destiny. The Vault of Glass. The year was 2014, and not a single soul knew what Destiny had in store for us. The elements found in Destiny were great gunplay, mystery, and atmosphere. Destiny planned for many things in its release, causing many to doubt Bungie and whether they could truly pull it off. Teased originally in the Venus mission Ishtar Collective with this location and this line.
This archive is amazing. Pathways to other galaxies, mappings of a Vex underworld, a place they called the Vault of Glass. Hopefully the Cryptarch can make sense of it.
The Vault of Glass was a mysterious destination that fit into the world seamlessly. On September 16th of 2014, 10 days after the release of Destiny, it was the community's vault for the taking. Nobody knew what to expect, and considering most players were under-leveled by this point, getting sucker punched by this raid was not in the cards. Woven into this first encounter was an almost hybrid social space for Team Prime Guard and company, minotaurs that were called Praetorians, and a giant vault door to explore. If you play Destiny by today's standards, you would think of this place and the challenge rather simple in the grand scheme of things, but few know that the Vault of Glass was so hard to players that Bungie elected to test out the extreme difficulty of Vault of Glass by flying members of the Gunslinger clan in. The group of gamers didn't even manage to beat the Vault of Glass's final boss, whittling him down to about 30% health. The first opening was pretty straightforward though, and Team Prime Guard, who would later become known as Team Math Class, were one of the teams really attempting this challenge. Remember, back in 2014, there were no contest emblems or raid belts. It was new, it was mysterious, and it caught a community used to campaign and strike mechanics being lighter completely off guard. This opening was fairly simple. 3 plates needed to be protected from Praetorians taking over while a Spire rose up and shot a beam at the door. Not to ruin everyone's day here, but the Vault of Glass lock mechanism is not centered in the original version, and it always bothered me. Down to the Trial of Kabr and into the first of 2 chests, raiders would find contained materials. The only reason I bring these up for the experience of raiding is that over time, raids goals would completely change. In the beginning, there was a lot of material focused items to upgrade final weapons and armor. You needed to sink in hours to a grind to obtain max level from these. Over time, Bungie would change this into an infusion system and drops adding levels as long as the activity was seen as endgame worthy. So in case you were wondering, there were only chances to get a weapon or armor piece from the weekly raid experience. Sometimes you would just get materials and nothing else. In the Trial of Kabr, there was 1 known chest and 1 chest that you'd have to take the underground path to find. This was Vault of Glass's identity, and it fit the first raid so perfectly since raiders weren't fully racing yet. They were exploring the hidden vault for all of its treasures. Exploring would become so much of the Vault of Glass's identity that players convinced themselves about the existence of a secret 6th chest hidden somewhere in the raid. Bungie would constantly play into this piece of community lore to the point that they added an entire secret mission in the raid, nodding to one of its lore icons, Praedyth, and a connective nod via the Whisper of the Worm's secret mission later in Destiny 2. This certainly didn't stop everyone from tinfoil hatting about the likelihood of more hidden secrets, but this focus on exploration and mystery in the raid elevated the experience for every player every week. In a charity stream hosted shortly after the launch of Vault of Glass, Luke Smith answered questions about the development for every $100 donated on the Stack Up charity stream. In regards to the Vault of Glass and really every raid going forward, having some downtime between encounters, he had this to say.
The original shell was shallower in that there wasn't as much walking, and I asked us to extend the distance that you would walk, because I believe that when you're raiding together, like a lot of what you're doing when you're in long transitions or like going through places where there aren't combat, is you're like talking to each other about your day. It's like sort of like it's like a social time to just shoot the shit and see how people are doing.
Yeah. And
so we extended it. We like rebuilt all the transitions and extended them, and I think those longer transitions are a big part of what makes this place feel real.
Vault of Glass was ultimately so successful that every raid going forward would mostly follow its guidelines. With Prime Guard through just the opening of the raid, you would think that the next encounter would step up the stakes. But Bungie threw in an encounter that was instead clearly designed to introduce players to a new environment and its mechanics. This was called Confluxes, a traditional clear enemies before they take over your area encounter. I can't say that Confluxes is the most engaging encounter, but it was their first ever raid, so I'll let them off, and we can just brush past it. Next up was the Oracles, and this would become a notable milestone, with it being the first real raid mechanic ever introduced into Destiny. Before it was just plates, but these shiny golden oracles dinging in different tunes was exactly the endgame type of feeling every Destiny gamer would learn to crave. Originally, according to Luke Smith,
we went through a bunch of different iterations with oracles. One, I talked earlier about their placement. Like, we didn't know where we wanted them to show up in the raid in terms of the initial phases. We knew we wanted to be part of the Templar suite, which is what I called this section. I still wish that oracles on hard mode did not have a ramp up. Like, I wish that basically oracles on hard mode was like 6 minutes of just like crazy high oracle intensity.
In the original version of oracles, the mechanic played out in such a way that created a large amount of waiting and downtime. Players did not like this, and it's at this point that we see the development of Destiny's first ever raid cheese. The idea that there's an easier option than intended to skip the difficult hurdles an encounter can have. In this case, you're supposed to work together to break oracles as they spawn, or you'll have to avoid the wipe mechanic by cleansing yourself in a pool if you wait too long to break the oracles and eventually wipe with too many failures. To pull off the cheese, players equip the Icebreaker exotic sniper rifle with its regenerative ammo perk, allowing them to snipe the majority of the oracles from a distance, while a second player started the encounter and went to a separate spot to break a sneakily hidden final oracle. With this, players would advance this encounter no problem. This discovery was not made until after early teams had cleared the oracles, and therefore many were forced to suffer through seemingly endless waves of fanatics and praetorians. After Math Class had cleared the oracles, the Templar awaited them. The Templar was the very first boss of the raid and came with a lot of unique factors. For example, on hard mode, this thing had a hidden challenge for an extra chest containing materials. To complete this challenge, you needed to block all of the spots that the boss would try to teleport to while killing him. This wasn't easy, but it's one of the reasons why Templar was such a great and simple fight, especially being the first raid boss in Destiny history. For the fight, we even had the first relic in Destiny history, and one that would become one of Destiny's long line of relics. Think of these like a one-off mechanic for the raids that they're fitted to. It made raiding even more special because now with the Aegis relic, I can shield my teammates, I can bash enemies, I can slam them with all new and unique animations, and finally, I can super the boss's shield to begin damage. The Templar would fight back with its own special abilities, including a detain ability that formed an entrapping dome over players, like they were in the Simpsons movie. Completing the fight was well worth it though, but only on hard mode would the Templar drop Destiny's most infamous raid hand cannon, the Fatebringer. This was a set god roll and had a really rare chance of dropping, but there's a reason reactions for loot would go this crazy.
Yeah! Fatebringer! Yeah! Yeah! Finally do it! Can't reach the bar, man! I finally get it! Woohoo! Thanks, Super, for getting me through this anyway. Now I finally got my thing.
No problem, no problem.
Fatebringer was the choice for loadouts for the entire year. Everyone only used this hand cannon, and when it returned, the same thing happened. Even 10 years later in Destiny 2, this hand cannon is one of the best in the entire game. After the all guns blazing vibe of the Templar fight, Bungie would shake things up completely in the Gorgon's maze by introducing stealth mechanics. If the Gorgons even saw you, you were given a tiny window to fight back before the almost inevitable wipe would happen. Bungie's goal, according to Luke Smith, was to make the Gorgons a direct contrast to Templar, and they certainly succeeded.
It might be totally ridiculous, and people might hate it, but we're gonna do it. Because at this point in the raid, you just come off with a Templar suite, which is like pure action. Like, it's the highest action I think we've shipped in any Destiny product to date. Like, that's the most condensed form of combat we've ever built. So from there, we wanted to like dial it all the way back to 0 and say, if you do any sort of combat, you lose. And so that's what led us to the Gorgon's Maze.
This also gave Smith inspiration to put more hidden goodies in the raid, like 2 hidden chests and an alternative pathway to progress through the maze. Normally, the large vault door opens behind the Templar, but there is also an additional hidden path in one of the pillars that takes you to the challenge chest and what would become known as the Gallowhorn chest.
Oh my god! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my god!
Of course, the stories of Gallowhorn, much like many exotics, are already infamous across even the newest members of the Destiny community, and this chest became synonymous with prized exotic drops. Smith wanted to put the extra challenge of another chest in the Gorgons, so he put one cleverly along a different path than the exit. These Gorgons have very tricky AI, with even bursts of double jump and melees proccing them. Once past the Gorgon's maze, many raiders would quickly find their way to the Gatekeeper's room. But one fun tidbit I'm always happy about sharing is that Bungie designed the disappearing platforms like Heatman Stage in Mega Man 2. You might also remember this little crack in the jumping puzzle. Yeah, that was a bug they left in here because they thought it was funny. And I do too. Gatekeepers were far less funny and involved a blend of oracles and plates with some time travel and the Aegis relic again. Simply explained, to complete the encounter, players learned they had to kill the Gatekeeper in all 3 timelines. This meant killing the Gatekeeper in the present timeline, the future portal, which everyone called Mars or Red Room, and the past portal known as Venus or Green Room. I know on day 1, this wasn't about the difficulty of the Gatekeepers, but instead those pesky Praetorians that all had an agenda to stand on the plates that open the portals and ruin your day. I cannot stress enough how even doing 1 portal at a time for day 1 raiders was causing so many issues here. Once math class was past the Gatekeepers, they stood face to face with the final boss, Atheon. The design of Atheon is truly timeless.
Pun intended?
This translucent blue minotaur with an almost bunny-like design was the final challenge, and at the time, Atheon was everything you would want from a final raid boss. A grand entrance, a ridiculously hard fight, all encapsulated in a brilliantly designed glass arena. Luke Smith has even gone on record to say that Vaulted Glass was originally named Glass Throne, but the name sounded too much like a toilet, so they decided against it.
That originally the writing team wanted to call the Glass Throne, but that is a toilet.
Yeah,
It's like it feels very porcelain. It feels very porcelain throne adjacent. So it's like toilet adjacent. So I was like, I think
Glass
we should.
Throne lives up to its name. Review on IGN.
you could see the takes coming. And so we had that triangle painting that one of our concept artists did of the final space. And I was like, we're just gonna call it Vault of Glass, and that's gonna be what we're gonna do.
Here at the center was what felt like the vault that former Borderlands players had hoped for as Vault Hunters. For math class, this was a ridiculous challenge filled with exploding harpies named supplicants. Atheon's original mechanics were not too hard to grasp. The team had to wait for Atheon to teleport 3 of 6 members through either of the previous portal rooms. Then you just had to shoot the oracles before the darkness debuff, the Mark of the Void, made it impossible to see. On hard mode, aside from the increased HP and lack of revives, Atheon would also detain 3 players not in the portal, so they had to shoot themselves out, stunting their ability to control the portals and the influx of adds. The goals were the same all around: shoot oracles in any order, break out the portal, then gain the buff times Vengeance, a buff to all ability regeneration, including extra super for the relic holder. If it wasn't mentioned before, it should be now. The Aegis relic was the mechanic key, and the most dire portion, as you needed the shield not only to block Atheon shots on the players, but to wipe away the Marked by the Void debuff. Again, if you lost the relic due to dying, you had a small timer to gain it back, or forever be lost in time. Eventually, raiders would discover Atheon's teleport could be controlled in the original normal and hard mode by sending players furthest to the back of the room to be teleported. But I don't think math class were too worried about this, as they secured their way to a world's first in 10 hours and 44 minutes. With the team of Des Waffles, Nanowatts, Fraser Boz, McTwidget, PSX Yoshi, and King Smalls getting the world's first raid. You may think that an achievement of this magnitude was celebrated to the max, but you really couldn't be more wrong, with no emblem, raid belt, or significant celebration of the winners. There were also some community notable names racing even in the early existence of Destiny, as Datto finished about 2 hours later, Gigz in Tier 1 finished 22nd, Slayerage or the legend himself finished 25th, and Team Raredrop with a lot of household names finished 38th. After Atheon's demise, the entire community was eagerly awaiting what Bungie had in store for the next raid. There was a lot to live up to following the Vault of Glass, both in its design, experience, and most importantly, loot. Destiny's first expansion, The Dark Below, released on December 9th of 2014, and in this expansion, we're first introduced to the now infamous Crota. Although it seems hard to believe in 2025, before December 2014, most players didn't even really know that hive gods existed, apart from a few lore scholars in the community. Although remembered pretty fondly now, The Dark Below itself received mixed reviews from critics and veteran players alike upon release. People felt frustrated by the lack of substantial content, as there was only 4 main missions, some of which were really short. And yeah, it was cool to get to see Rasputin's bunker for the very first time, but it was a small novelty which quickly wore off. There were definitely some good parts about The Dark Below, such as the new Crucible maps and the exotic gear that was added to the game, but the Crota's End raid was a mixed bag of feedback. You see, Bungie had already created Crota's End long before the original Destiny launched, so they couldn't really make any significant changes to it despite learnings from the release of the Vault of Glass. People didn't like how much shorter Crota's End seemed than Vault of Glass, and others complained to Bungie about its relative lack of difficulty. Vault of Glass had taken 10 hours to clear for the first time, whereas Crota's End only took around 6 hours, in part due to Vault of Glass having 2 more encounters. Crota's End was the first raid that could be soloed from start to finish, and it's exactly what Slayerage, also known as the legend himself, did. His achievement is timeless. Not only did he solo the whole raid, but he was the very first person to do it, only 9 days after the launch of the expansion. Of course, as the Destiny experience continued, it became fairly commonplace to solo Crota, as it was the most optimal way to do the raid. It's for this very reason that many people refer to this raid as a glorified strike. Before we talk about the encounters, the loot, the raid race itself, and the unholy amount of cheese featured in this raid, just take a look at this comment by a deleted user on r/Destiny the game from 9 years ago, as it really says all about how people felt about Crota's End when it first came out. Unfortunately, there isn't much footage of the world's first completion for Crota's End, but it was Team Invigorate who claimed victory, and once again, there was no exclusive rewards other than the bragging rights of being able to say that you were the first people to do it. According to ex-Hawkeye, one of the players of the world's first team, Matrix, one of his team members, had saved up a bunch of stuff so he could run around buying gear as soon as the level cap increased. That's right. When the expansion dropped, the level cap was raised from level 30 to 32. This meant that players had to be at the new level cap in order to do most damage to enemies in the new raid. This was easier said than done, because the only way to get higher gear was to hope you got lucky for the infamous Destiny RNG. There was an ongoing meme in the Destiny community called Forever 29 for a reason. Getting to level 30 was an uphill battle, as you needed to hope for a helmet to drop from Vault of Glass's hard mode. You needed a full hard mode gear set and the upgrade materials, as well as the endgame weapons to reach up to level 30. So yes, 2 levels were very hard to gain. Because Matrix had been able to prepare in advance, he was level 31 by the time the teams were in the raid race, enabling him to do more damage than others to Crota himself. Tell that to anyone who thinks bounty prepping isn't good for you. The raid started with players forming a small bridge in the Hellmouth section of the moon, and then jumping down into the abyss below. Unlike the Vault of Glass, the start of Crota's End was very much in its own instance with just your fire team and no other public players. Maybe this was a deliberate choice by Bungie so that players would feel a sense of dread as they transcended into the pit, and if that's what they wanted, Their design for Crota's End ensured that it happened. The Hellmouth was the center of attention on the moon, both in a literal sense and after being hyped up through the story of Eris's fire team dying in the pit, and with the fact that Crota was a focal point in the campaign. The first encounter of the raid had players navigate through the spooky evil sister of the Gorgon's maze, named the Abyss. Throughout this entire section, you'd be affected by a stacking debuff called Weight of Darkness, which made it impossible to activate your jump ability. The only way to get rid of the debuff was to stand near lamps that were dotted throughout this maze, but if teams stood too close to them for too long, these lamps would explode, killing anyone nearby. If the darkness, exploding lamps, and the debilitating debuff wasn't bad enough, Bungie made sure to include hordes of shrieking thrall rushing the raid team. After reaching the end of the maze and killing a really high-powered knight who would straight up one-shot players when the raid first released, your team would have to defend a final lamp and form a second bridge that would take you into Crota's throne world. It was tense, stressful, nerve-wracking. These are all words that can be used to describe the first section of the raid, and players hadn't even started the actual raid properly yet. However, Team Invigorate found it pretty easy. Hawkeye told me that, quote, the mechanics of the dark room was obvious, so that only took us a few attempts to get past. As time went on, some cheeses would begin to appear to make this section easier, but Bungie learned a lot of lessons from Crota's End when it was released, and one of them came from the way that players handled the Abyss. Brendan Thorne, who used to be a senior game designer at Bungie, elaborated on these lessons in a series of tweets. In one of them, he said that, quote, developers shouldn't expect players to do the mechanic unless it's absolutely compulsory. No one will solo the Abyss. They have to stick together or they'll get, oh look, they're skipping whole sections. Oops. It's interesting to hear that Bungie didn't expect players to be able to get around the encounters, which had obviously been designed with teamwork in mind. Thorne said more about how, quote, the raid's completion taught Bungie a lot about level design. The next encounter was the bridge, which introduced a key mechanic that would feature in future raids, as well as two brand new enemies that had never been seen before in Destiny. The first of these enemies was the Sword Bearer Knights, who, surprise surprise, wielded swords as their main weapon. They were yellow bars and pretty tough to kill, especially in the first week of the raid. The other enemy was a little more interesting and would be waiting for you on the other side of the chasm. This was another gatekeeper, but unlike Vault of Glass, this time it took the form of a blue knight instead of a Hydra. What made this enemy interesting is the fact that it could only be damaged by the Hive's sword, as any other damage source would result in immune damage numbers. Interestingly, Bungie didn't originally intend for Crota's End to be a standalone raid itself.
There was, originally, I don't know if people know this, Crota's End and King's Fall were one thing. Like they started off as like one mega concept that then we had to like split and we had to shelve because the end of the game was about the Vex, and I was like, the raid has to be about the Vex then too. So
that might explain why it felt so easy and lacking in mechanical complexity, and I'm certainly not alone in thinking this. On each side of the chasm there was a plate in the middle which was flanked by two Annihilator totems. When players stood on the plate, two other players needed to go and stand underneath the Annihilator totems, otherwise the entire team would die and wipe the run. When someone stood on the middle plate, a bridge between two sides of the chasm would be raised, but trying to cross it without a sword drop from a sword bearer would result in the players falling to their death. When a player picked up the sword and crossed the bridge, they were confronted by cool-looking Hive gatekeepers. Team Invigorate, as well as many others, found that on day one, the gatekeepers were really tough to kill and could easily take out any guardians with only one or two shots. Once 3 players had made it across the bridge, avoiding enemies and killing the sword bearer, they would have to replicate the original loop, just on the other side of the chasm. This allowed the remaining 3 players to cross the bridge without the Annihilator totems going off. Once all players were across, a bunch of enemies would spawn in, and they'd all need to be defeated before the encounter could end. Hawkeye told me that this is where Team Invigorate first needed to really think about the mechanics of the raid. Quote, the second part where you have to form the bridge and find gatekeepers was less obvious, but Nick Tizzybear figured that out based on the name of the zone that popped up when you crossed the bridge. He theorized when one person crosses, they have to 1v1 the guy with the sword. Sword logic was all over Hive lore. so this made sense. It's important to note that just like the Vault of Glass and all future raids in general, knowing the lore of them wouldn't necessarily give away mechanics, but it would make doing them a lot more rewarding. Sword logic is Hive 101. Any who cannot survive being tested are not worthy in the eyes of the deep. Basically, 1v1 me on Rust, lil bro. Now, this is cool and all, but sword logic to my knowledge wasn't really discussed until the Books of Sorrow in The Taken King, as in year 1 Destiny was still establishing a lot. Once the bridge encounter had been cleared, people assumed that it would be time for the section of the raid that provided some downtime for fire teams, as this was a concept pretty firmly planted in the Vault of Glass. Bungie deliberately wanted to give players a chance to think about the challenges that they had faced up to that point, and the victories that they had earned. However, Crota's End didn't really allow people any time to think. From the moment that the raid started, players were constantly pushed forwards through the dark labyrinths and hallways of the encounters, and there was little time to stop and reflect. In all fairness to Bungie, this was acknowledged by Luke Smith before the release of The Taken King. He compared the differences between Vault of Glass and Crota's End by stating that, quote, "Each of our raids has provided a different type of experience. Vault of Glass is a journey with your friends into a dark series of caves, and navigation is a big part of it. Crota's End is a much more kinetic and frenzied experience because you're in an evil hive fortress." I believe that this lack of freedom is a main reason as to why players feel that this raid was shallow in comparison to the open exploration of Vault of Glass. Evidently, this theme was continued in the Thrallway section of the raid, which came after the bridge. Technically speaking, this was an encounter, but it's so incredibly short that it doesn't really count. Then again, it does have a chest and a respawn restriction, so I don't know, and I'll let you argue in the comments about that. If you went through the Thrallway quickly enough, you could access a chest at the end of the encounter, which gave you a chance at an exotic. And this was a big deal back in the day, as exotics were much more prized possessions in Destiny 1 compared to their relative commodity in Destiny 2. If you didn't go fast enough or accidentally fell into the pit below, there was no way of going back to the chest, which definitely sucked. But once you'd fallen into that pit, it was time for the final area of the raid, and the penultimate encounter,
Ur-Yut the Death Singer.
In all honesty, this is where the raid really begins for me. The first parts are certainly atmospheric. The ambience of a death-filled, lightless dungeon is really cool, and definitely stands in stark contrast to the elegant stone and machinery of the Vault of Glass. Ur-Yut is the first actual boss fight in Crota's End though, and that makes a big difference when you think about raiding in general. It's the difference between Confluxes and the Templar encounter in the Vault of Glass, or Gatekeepers versus Atheon. As soon as you entered the arena, a message would pop up which read, "The Death Singer prepares her song." This let you know that it was time to cut through waves of ads like knives through hot butter. This was not easy though, as the level 31 ads you needed to face were much more like frozen butter than softer, warm butter. From Boomer Knights in the tower to Sword Knights on the bridge, acolytes everywhere, and wizards which would show up later in the encounter, not to mention copious amounts of thrall too. After the wizards had been slain, annoying shriekers would spawn in, and these would have to be dealt with as well. There was a catch though. After 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Ur-Yut started her Liturgy of Ruin, an ominous countdown timer that would last for 30 seconds. If Ur-Yut was not killed before the Liturgy of Ruin was complete, the entire team wiped. This is where a lot of teams got stuck, because this was the first time that Bungie added a real sense of time urgency to an encounter. To make matters worse, all the ads had to be killed in order for the encounter to end. So even if you had managed to get to Ur-Yut herself, this meant that there were some inevitably tragic runs where teams would kill the Death Singer but wipe because of the tricky ads who remained in the room afterwards. Brendan Thorne actually commented on the vital lesson that the team learned from the release of this encounter, and it's great to hear a dev be so open and honest. Quote, "They have to kill all of the ads even after the Death Singer is dead. Why on earth did I think this would be fun? There's no sense in drawing out an experience. Identify the core experience, fill it out, then stop. If it feels like unnecessary steps, cut it." On day one, this encounter proved to be challenging for most teams, but Team Invigorate didn't have much difficulty with this encounter, and they were soon on to the final encounter of the raid, meeting face to face with the legendary Hive Prince who had taken out Eris Morn's fire team, Crota, son of Oryx. At this point, Crota was the only known son of Oryx. Nokris wouldn't even be mentioned until the Taken King, and at that point, the only reference to him was a random statue found on the Dreadnought. Crota was the biggest, baddest hive we had ever fought. Lore scholars at the time knew that he'd caused the deaths of thousands of Guardians during the Great Disaster, and it was finally time to take the main antagonist of the Dark Below down. To start the fight, players would need to group up next to the massive summoning crystal and wait for Crota to rise. The fight would start with the hive surrounding your team on all sides as Crota lurked in the background underneath the stunning Oversoul, which looked like a high version of the Eye of Sauron. Immediately from the start, something became clear for the fire teams who attempted to tackle Crota on day 1. During the entire fight, a debuff called the Presence of Crota would be active, which would prevent normal health regeneration. Thankfully for players on normal mode, the Chalice of Light was present to aid with health regeneration. The chalice could only be held by one player at a time, but it could be passed around to other members of the fire team. But those without a chalice were forced into using exotics like Suros Regime or Red Death to aid with health regeneration. Once an initial wave of ads were cleared, Boomer Knights would spawn in the towers on opposite sides of the arena. Boomers are notorious for causing havoc with their explosive weapons, but killing both of them was actually a bad idea for a change, as this would cause more enemies to spawn in, making it difficult for your fire team. The Boomer Knights would chew through your fire team extremely quick, but you just had to deal with them. Remember that Destiny 1, and especially this underleveled version, didn't have the healing and damage utility of today. It was very bare bones. The only way to deal damage to Crota was to use the swords dropped by the sword bearers, who would spawn in the room periodically. There was one person who would actually damage Crota's health bar by picking up the sword, but the rest of the fire team would need to use normal weapons to remove Crota's shield. Of course, one exotic shine to break the shields, the infamous Gallowhorn. This would make him go down on one knee, and you were about to reject his proposal in the most violent way possible. Given how tight the window was for damage, groups had to get the timing perfect in order to actually kill Crota, and get the required number of sword swipes to kill him. Speaking of death, if any member of your fire team died, you would have to deal with Crota's Oversoul. A giant green orb would appear in the sky behind Crota, and your fire team would have to shoot at it and destroy it. Otherwise, it would cause a wipe. I believe this mechanic was built to prevent self-res from overpowering the encounter the way that it had affected both Vaulted Glass and the earlier bridge encounter. However, Bungie realized that this mechanic just wouldn't be a factor if people avoided death, and once day 1 was over, it was pretty easy to survive the final boss room and defeat Crota. Brendan Thorne even stated that they learned not to, quote, add mechanics that players only experience if they make a mistake. Crota 1.0 summoned the Oversoul only when people died. If you never die, you never have to respawn. The Reprisal patch changed it so he summoned it after every DPS cycle. Much better implementation. Day 1 though was a different story entirely. For Team Invigorate, killing Crota was the real challenge of the raid. As Hawkeye told me, Matrix, a player who wasn't even on the Day 1 team, leveled his gear as high as possible so he could be prepared for this moment. Quote, when we got to Crota, we were trying a lot of different stuff. We had to explore the whole area to see if we were missing anything since Crota was invulnerable. Eventually, I just decided to shoot him a bunch, and that worked, obviously. I was carrying the sword for us and was running behind Crota with it while the rest of the team knocked him down. By the time we decided to try subbing in Matrix, I had the timing mastered. I could get Crota to fall while he was in the process of swinging at me every time, so I could get the maximum number of hits on each cycle. It just wasn't enough without knocking him down twice, so we decided to use Matrix to see if that made any difference in how much sword damage you could do since he was level 31 by that point. Obviously, it made a big difference, and that's how we succeeded so quickly. We were the first team to actually reach Crota, at least to our knowledge. We had some people that weren't in the raid paying attention to where other popular teams were at, and they were all still at the bridge when we reached Crota. But thanks to Matrix prepping the way he did, we were able to down Crota like 3 hours before the next team, I believe. After 7 hours, 581 deaths, and 7 total members because one had to drop out before the final kill, Team Invigorate was the world's first team to beat the raid, and this is still a huge accomplishment, regardless of how difficulty is perceived nowadays. I want to praise the team for doing the most selfless act to win a raid race. You see, it's rare that a team subs out someone who was on the fire team just to get the job done, but sometimes those sacrifices have to be made if you want to be champions. Crota's End was now officially a raid race confined to the history books, but it was also one that would later come with lots and lots of controversy. For those D1 vets who are still out there, what were your first impressions of Crota's End Raid? And did you enjoy it when it first came out? Let me know in the comments, but for now, I want to talk about the loot in Crota's End. As I've already mentioned, the loot that you got from the Vault of Glass is simply the best loot across all of Destiny. If you think about the original context that it dropped in, it was just impossible to compete with, and this is inevitably one of the reasons why Crota's End was seen as a bit of a downgrade from Vault of Glass. Of course, there was always going to be some things to chase. The new armor that dropped from Crota's End came with perks that had never been seen before. Remember that at the time, armor dropped with perks in the same way that weapons do. Some of them would be random, but they'd be selected from a pre-made list. Other pieces of armor, such as the chest piece, which dropped from the bridge encounter, came with the unique perk Moment of Speed, which gave increased reload speed while the Oversoul was active. The idea of having raid-specific perks on raid armor was a cool one, and this existed in Destiny 2 as well, but of course in the format of selectable mods on that armor. Crota did actually have some innovative loot. Yes, there were some duds here and there, but what if I told you that Crota would actually invent what would come to be known as anti-barrier rounds with the perk Darkbreaker. This let you shoot through Hive Knight shields, and really if it weren't for how powerful the Gjallarhorn and Fatebringer was, there's a good chance that perks like that would have had more room to shine. However, there was one final weapon that paired alongside the Fatebringer Gjallarhorn combo to create possibly the greatest weapon loadout in Destiny history. This was called the Black Hammer. The weapon that you know today as the Whisper of the Worm was once a legendary special ammo sniper with 23 shots total and the perk White Nail, which would refill the ammo on 3 consecutive headshots to an enemy or multiple enemies. It's important to remember also that the original Black Hammer, unlike its later exotic counterparts, did not refill ammo from reserves and instead just printed it from thin air, meaning that if your accuracy was on point, you could shoot this thing infinitely with just 3 shots in the magazine. This weapon was so good that they made 2 different versions with 2 different secret missions, and more importantly, it had its own video on my channel. Although Vault of Glass has unquestionably the best loot overall and the infamous Vex Mythic class, there's certainly some people out there who went just as crazy, if not more crazy, with their Black Hammer drops. Hard mode Crota's End released only a month after normal mode, and it was a much bigger step up from normal than Vault of Glass had been. Hard mode for Crota increased enemy health and added some enemies like ogres in the first encounter, which increased the difficulty on that bridge. It also didn't help players that everything in the hard mode raid was level 33, which was certainly no joke when the majority of players were level 29 or 30 when they entered hard mode. However, the real change happened with Ur-Ute. Players were given much less time to complete the encounter, and there were even more level 33 enemies. The changes continued through to the final boss too. Boomer Knights were now Hollowed Knights who dealt more damage, and if you killed them, yes, a wizard would come out to ruin your day. A gatekeeper was now also roaming down low where thralls spawned to stop players from hanging out in the hallway away from ads. Changes were made to how you fought Crota himself, as he now instantly enraged when he reached 20% health remaining, which was really not fun to deal with. It should be mentioned that in Destiny 1, when a boss enraged, it didn't just wipe the fire team like in Destiny 2. Instead, enraged meant a sped up version of the boss and encounter. Of course, the ogres in the encounter got a buff as well, which made them much harder to kill. There were no revives unless somebody had self-res, and Crota had a little more health to deal with. Hard mode was first beaten by Team 1 and Done in a very short 27 minutes and 2 seconds, which, while incredibly fast, would become somewhat a theme for hard mode raids, as they became more of a speedrun challenge and less of a new experience with few mechanics changing. It's interesting to look back on how when players knew the mechanics, it was this easy for them back then. But even with great knowledge of the raids, remastered raids in Destiny 2 have taken much longer than even recent brand new raids. Finally, Crota had some extra goodies too, dropping one of the greatest Destiny shaders of all time, Glowhoo. Unlike in Destiny 2 now, raid shaders were a highly anticipated loot drop in Destiny 1, with Atheon's Chatterwhite being another fan favorite drop. While Crota didn't have a Mythoclast-like drop, there was a crown jewel piece of loot that a lot of players were looking to hunt from him. The crux of Crota wasn't a weapon in itself, but it was an item that allowed you to upgrade the annoyingly rare Husk of the Pit and Eidolon ally into the exotic Necrochasm. It was a two-step process, and it was an experiment from Bungie to do a raid weapon in a new way, and I'll let you be the judge whether you think it was a success or not. Necrochasm itself was an arc auto rifle that had the perk Cursebringer, which popped heads like a Cursed Thrall on kill. This weapon was a step down from the Vex on all counts, but was still very cool in concept and a fun chase overall. Now, cheeses have always been a part of Destiny raiding, but there was enough cheese in Crota's End to feed an entire army of mice. Just like the ability to solo the entire raid itself, perhaps my favorite part about Crota's End would be all of the cheese discoveries that the community would later put together. For the first encounter, if you just have Blink, you just jump the first floor. You want to go to the end? Just get booped by the lamp explosion instead. You don't want to have to deal with the ads on the tunnel bridge? Just sit on the rock on the side and nothing can touch you. The bridge to Crota, like we said before, just go up high and everything despawns. Urt, go above her and shoot immediately, or stand under her and grenade her feet. As for Crota, the biggest bad hive that we've ever fought, well, just pull your Ethernet cable or take out your disc and he would stay on one knee the whole time. This raid became a meme, and it was starting to be called a strike after all of this, and I can't really blame anyone for it. Crota's End would get updated in the future though, but we'll talk about that more in the Age of Triumph section of this video. In the meantime, it's time to move on and talk about arguably the greatest expansion of all time, and the jaw-dropping raid that came with it. Crota had a dad, and he sure was pissed when we killed his son. It's time to talk about King's Fall. Some of you may already know that just before Destiny was meant to release, Bungie went into panic mode and scrapped large chunks of their story. Bungie had begun development on Destiny, codenamed Project Tiger, way back in 2010, but all of this happened in the summer of 2013, just months before Destiny was meant to ship. These changes resulted in some features of the original Destiny feeling rushed and half-baked, and although there was a brilliant game underneath all of the issues, the community was frustrated with the inconsistency of Bungie's creation. We've discussed how well the Vault of Glass was received, but also talked about the fact that Crota's End felt like a step down from what we'd experienced before. House of Wolves, the second expansion for the Destiny franchise, didn't have a raid, so to speak, but the Prison of Elders was pretty good for not being a raid. While House of Wolves had decent reviews, the game needed a raid to reinvigorate the fan base and make people fall in love with the game again. Enter The Taken King. The IGN review, written all the way back in September 2015, sums it up best by describing the expansion as, quote, the shot in the arm that Destiny needed. The Taken King featured a comparatively amazing campaign, amazing new subclasses, much needed overhauls to key systems, vast amounts of secrets, hidden content, and above all, a phenomenal endgame raid. After a teaser death of Oryx laughing at the end of the campaign, he gained even more power, and we were left with the largest piece of depth that the DLC would offer. Welcome to King's Fall. The raid came out on September 18th of 2015, a mere 3 days after the launch of the expansion, which is pretty unusual by today's standards. Regardless of how you feel, this felt like an even shorter amount of time because of a decision that Bungie had made before dropping the Taken King. Bungie had decided to retire a whole suite of weapons. Essentially everything from year 1 wouldn't carry over to year 2. This included class exotics like the mythical Galahorn, as well as some of the most popular legendaries from the base game and subsequent DLCs. These weapons could still be used, but they wouldn't be at the competitive level that they needed to be due to the way that Infusion worked back then. So there was a whole new DLC with new leveling systems, weapon and armor retirement, an entirely new enemy race, and a completely different sandbox. Sounds like a challenge, right? And sounds like the stage was set for an epic showdown between some of the best PvE Destiny players in the world. When I say that raid racing was really established here, I mean it. When the raid released, many had been excitingly speculating about what it was going to be like, expecting a grander, larger, more challenging Crota's End to suit the more senior boss. Bungie had released a unique trailer for the raid itself, which really encapsulated the sheer size of what was to come, as well as Bungie's increased focus on the raid, following the lack of one in House of Wolves. I want to try my best to put you back into the space that existed just before King's Fall was released, and give you a feel for the teams who were racing so you can get familiar with some of their names. Think about Math Class, Rare Drop, The Legend himself, Team Invigorate, and many more. Those were your main competitors in the Day 1 raid race. When King's Fall dropped at 10 a.m., the most prepped teams were actually going in at the appropriate levels. The raid was launched at light level 290, but most teams were between 290 and 297. The meta had certainly changed after year 1 gear was sunset, with Galahorn notably taking a back seat for the first time, but the sandbox had been shaken up in other ways too. As I mentioned, the Taken King came with new subclasses, and these were Sunbreakers for Titans with the Hammer of Soul Super, Stormcaller for Warlock with the Storm Trance Super, and Night Stalker for Hunter with the Shadow Shot Super. All three of them were amazing, but the most interesting parts of them were arguably the new Shadow Shot Super, which became known as Tether, and Melting Point, which was applied through the Titan Melee Hammer Strike. These were both insane debuffs, which made it a lot easier for the rest of your fire team to do lots of damage to your target, and arguably the birth of the overpowered Guardian era. The raid started in an area known as the Hall of Souls, which was right next to the Court of Oryx, a beloved public activity which was really popular back in the day, and has made its way back into Destiny 2's Heresy with the Dreadnought. Unlike the previous two raids, this was the first raid where, canonically speaking, the player's Guardians were the first teams to attempt to clear the raid. In Vault of Glass, Praedyth and Kaber's fire team had tried and failed. And well, we all know what happened to Eris Morn's fire team in Crota's End.
Okay.
The optimal strategy for the first section of the raid was splitting up the team into 3 groups of 2, with 4 players going down 2 hallways on either side of the arena, so that they could chase those pesky relics. The difficulty spike was immediately noticeable on day 1, because the enemies were level 42, whereas you were still level 40. Yeah, that's right, both your power and your new light level affected the amount of damage you could do and survivability. Adding on to the fact that light level changes were drastic in the Taken King, with the infusion system making any legendary or exotic armor shine instead of just endgame pieces, but at the cost that the infusion wasn't always an accurate number. Sometimes the community needed a calculator just to hope for a better level, since it was sporadic. The relic holders would have to navigate back to the statues in the middle of the room and dunk the relics at the same time, which could catch out teams who weren't paying attention. But overall, this section was pretty easy and suitable for an introductory encounter. While players had been adventuring on the Dreadnought in the days before the raid, they had seen countless powerful hive emerge from the towering portal in the Court of Oryx. Once all of the relics had been dunked, it was time to pass through the portal and face whatever lay ahead. Normally, I don't include jumping puzzles as encounters, but this one was incredibly long and stressful, so this time it's necessary. Players would have to navigate a vast abyss by jumping on top of a hive tomb ship that would materialize in and out of existence, seemingly at random. There were 3 main issues with this predicament. The first was that Destiny 1 had no mantle at all, so it didn't matter how close you got to the edge of a ship, if you didn't jump right, you were completely screwed. The second was working out exactly when and where the right ship would spawn next. While the spawns were not actually random at all, it was still tricky to work out the pattern, especially on day 1. The third was the issue of agility. If you didn't have the right set of armor equipped, the encounter was going to take a lot longer. After day 1, most teams would clear this jumping puzzle in a pretty reasonable amount of time, except for that one friend who always had to leave and join back because his thumbs were unable to press jump at the right time. The sheer size and scale of what this raid was going to offer was already on show, as this room was gigantic. These days, there are some pretty speedy ways of getting around, but if you showed a Destiny player back then shatter skating and strand shenanigans, they'd lose their minds, as the movement tech back then was just so limited compared to now. Interestingly enough, the massive jumping puzzle was once even longer than it is now.
And sometimes it gets easier over time. Like this particular encounter was cut in half. It was twice as long, but it took so long and it could get frustrating for people. So we reduced it by 50%, and I think it actually turned out pretty satisfying. It also started, there were a lot of false positive ships that would lead to nowhere, so it was more complicated to figure out which route you were supposed to take. And we just discovered that it was more satisfying to have a determined route and that you could learn and practice and get good at those jumps.
That's Brendan Thorne speaking in the Bungie raid along that they did for Kingsfall. We'll go back to this stream later in the video, but it's really cool that we're able to see just how much time and effort went into making the raid as good as possible, and it really felt like a return to the inner encounter design philosophy we saw in Vault of Glass. Once teams cleared the jumping puzzle, it was time for the totems. Some players have mixed feelings about this encounter. It was a little boring according to certain players, so is this just standing on plates and shooting things? Let's go into this with a bit more detail. Internally, this encounter was called Control, and I guess it kind of reminds me of capturing and holding zones in a way, which maybe isn't the most fitting of a raid and why some don't like it. Players discovered that the way the encounter is set up is so that there are 4 people going into the side rooms away from the central area, 2 on each side, while the remaining 2 would stay in the middle and clear ads. Each of the players in the side rooms would get a debuff called Brand of the Unraveler, which would give them a countdown timer to 0. They would have to stand on plates underneath the Annihilator totems, because if these plates were left unguarded for long enough, the Annihilator totems would activate and everyone would wipe. Once the Brand of the Unraveler debuff timer would reach 0, the debuff was handed to another player inside the aura of the original player who'd picked up the debuff. The person who had previously had the debuff would now have a buff called Deathsinger's Power, and they'd need to swap positions with the person in the middle, and continue to, yep, you guessed it, stand on a plate. This whole process would be repeated for about 10 rounds before the encounter was over. This encounter sounds easy, but as most of us know already, communication-heavy encounters become nightmarish if you're doing them with an LFG team, or friends with somewhat questionable gaming abilities. On top of that, there were some particularly annoying boomer knights that would spawn up top after every buff swap, as well as some chunky sword knights who would harass anyone standing on a plate if they weren't killed quickly enough by the people in the middle. It's also important to remember at this point in Destiny that there were no significant healing abilities compared to what we see now. This made it difficult to stay alive, especially on day 1, but mechanically this encounter was quite easy to clear. Hard mode didn't even add that much more to deal with, except for the fact that one of the 2 sword knights that would spawn in waves would be a major. Team Rare Drop cleared this encounter in a very short 13 minutes on day 1, which is laughable by today's standards. But this encounter became a frustration because this was the only place to get the ghost to drop. Yes, ghost shells used to play into leveling. Thankfully, players who beat the totems had a far more engaging encounter to look forward to next, the War Priest. Originally, when developing the encounter, Bungie's raid team had the War Priest in a completely symmetrical room, with the War Priest on the floor, but they realized that this made it quite difficult for players to accurately give callouts on their location. So they changed it. There's another cool bit of trivia from the raid along that we'll come back to in a second, but I want to explain some of the encounter first. Players discovered that they would have to split into 3 groups of 2, and after killing some ads and activating the plates, the real encounter would start. Players noticed a new mechanic would be introduced at this point, the glyph sequence. The War Priest would light each glyph in a certain order, and you had to follow that order, with the final glyph giving the player who stood on the correct last plate the Brand of the Initiate. This aura allowed everyone inside to hurt the War Priest, but if you stood outside of it, the boss was immune. The aura timer was very short, however, until players realized that it could be extended via killing ads. So teams would have to let the timer get low, then kill an ad in the pit to maximize the damage dealing uptime. Interestingly enough, the Brand of the Initiate was originally called Drowned in Blood by Gavin Irby, former raid lead designer at Bungie. However, this had to be changed since Destiny was a T-rated game, and so the team couldn't use the word blood in terms of gore. Blood could be used in the sense of non-gory things, such as the Bloodline or Blood Feud, but the original name for the aura would have been going a bit too far by rating standards.
Oh, actually, we one of the reasons that was changed is because as a T-rated game, we actually can't use the word blood in terms of like gore. If blood appears, it'll you can say it in terms of like your bloodline of your family, etc. But
also one of the design pillars for Destiny, to never be grotesque, to be an upright and hopeful world.
Right,
definitely post-apocalyptic, maybe hideous, in a beautiful way, but never nasty.
Right, you're the hero. And then that, actually the string Brand of the Initiate is something that we agonize over a lot because they're really trying to give that clue of what's happening. How
He's testing you, seeing if you're worthy to pass on.
Yeah, and you have to actively pick up that torch.
After the damage phase was over, the War Priest would call upon the Oculus. Remember that green orb from Crota's End? Well, the War Priests have one of those too, albeit they work a bit differently. If teams didn't hide behind one of the glyph pillars in the room, they would get insta-killed. When the Oversoul subsided, the glyph pillar would burn away, thus removing the cover that protected the raid teams. It's at this point that teams realized that they were on the clock, with a limited number of rocks to protect them, and therefore a limited number of damage phases to get the job done. Once the War Priest's health went below a certain level, he'd start spawning in taken enemies. Teams were stuck on him for a much longer time than they were with totems due to either being underleveled or a failing to understand mechanics. Another thing that the two-time world's first team, Invigorate, told me was that a lot of teams went in with shotguns expecting them to be deadly for the raid as shotguns had been buffed. That means that a lot of teams didn't go into the raid with high-level snipers, proving to be a fatal mistake that would cost most teams day one, since the War Priest was not a close quarters encounter. The War Priest even got some significant changes in the hard mode version of the raid. Every time that a team hid behind one of the glyph pillars that I'd previously mentioned, the War Priest would absorb it and gain new special abilities. The ability he gained depended on which glyph he absorbed. The left pillar gave him the taken Centurion Axion Dart. The center pillar gave him the taken Hobgoblin Guided Missile, and the right pillar gave him the taken Captain Darkness Blast ability. The War Priest could gain multiple abilities as the damage phase went on, meaning that he got stronger the longer teams took to kill him. But crucially, he didn't have more health than he did on normal, which resulted in most teams being able to take him out pretty quickly like usual. Now back to day one, after the War Priest had been killed, teams were able to move on to the real challenge of this raid, Golgoroth's Maze. Okay, maybe it wasn't that bad, but it sure did, and still does, lead to some really funny moments. Jumping puzzles are always funny in Destiny raids, mainly because you get to watch your teammates plummet to their deaths in style. After beating the maze and getting the secret chest, it was time to face off against one of the coolest and tankiest bosses in Destiny history, Golgoroth. This boss fight, which was designed by former Destiny 2 game director Joe Blackburn, would take Team Raredrop a full hour and 15 minutes to clear, while most other teams were still stuck on War Priest. War Priest was around 45 minutes for Raredrop, while Totems was around 15 minutes, which made Golgoroth longer than both encounters combined. Golgoroth possessed two weak spots, one on his chest and one on his back. Above him were 6 balls of stolen light. When these were shot down, they produced their own individual small pools of reclaimed light on the floor of the Golgoroth arena. Standing in these pools of reclaimed light greatly increased damage done to the boss. Golgoroth would kill any guardian who jumped down to take advantage of this buff unless his gaze was being taken by another player. Capturing his gaze essentially boiled down to shooting him in the back, which would cause him to turn his attention to the player shooting him and swap his attack from a beam of death into poisonous orbs, similar to those of a taken Centurion. The player who had drawn his attention couldn't see cover or break Golgoroth's line of sight at this point, but instead they had to stand their ground and shoot down the projectiles. Golgoroth's attention would be focused on this player for a short time, indicated by a timer callout called the Golgoroth's Gaze. During this time, the remaining players were free to shoot down a bubble, enter the pit, and deal Golgoroth DPS without any aggression from him whatsoever. The cycle of switching a gaze, shooting stolen light, standing in reclaimed light, and dealing DPS would repeat until all 6 pools of reclaimed light had been used. When Golgoroth had reached a certain level of health, Taken would spawn into the room instead of Hive, which was a new challenge for the pit crew. The Taken would swarm the pit and annoy everyone trying to damage Golgoroth, especially when it came to using rockets. It's interesting to note that when Bungie were designing this encounter, they originally made it so that the location of the orbs of stolen light would be randomized each time.
Early iterations, they would spawn in random locations and the taunter sort of had to drag him into position. But we found that randomization could make you get these really unfortunate placements, and it would feel really frustrating if you just didn't get the optimal orb placement. So we moved to a static location for them so you could sort of plan for that.
It's also cool to hear from the raid along that the design team's original strategy wasn't actually as effective as the one that people ended up using when it had released.
Internally, when we did this, we did a 6 orb strategy with 2 taunters, one on either side. And it worked fine, and we did it internally. And then players discovered, well, you don't need to do that. We can just do 1 orb at a time. And lo and behold, it was way more efficient. And so that sort of became the de facto way of doing it, and the raid team went, hey, this is easier, so we do it that way now.
In the hard mode version of Golgoroth, there were 3 small changes to the encounter. The first was that more Cursed Thrall would spawn in the pit, and once the Taken phase had begun, more Taken Thrall would spawn in there too. The second change was simply that Golgoroth would shoot 4 Taken Axion darts at people he'd focused his gaze on, as opposed to 3. Despite this, it would be the 4th and final challenge that caused the most frustration and wipes for teams. This change introduced a new mechanic called Unstable Light, which was a debuff randomly applied to one player in the pit. After the 6-second debuff countdown had elapsed, the player would just explode, killing anything friendly near them. Once Golgoroth was eventually cleared, players would move on to what would become known as the most annoying jumping puzzle in Destiny history.
And the inspiration for this, we knew we wanted a traps phase, and everyone on the raid team's a big Dark Souls fan.
Oh boy.
And so we used Sen's Fortress as an inspiration for this phase.
In the raid along, we also learned that the dev team wanted to give raid teams a proper sense of Schadenfreude, with the Cursed Thrall effect in Golgoroth and the Dick Walls jumping puzzle being great examples of this. Some of you may be familiar with the secret of the basketball court of Oryx, a place I have made a video on before, but in the raid along, we finally found out the secret behind this.
So Andrew Hops built this, and like the court of Oryx that people found eventually, like they were puzzling over it, like there must be some hidden meaning behind it, and no, it really wasn't. It was just this fun thing that Hops thought was hysterical.
The basketball court of Oryx.
So he came in over the weekend and built it, and we thought it was the greatest thing ever. And you know, it took players like all the week to find it.
It was literally just a fun Easter egg that only had the community obsessing over it for hundreds of hours. But at least you could recreate that one Venom pick. After yet another frustrating jumping puzzle had been completed, it was time to head into the final room and murder more of Oryx's children as we faced the Daughters of Oryx. Upon entering this room, there was very much a sense of hell as you walked in. Bright red, contrasting into a calming blue, which very much provided this feeling of being in the sense of gods. In the rest of the room, there were 4 hive plates on raised pedestals, which would be important for the Oryx fight too, but I'll get to that later. When players stood on these plates, the encounter started, as enemies would spawn in and one random player would become torn between dimensions. Outside of giving the player a cool Taken effect to their body, the torn between dimensions effect meant that whoever had been chosen had to perform even more jumping puzzle work around the area, although thankfully it was much more straightforward than the previous puzzles. The goal for this runner was to collect a spark of light that hovered far above the rest of the team, but in order to spawn in the floating platforms for them to run on, their fellow guardians would have to stand on the plates in the correct order, while fighting adds and taking out the pesky Taken snipers that would spawn in periodically. Something important to note is that it was all performed under a time crunch, because as soon as the encounter had started, one of the daughters would begin singing, somewhat like the Death Singer from Crota's End, causing a white mechanic countdown timer to appear on screen. Once the Torn Between Dimensions player had grabbed the spark of light, they would have to navigate to the daughter who was not singing and steal the Death Singer's protective aura. This would shield the team from the death song as they were doing damage, so it was really important to stay within the aura at all times. Once the damage phase had ended, the force fields would transfer back to the daughters, and the other daughter would start singing her death song. Teams would then need to repeat this process again. There was a catch that caught some teams out though. If the first daughter had been killed, her force field would not be available for the second one, meaning that teams would have to melt her before the death song killed them all. This was easier said than done, because at the time of the day 1 race, enemies were level 42 and would knock you around harder than a piñata at a bodybuilder's birthday party. In the raid along, Jill Shar, former narrative lead at Bungie, shared that this encounter was inspired by The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, specifically Twin Rova and the concept of using their powers against each other. Gotta say, I love that fight. Ocarina is so good that I might make some videos about it one day on my second channel. Leave a comment or just go subscribe to that channel if you'd want to see that. Unlike Golgoroth, the hard mode of this encounter didn't change much, apart from a slight difference in the mechanics to make the fight a little more fast-paced. In the normal fight, there would be a 20-second gap on the end of the first death song and the beginning of the next one. This buffer was removed in the hard mode, which made it a little more tricky for inexperienced teams. At this point, Team Rare Drop was still ahead of everyone else for the world's first, but the final encounter would be the most challenging of them all. Welcome to the regicide of the Taken King himself, Oryx. The finale to this raid was nothing short of incredible, and certainly one of the most memorable moments in Destiny history. Most of you have seen, if not fought, Oryx in his big evil daddy form 1,000 times already, but you can only imagine what it must have been like for Team Rare Drop to see him for the very first time.
Nope. Oh my fucking what? Nope. He's immune.
Brendan Thorne actually said that the fight was kinda inspired by Ghostbusters, in that the Guardians were confronted by a massive, seemingly all-powerful threat and decided, quote,
yeah, we're gonna come up with this crazy plan to deal with this god, and we're probably all gonna die in the process, but it just might work. And that's where the whole light bombs came from. We're gonna use his weapons against him.
The way to beat Oryx seemed really complicated at first glance, with a ton of moving parts, but when you got down to it, it was actually really team-oriented, even if he was soloed eventually. After starting this encounter and basking in the sheer spectacle of Oryx rising up above his throne room, it was time to kill some adds before the fight actually started. You do wonder though, was Oryx just hanging out there the whole time, waiting to sneak up on us? After the players killed the enemies that spawned near the front of the arena, Oryx would move near the platforms and punch them. This created a literal moat of light on the platform, and 4 special enemies called Light Eater Ogres would emerge from the ground, one near each platform. One player had to claim the spark, becoming torn between dimensions again, although this time it was not random. Their role was to navigate the summoned platforms and reach the spark hanging overhead. At the same time, 4 other players needed to summon the platforms that the torn player needed in order to maneuver around the arena. Just as before, the platforms needed to be triggered in a counterclockwise sequence starting from the platform on which the moat appeared. However, the 4 activators also had to kill the ogre near the platform and make sure they did so well away from the path that runs down the center of the arena. This was because each ogre dropped a sphere of corrupted light when killed, and players had to avoid going near it until the proper time. The remaining player was able to float, basically killing any remaining enemies and assisting activators with their ogre kills. When the torn player reached the overhead spark and claimed it, a tomb ship flew through the arena to deliver a special knight named the Vessel of Oryx, which ran up the central path. The torn player had to jump down to intercept it, and then hold square or X, depending on which console you were using, to discharge the spark and steal the knight's aura. Players developed a good strategy here, and that was to have a weapons and blessing of light bubble in the middle to clear the ogres for your teammates. Once the Vessel of Oryx was killed, Oryx prepared his ultimate attack by opening his chest and emitting a shining white light. Every player needed to unload as much firepower as possible into Oryx's chest, aiming for the dead center of the glowing area to be sure to hit the vulnerable spot. With sufficient damage, Oryx would stagger, while insufficient damage caused a wipe. Afterwards, it was finally time for players to use the corrupted light spheres. These spheres would completely change the way that damage was dealt to Oryx by players, although this was not to everyone's taste. Detonating the orbs would deal a significant amount of damage to Oryx, and teams would develop various strategies to determine the optimal number of orbs to detonate at once, with most teams opting for either 8 or 16 at once across the 4 players. Any remaining normal enemies would be killed after detonation, and Oryx would shudder and fall off the side of the arena, before rising again and firing on everyone at once, as indicated by white circles that appeared at their positions and exploding shortly afterwards. This could be countered by sprinting around the arena, but the other thing that could happen instead of Oryx blasting your whole team was that Oryx would create a bubble of darkness at the front of the room, which would teleport every member of the fire team into it one by one. Within the bubble was the shade of Oryx, like in the final mission of the Taken King story. Guardian health did not recharge while inside the bubble, and Guardians not yet teleported into the bubble could assist those that are by killing the other enemies in the arena, who would try to enter the bubble and interfere with the fight. If the Echo was defeated within 1 minute, the arena would dissolve and return the players to the main encounter. The Oryx Shade Bubble was actually called the Thunderdome internally, which is a good reference to Mad Max, in which the Thunderdome is an arena to compete in where only one victor emerges. Finally, after Oryx reached 1% health, he would do what is considered the first ever final stand in Destiny history, rising up to wipe any unsuspecting fire team who weren't paying attention. Other teams had caught up to this point, meaning that the stakes were higher than they'd been at any other point during this raid race. Funny enough, a team wiped right before the kill, which let TeawreX know there was indeed a final stand.
I hear we have to hit him again after he's done, so just be wary, be ready.
I have literally I have one sniper shot.
I will probably die for this.
It was the team of ProfessorBroman, King Gathalion, TeawreX, Fallen Cal, also known as Gunny, Cheriona or Char, and Rebelize who came out on top to become the first in the world to dethrone the king.
Keep watching, keep watching, keep watching.
Not yet dead. Yeah, front, it comes.
Front, no damage. Chest. Yes! Fuck! Yes! Whoa! Oh my fucking god!
Oryx fell in 2 hours and 23 minutes, and with the final raid time being 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 45 seconds. Given how hard this fight was, it was no surprise that the second place clocked in almost 30 minutes after the victors completed their run. Interestingly, King's Fall and the slaying of Oryx was completed quicker than the completion of Crota's End, and yet, unlike Crota, few people complained about King's Fall not being hard enough. Crota might have been a case of who could play and not as much as who was ready for the race, while King's Fall felt like that true proper raid race for the first time ever, and was incredibly challenging for even the most practiced teams. A little over a month after the completion of normal mode, Oryx on hard mode was maddening, not because there were tons of extra changes, but because the actual changes were really difficult to deal with. In the hard mode version, 4 Light Eater Knights would spawn during the ogre phase, and they all needed to be dealt with by the fire team. They had really specific routes that could be memorized with enough practice, but all in all, it was a tricky change that required fire teams to pay attention and eliminate these knights as soon as possible. Hard mode came out at reset on October 23rd, and the recommended light was the previous cap of 300 at the time, with Oryx's encounter being light 320. Team Forever Live ended up winning the world's first for hard mode in just 90 minutes, once again following the more speedrun themed hard modes took. This was also the raid that Clan Redeem would come in second place for, thus beginning their journey to seek world's first. Now, how about that sweet loot? Well, that's one of the only parts that you can really criticize in King's Fall. The loot was a downgrade in almost every aspect. In this new year of Destiny, Bungie focused on creating a balanced sandbox, with the raid having a wider meta variety than the loadout that had dominated the game for so long. It makes sense that Bungie seriously hit the brakes on the weapons here, but it was still a bit dissatisfying. The Smite of Moraine was really one of the only standouts. A pulse rifle which came with Firefly for explosions on headshot kills, as well as life support, which would heal you when you were low. Then there was the sniper, Defiance of Yasmin, which became a go-to option in PvP because of its low zoom, and the machine gun, Quillam's Terminus, which featured a large magazine, high damage, and the Cocoon perk, which allowed you to deal with the long reload times. The rest of the weapons were fine, sure, but they had better alternative options which could be found outside of the raid. I want to point out that the gear looked absolutely tremendous though, and it was a big plus that the armor came with full intrinsic perks, which were mostly active in the raid, but sometimes outside of the raid too. Finally, there was a ship for something we'll get to later. I also want to point out that this loot struggle was really difficult for leveling as well, as this aforementioned ghost shell being one of 2 things that held back most players from max light in year 2. Of course, not all of the loot was really this detrimental. There was also the quest for the raid exotic Touch of Malice, which at the time was the best weapon to kill Oryx with. The only issue was you had to kill Oryx in order to get it, which was pretty ironic. In the pursuit to make the Touch of Malice the pinnacle of exotic quests in Destiny, the level of pursuit for the raid's random dropped weapons weren't nearly as pinnacle. No doubt getting 45 of 50 calcified fragments for the exotic was special, but it made everything else feel weaker. It was Bungie's way of making a weapon that made the raid easier, and I commend them for trying something so new for the game. The only other thing to discuss regarding King's Fall was the challenge mode for each encounter, which added in some neat new mechanics that tended to be pretty manageable as far as challenge mode goes. For Totem's encounter, well, there actually wasn't a challenge, nor for the Death Singers, which certainly seemed like a somewhat strange decision by Bungie. Warpriest's challenge prevented a player from holding the brand buff twice, but if you were going for a 1 phase each time, it really wasn't an issue anyways. Golgoroth required every single single player to hold the gaze at some point during the fight, which sounds really cool, but in reality, it was basically the same, just more tedious with a little more communication. As for the Oryx challenge mode, well, this became just the standard way to do Oryx, because players needed to detonate 16 bombs at the same time, which only sped up the boss fight instead of adding extra, well, challenge, ironically. I think a large part of why these challenges were pretty nondescript was because Bungie had originally made the hard mode for King's Fall first, and then taken features out for the normal mode version, which made it harder to add stuff in without factoring in the hard mode mechanics. This design philosophy was actually one that Bungie moved away from, and while hard modes would eventually make a return to Destiny 2, it was quite some time before we got hard modes again outside of Destiny 1, and I'm interested to know how you felt about this at the time. Sure, there were some criticisms to be made about King's Fall, but if I'm honest, overall this raid was a masterpiece. Alongside the rest of the Taken King expansion, I think it's fair to say that it completely reinvigorated the franchise and paved the way for the future highs and lows that we've experienced in Destiny since. Despite this, for some, it was the raid to follow King's Fall that captured their heart, and a raid that has more of a cult following than possibly any other raid of all time. Prepare yourself for Wrath of the Machine. Wrath of the Machine, somewhat controversial, is the only Destiny 1 raid not currently in Destiny 2, and there's a few possible reasons for this, but its absence from Destiny 2 has become a story and controversy of its own. Wrath of the Machine had a lot to live up to following the gigantic success of King's Fall, and to top this, Bungie knew Destiny 1 was coming to the end of its shelf life, and therefore needed to end on a high to build up towards Destiny 2. But how did Bungie go about this? For starters, Bungie dropped Wrath of the Machine teasers with the Owl Sector puzzle, which depicts the rise of SIVA infections around the Destiny community. Owl Sector would kick off the exotic mystery quest for Outbreak Prime and map out a whole room in the raid. Some fans became frustrated early on as they felt that Wrath of the Machine was showing too much in a trailer before the raid really began, with the siege engine taking the biggest of the blunders. This was small in the grand scheme, but so too was the actual raid race. It's not like Wrath of the Machine was much easier than a King's Fall Day 1 or Crota or Vogue, but Wrath was the raid after the effects of King's Fall really changing the landscape of gathering to watch Day 1 raids, so it was truly the race for Destiny 1. In all fairness, Wrath of the Machine released under circumstances which players were about as best prepared for as they'd ever been to take on a race. The campaign was short, only a few missions, and leveling up was quick to reach max. So yeah, teams were going to be a little stronger here than they had been in the past. Speaking of those stronger teams, aside from the well-established teams we've discussed already, there was a new team on the rise, one that combined two top-tier clans. Hidden Machine and Redeem had merged, starting the legendary era of Redeem and raid racing. Speaking of top tier, Tier 1 was staring down the sights of a world's first as well. Another fairly big change was made with the release of Wrath of the Machine 2, as Joe Blackburn was brought on with Deej and an environmental artist from the raid named Rusty. Here, Blackburn was a product owner, and therefore signing off a lot of Wrath of the Machine decisions, but he would later grow to be the director of Destiny as a whole, which possibly makes it even more peculiar that Wrath of the Machine never found its way into Destiny 2. The raid kicked off just 3 days after the Rise of Iron expansion, just as King's Fall did the year before. The raid started in this giant servitor-like entrance, Foundry 113. This was another open area type place like the Court of Oryx, the Hellmouth, and the Vault of Glass entrance. In this encounter, many pits of spark are spread throughout, with 3 stations in a triangular arena to dunk the spark into. The goal was to grab ×4 of the voltage and dunk it into these stations spread throughout. Not much really stood in your way here, other than the Voltage Eater's yellow bar shanks. If you let them get to a station, they ate all of the voltage and you had to start over. Once all of the voltage was eventually dunked for a max charge, players could break Vossic's shield with orbs, and once down, the boss was free to kill. Except you couldn't actually kill him. At a certain point, Vossic would retreat like a pussy, and you would have to chase him into the arena for the next encounter. It's important to note that by this point in raid racing, teams had begun to take the race for World's First much more seriously, and therefore teams had begun communicating the progress of others. Information was spreading fast, making the entire race just a bit more intense. Team Redeem were in control and leading the first part of the raid race heading into Vossic, after progressing through another quirky jumping puzzle to the Vossic arena. Rusty talked about the journey involved in Wrath of the Machine's development.
For example, this was a shot of the Foundry early on, and we all loved this concept done by a great concept artist, Sung Choi, and we ran with this for a long time. And then art direction gave us some really good feedback about how it didn't really feel like the entrance of a raid. It didn't have the look of, hey, this is the dungeon entrance. I'm gonna go conquer some bad dudes through this door. Yeah. And so we got another concept by Dorje Bellbrook of the colony ship just smashing on top of the foundry. And as soon as we saw this, we were like, yes, this is exactly the kind of thing we want to do.
I think the final version is the best version personally, but it's always amazing to see how far a concept comes before it hits its end goal. To this day, I still believe that Vossic's arena is one of the coolest and most contextually fitting arenas we have ever seen in Destiny. Monitors everywhere in the room, ads dropping from 3 sides, doors on the left and right, and a boss pissed off to see you again. The mechanics were pretty straightforward here. Divide the team into 3 sets of 2 and take out the ads, wait for the balls to drop from the ceiling, throw balls at the boss's shield, shoot a monitor when it pops up. Once the shield is down, fire away. The only thing left to figure out was how to survive between phases, and it was Redeem who figured this out first. And with this figured out, it was truly all over for Vossic with nowhere for him to retreat this time. Some may dislike the simplicity of this encounter by modern standards, but I love this fight for a number of reasons. Most notably for how well it fits the atmosphere of the raid, and how it provides ample opportunity of a true hero clutch moment. A hero moment in these raids are moments where your raid team can die, but you can still save the run, while still balancing having a good team play feel when the entire team is alive. When asked about how they constructed the encounter of Vossic and the reason behind certain choices, Rusty simply put,
so we built this in the mind, or in the hopes that the team would break into 2 people per lane, and so 2 people in the middle and 2 groups of 2 on the sides, and then engage the waves that came at them. And so we built this space with that in mind, and also very perilous to traverse lanes unless you take the safe back route.
And Joe Blackburn would go on to talk about how Vossic recharges to full strength, nodding to playing into the DLC's fiction and giving the players this heroic moment of overcoming the odds.
Actually, what you just saw there, Vossic teleporting in and him sort of using Siva to grow back strong, is that was a big opportunity for us to take some of the DLC fiction and really incorporate it really strong into this raid. The initial iteration of this experience had you taking Vossic to 50% in the opening encounter, and then you finishing him off here. And when we play tested that, it just doesn't feel good to have this guy with this huge health bar and you're taking small chunks. Yeah. And I said, well, we really wish we could have him regenerate health in the second time you fight him. And lo and behold, Siva came along, and Siva was like, that's what it is, right?
Yeah,
it is this regenerative technology.
I think the final design worked great for this raid and really set a high bar for the rest of the raid to follow. Only 28 minutes into the raid, Team Redeem were far ahead of everyone, with most teams either just getting to Vossic or being stuck with the door mechanic, and Redeem knew they had to take advantage of this lead. The traversal to the next encounter was once again quite cool, and even had some secret monitors that would eventually be used towards the Outbreak Prime exotic quest. Next up is an encounter that would become one of the most infamous in Destiny raid history, and the face of Wrath of the Machine itself. The encounter had this giant death Zamboni that introduced a dynamic vibe that we are still truly yet to see again in raiding. Racers discovered that they needed to shoot pieces off the Zamboni and slow it down from crashing into them, then boarding the thing together or disconnect. There was a pivotal moment in this world's first race for Team Redeem, maybe the moment that officially aligned the stars for Redeem. A disconnect, then a reconnect, which put Flesh Crunch conveniently right behind the siege engine when he reconnected. After Flesh DC'd from the raid, everyone else pushed forward and started killing ads, finding that the ads dropped parts on the ground, an engine block, a drive shaft, and the warhead. Once they had plowed through the ads and the holes in the ground, there were 2 final obstacles in the way. The first, and the one that Flesh Crunch discovered after the disconnect, was vital to the run. This was a captain at the top, and it had to be killed in order to open up the ramps to climb onto the ship. The second challenge was to find where all of the parts needed to be placed. Racers did not have the luxury of time on this encounter, and the influx of enemies, dynamic nature of the fight, and intense music created this rushed panic feeling, only enhanced by the paradox of slow, cumbersome movement when carrying siege engine parts. A real evil but clever touch by Bungie. Once the siege engine was repaired, it was time to bask in the glory of it all, as it ran over all of the remaining enemies and busted down the path forward. Players knew they had to jump off of it at the end of the encounter because of the trailer, but damn, even knowing what was coming, this was still one of the coolest encounters with the most dramatic ending as your team watched the siege engine plunge downwards. In the dev talk, Rusty showed what this space used to look like, nodding to the Mad Max Escape from LA vibe.
This is another great piece by DernaderJake, and we really wanted to go for the Mad Max Escape from LA kind of vibe where all the oil cans are on fire and smoke and everything.
Yeah.
And here's a screenshot, an early screenshot of what that used to look like before everything developed into more of a snowy wonderland. And the reason why we pivoted from this look is we always want our destinations to be inviting and something you want to look at over and over again. And to the team, this was a cool look, but it definitely wasn't that vibe we're trying to get of something you want to go enjoy.
You can even see in the rigged models that the captain is rocking a guitar like Mad Max. Rusty would go on to explain that the siege engine...
Yeah, and this siege engine is actually the most expensive animating object in our game.
Oh, really?
As you can imagine by looking at it.
Maybe that's why it hasn't come back to Destiny 2. Redeem reached the next encounter in just 50 minutes, and being this deep into the raid race so early was pretty much unheard of. But Redeem weren't done dominating the race just yet. One of the key parts of Wrath of the Machine is the fact that the traversal sections were not only spectacles to look at, but they also had deeper puzzles for racers to discover. In the server room before the next encounter, players had a rare chance to find Randall the Perfected Vandal, a callback Easter egg to Destiny's longest running Easter egg. Hidden in here was the Owl Sector map room as well, the home of a puzzle involving binary code for an exotic, and a step of the Outbreak Prime exotic quest. Outbreak Prime was the first Siva exotic weapon and was pretty solid. It provided a base for a much stronger Outbreak Perfected that would come from the 0-hour mission in Destiny 2. This puzzle was optional and not required to complete the raid, but it was the puzzle that changed Team Prime Guard's clan name to math class officially, since the exotic took some math to solve. Bungie's Jake Meyer would get the credit for introducing this puzzle into the game.
Someone I wanted to call out in particular is Jake Meyer, who did all the work on the crazy binary puzzle that you have to do to unlock the exotic raid weapon.
Yes. The Outbreak Prime.
And he really is he's part of the glue that holds the raid team together. He's one of our really smart technical designers, and aside from putting together really cool puzzles like this, he's always there to bail us out when we get too deep in technical nonsense that we don't understand.
Well, didn't he tune the Siva charge and all that stuff too?
He did.
Yep.
He did.
You also needed to take the digits from both monitors, combine them into a string, and it would tell you the exact location of each number. But since the monitors were separate, you had to decipher binary together. This was truly such a great puzzle. After clearing the rooms before the next encounter, the lights came on and racers had to escape to this giant Rasputin-looking Siva room and down into a Siva holding room through what looked like a puzzle room itself before reaching the final boss arena. This dark, creepy room was a picture-perfect setting for a final boss fight, and with a 2-phase fight to come, players were going to be here for a while. The big struggle with phase 1 was really the captains on the sides and racers being unsure on where they'd need to throw the charges. The room had a captain in the middle and one on each side that would spawn with yellow bars with a cannon in hand. Each captain had a different element, and once all were killed, it was all about finding where the matching servitor was and killing it with matching element types. Once killed, they dropped a bomb like in Vosic to throw, but you had to kill the charges on the sides of the stand in the middle. The first time around, it was 2 charges. Then the second, it was 3 charges. Then the third round, they just hit you with 7 charges to take out. The length of this encounter and the constant need to stay focused through the phases was one of the most challenging parts here. The third round is where most teams died on day 1, and where most teams doing the raid for the first time were likely to die due to not coordinating servitors to the level required. expired. Redeem's domination would continue in Axis Phase 1, as they were able to clear it in just about 27 minutes, with Notorious Clan Tier 1 not too far behind in about 40 minutes. Tier 1 prepped harder than any other team to be ready for this moment, and Redeem, coming off a loss from the last World's First hunt on hard mode Kingsfall, were hungrier than ever for that first place belt. And with that, there was only one thing that stood between the competing teams and a World's First, and that was arguably one of the greatest designed raid encounters in the history of the Destiny franchise: Axis Phase 2. The battle for first place was a really one-sided one here. I want to say that this was a close one all the way through, but I really can't stress how second place was over 20 minutes behind Redeem here, and that lead was never really given up. Axis is the most Siva-infused enemy in the entire game, being the leader of the faction of Devil Splicers, which hoarded the most Siva, making him an incredibly fitting final boss. This encounter started similarly to the encounter before it, with the captains and servitors, but the big change was that Axis now teleported around the arena, blasting you with a Siva weapon. Axis also empowered 3 Guardians here. This is a keynote portion of Destiny's raid mechanic philosophy, to build off of previously established mechanics for something grand at the end to test teams and complete knowledge of the raid. Teams originally thought that the platforms at the back of the arena were a strategy to kill Axis, but this was wrong. So then they thought that only empowered people could break the shield, but no, this wasn't correct either. Eventually, it was found that the bombs were the true way to break the shield, while the key to damage was accidentally discovered by modern tryhard.
Oh, stun him. You press.
You jump on top of it?
Yeah.
There we go.
Modern jumped on Axis back for the stun with the empowered buff, which allowed Axis to stay in one place so teams could do damage for a short time until he teleported again. Interestingly, Bungie would later reveal that Axis mechanics for damage were actually inspired by Golgoroth.
Brendan used to do this thing when we were playtesting Golgoroth from Kingsfall, the big ogre, and our design playtests can be really long and awful and filled with wipes. And one thing he would do to help make them more enjoyable for him was whenever he taunted Golgoroth, he would try to jump over the top of him and shoot him in the back with a shotgun. And then he kept saying, like, I'm going to make an encounter where this is the thing that you do. And that's how this encounter was born.
This encounter tested a team's coordination to the max, and good communication was really the key to completing this encounter. Teams had to coordinate in such a way to make sure those who were empowered were equally split across the area. While this sounds simple, when you have 6 people shouting down their mics, it really wasn't. Racers found that the pillars at the back of the arena acted like the pillars at Kingsfall's War Priest, a safe haven for the wipe mechanic. The key to max damage on day 1 was to use the elemental scorch cannons and hold the trigger for more burst damage on them. Finally, after 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds, the dominant Redeem performance reached its conclusion with the fastest ever Destiny 1 World's First completion.
Come on, 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 come on!
Yes!
Let's go! Woo! Let's go, boys!
After losing World's First hard mode Kingsfall, they bounced back to prove themselves in impressive fashion, with a team made up of speedrunners that really did live up to the speedrunning reputation. With such a quick completion, Bungie would later discuss the difficulty they were aiming for in the raid along with the devs.
One thing we really want to talk about is how we tune difficulty for a raid. As you see, like, these guys have played the raid a lot, and they sort of were able to blow through the first encounter. They kick down the doors and get in there. And that wasn't always the case. There were times in development where this opening encounter was really, really hard. And if you died on hard mode, you couldn't get back up. There was a revive timer. Actually, if you were to go to orbit right now, there is a wipe screen and wipe stats, and we actually track your stats from the older version of this encounter where you could die. And at a certain point, we looked at our other raids and said, we want this opening experience to be something that's fun, something that's an intro to a raid, and something that you can do if you only have 5 people with, and maybe your last Guardian is still, you know, getting his gear together, or he's still eating dinner with his family, and you guys can be like, okay, we'll start, like, You just join in and be there for the last 2 minutes and get loot and keep going.
Wrath of the Machine remains a fan favorite for a variety of reasons. Its fast-paced encounters involving the whole team, its Siva aesthetic, the secret puzzles, the incredible low man ability, going as far as to have the first solo flawless accomplished by Axis Bake in 2020. Its loot inventing the enhanced perk idea that the Witch Queen would use later on for crafted weapons, and much more. One thing I personally always loved for Wrath was its openness to tackle encounters in different ways. With King's Fall and some other raids, there was less of an ability to experiment with strategies, whereas with Wrath, it allowed for teams to experiment and really master it. In the developer commentary, Joe Blackburn would talk about the feedback.
One of the reactions we had from King's Fall was there was a lot of standing in this specific spot and guarding this specific spot or standing on this plate for a period of time, and as we were coming up with encounters, this encounter initially was just this thing where it was going to be like Vault of Glass, where you were defending these cranes that were making Siva charges, and you just had to defend them from these big shanks. And we wanted to really push you out and say, no, we want people to have to move through this space.
Hard mode really changed the third encounter more than anything else by adding those turrets, while Vossic's encounter had a smaller change, forcing players to slide into the safe rooms instead of just walking in. The challenge mode didn't present too much difficulty for players, and with that, that's pretty much it for Wrath. Bungie is still yet to announce its return to Destiny 2, and I'm not entirely sure why. With little Siva presence in Destiny 2 apart from Outbreak and some Eververse cosmetics, Wrath of the Machine would add some much needed variety, but I'm sure Bungie have their reasons. While no new raids would be released in Destiny 1, following Wrath of the Machine, there is one more important thing worth a mention: Age of Triumph. I'm going to keep this section relatively short since there's not a new raid here, so to speak, but Age of Triumph's impact was quite profound for the future of Destiny. In early 2017, Bungie were preparing for the next era of the game with the awaited sequel in Destiny 2, but fans were also a little confused on if Destiny 1 would continue or not. It may seem silly now to wonder if Destiny 1 would continue with the release of its sequel, but think about it. Bungie asked for hardware upgrades to play Rise of Iron, and the original DLCs were supposed to have Vex Void DLC and the Forge of the Gods DLC. What would end up being reality was a nod to the entire endgame of Destiny 1 at the very end of Destiny's life cycle, a true bow on top of the present that was Destiny 1. April updates were commonplace and highly anticipated, after the House of Wolves DLC and the Taken King. 2017's April update would actually launch in March.
What?
All raids were bumped to a more challenging 390 light difficulty, and these new versions added challenge modes for the old raids and also updated the mechanics. For example, Crota was now, quote, unsoloable in the mind of Bungie.
Are you sure about that?
To supplement the added difficulty and small encounter changes, Bungie added a 13-page record book encompassing all activities and collectibles from the raids and more. Think of record books like the Triumph score before the modern Triumph score existed. This added a weekly featured raid playlist, a weekly story playlist, daily heroic missions instead of weekly, and a revamped challenge of the Elders. The main charm was that by completing the challenges of each raid each week, you would get a guaranteed ornament token to apply to raid gear, changing the look into something tests only dreamed of. On top of this, every primary ammo raid weapon from every raid was turned into an exotic version with elemental burns. This was one large nod to the Vault of Glass in year 1, as its raid weapons never drop without a burn, and elemental primaries were a big deal back in Destiny 1. Finally, there were also legendary versions of the Sunset Vault of Glass weapons, just without the burn. Age of Triumph didn't add a lot of new things, so to speak, but it did a good job at rejuvenating dated content and keeping community sentiment high. Heading towards the grand release of Destiny's sequel, Bungie would change their raid design philosophy heading into Destiny 2. Before, it was about the hero moments where, as long as you were the last remaining player, you could make or break the run, and send your team into a frenzy of excitement if you clutched up. Bone Trooper aimed for Destiny 1's AI, and Warlock self-res only helped to enhance those hero moments too. But Bungie scrapped this philosophy in turn for a more team-oriented gameplay. Personally, I like this change. While hero moments are incredible, raids are meant to be team-oriented, and the experience of completing a raid feels much more rewarding when all the team contributes towards it. So how would this new philosophy play out in the first raid of Destiny's new era? This video is 144 pages long, and without the energy from gamer subs, I could not make it through. Trust me, guys, you need some gamer subs. Use code EVAN at checkout for the best discount on the entire site. Destiny 2 released to the world in September of 2017, and fans of the franchise all over the world were excited to see what Bungie had cooked up, and 4 days after the release of Destiny 2, the Leviathan raid came out for console players. Destiny 2's main story focused around the Cabal and Dominus Gaul, with the raid also taking on a Cabal theme. We had known about the Cabal's homeworld Torah battle since the days of the Taken King, so getting a chance to meet the biggest cheese of the space rhinos was nothing short of extremely exciting. Now, if you're a newer player and watching this video, you might be wondering where the hell the Leviathan raid is. Well, that's a touchy subject. Way back in Beyond Light, Bungie had a Bungie moment.
I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea.
And deleted half the game. Yep. That's right. Bungie removed a large chunk of content from the game and put it into something called the DCV, or the Destiny Content Vault. Their reasoning for doing so was that there was too much content in the game for consoles to handle, and that there were tons of bugs and issues that were taking way too long to fix because of this issue. While this might seem vaguely reasonable, it was extremely unpopular at the time. What didn't help was that this was accompanied by the decision to sunset the vast majority of beloved weapons that the community had spent years grinding for. For those of you who played the Season of the Haunted back in the Witch Queen DLC, you got to experience the spooky version of the Leviathan ship, but it's been a long time since we got to experience the original version. For anybody who didn't get to play it, the Leviathan is the massive, literal planet-devouring ship of the exiled emperor of the Cabal, Callus. Yep, that same dude who we killed in Lightfall was once our buddy. Well, sort of. Before we get into the raid itself, it's important to mention another philosophy shift that Bungie took at the start of Destiny 2. This was the controversial removal of random rolls from all weapons that could be earned in Destiny 2. In Bungie's eyes, static rolls were an opportunity to level the playing field, and it resulted in people all going for very similar weapons that were stronger than others. For instance, the Midnight Coup became a standout thanks to the combination of perks Outlaw and Rampage, which might not seem groundbreaking now, but trust me, back in the day, Midnight Coup was the best of the best. The original Destiny 2 had some other features that most people have forgotten about too, but there's one that will always stick in the minds of people who played the base game, and not for good reasons. Back in Destiny 1, and like currently in Destiny 2, weapons like shotguns and snipers use special ammo and could be paired with heavy weapons. This changed on Destiny 2's release. You were forced to use double primary at all times. Despite the weird changes, teams across the world got ready to board the Leviathan and take on the challenge of the Cabal Emperor in search of glory, sweet loot, and the coveted title of World's First. To kick things off, the raid started with one of the coolest entrances in Destiny history.
Oh my god, this is awesome.
Oh no, okay.
Look, that's us.
After ascending the exterior of Callus's colossal ship, players would have to enter the Castellum and open the way to each individual encounter separately. This was a bold move from Bungie, as it moved away from the traditional and hugely successful linear raid style, opting more for a central hub that players would return to between encounters, with even the order of the encounters changing with each weekly reset for the first time. While looking from the outside, this might seem like a peculiar move by Bungie, but it was arguably the correct decision from a narrative perspective. The Leviathan raid had us proving ourselves to Callus in an almost game show format, and when you're made aware of that, the movement away from a linear format begins to make a lot of sense. Once teams were in the Castellum, players would have to hunt down the standard bearers, collect the flags that they dropped, and place them in a set of ports outside of a specific door. Doing so would open that door and allow your team to progress to the next encounter. The symbols on the staffs that were mirrored in the ports on the floor would be extremely important for the rest of the raid, and there were 4 symbols in total: axes, dogs, sun, and chalice, also known as cup. These symbols, much like the entry-level patrol mechanics, were important in establishing Destiny 2's raid philosophy of teamwork over hero play. There was also a unique enemy in this opening encounter that would feature heavily through the rest of the raid. These were the Counselors. Counselors were special scions who were super weak but had an invulnerable shield protecting them from all weapon damage, meaning that players would need to walk into the shield and melee them or shoot them inside their bubble in order to take them out. Interestingly, these were the first scions to appear in game with a completely exposed head. That's not very nice to look at. Once players reached the first encounter, they noticed something different with the revive system. In Destiny 1, in normal raids, you could be revived after a 30-second countdown timer had elapsed. In Leviathan, the system had changed. If a player went down, one of their teammates could revive them instantly at the cost of a revive token. Annoyingly, there used to be this daunting red screen every time someone died. Thankfully, Bungie removed this. Each player only had one revive token to use, so teams would have to be strategic with how they use those res tokens. If a player stayed dead for too long, the game would wipe the whole team, all but killing those chances for hero moments. This might seem pretty normal to most of you watching this video, as this has been the norm for over 7 years now, but it was a big shock for the day one teams when they first encountered it.
Oh, light fading going down. Okay.
So if you
you have to get revived in 30 seconds or you're out.
Or you're out, yeah.
The first encounter that World's First teams would have to face would be the easiest of the raid, the Royal Pools. This encounter was essentially just a Cabal version of King's Fall's totems. The biggest issue with this encounter was communication for sure, but once teams had stopped arguing, got their strats down, and sprayed their Merciless all at the purple lamps, it was completed. Next, teams returned to the Castellum to unlock the next encounter, known as the Pleasure Gardens. Most people refer to this encounter as dogs because, surprise, surprise, your task was to kill the dogs. This felt like a more developed version of the Gorgons encounter from the Vault of Glass, and almost like the stealth system from Horizon Zero Dawn in some ways. There were 6 dogs in total in their own specific spots who patrolled around set routes. There was only one way to kill these dogs, and that was with the mighty tool of photosynthesis.
I'm here, Pope. Where?
XCC, do you see my laser for a split seconds?
Yeah. What about there?
Over there, there's something glowing.
Over there, there's a shiny thing. Bring a sport.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
Careful, there's a dog on the left.
Oh! You pollinize something and you give it the light for it to use photosynthesis.
In all seriousness, 2 people would need to take the prism weapons, these crystal nut seed things, and shoot the glowing flower while other team members huddled next to it with their purple pollen balls. When the glowing flower was shot by the players with the seeds, it would generate stacks of a buff depending on how many players were next to the flower. However, pollinating a flower would also spawn a centurion that needed to be killed quickly. Otherwise, it would alert the dogs to the raid team's presence. Teams really had so many ideas on how to execute this on day one. Should I shoot my teammates with the crystal? Should I shoot the dogs with the crystal? Maybe I need to shoot the statue of Callus with the crystal. Funnily enough, the statue itself actually pointed players in the right direction. The statue is holding a pollen and a crystal in its hands. The main issue on day one was players not being able to do enough damage to the dogs themselves, and not being coordinated enough to stack their damage buff high enough to overcome this damage issue. Remember, we didn't have the Well of Radiance at this point, and we didn't have any of the insanely powerful weapons and perks that we do now. Remember that special weapons essentially didn't exist at this point. It was just your 2 primaries and a lackluster heavy. The meta was mainly just Merciless if you had it, but it was virtually impossible to one-phase all of the dogs at the start. Luckily, there was a safe room to hide in between rounds, which would protect teams from the dog's wipe mechanic, but this would only be available for 3 damage phases. After that, the door would shut and everyone would wipe. Killing one dog would also shorten the amount of time you'd have to get subsequent buffs. So the strategy was to get the dogs as low as possible before killing them all in one fell swoop. But this took a serious amount of communication and teamwork that few teams had on day one. Once all the dogs had eventually been taken out by teams, Callus would reward you with a fireworks show, a random key for a hidden chest, and some loot. After that, it was time to recover from your hay fever and return to the Castellum. At this point, players had realized that the Leviathan raid was basically one big game show. If you've ever played the finals, it was essentially that, except instead of AI Scotty cheering you on, it was the deep, sonorous bellows of the Emperor himself. I mean, if you read the lore from Season of Opulence, he was basically our biggest fan. The next encounter, the Gauntlet, epitomized this game show feel. While it was fun with friends, good God, it was an LFG nightmare.
This is fine.
This encounter felt more like a puzzle than a boss fight, and it required strong communication as well as some pretty nerve-wracking platforming at the same time. The objective of this encounter was to carry psionic bombs through gates before they could detonate and kill you. People holding the bombs would need to coordinate with their fire team members and get them to open the gates that were placed around the arena. This was achieved by shooting the correct triangles outside of the gates, but there was a twist. When the runners got close to a gate, one of the circles in the grid of 9 of them would glow red. The runners would need to call out where this circle was, top, middle, or bottom, and the player on the outside would need to ignore the location that the runners had called out and shoot the other ones instead, which was surely the cause of many LFG arguments. Doing this correctly would spawn a purple orb in the gauntlet and allow runners to extend their wipe timers. After the runner made it through each side, there would be a counselor that needed to be punched. Otherwise, a wipe mechanic would come into play and ruin your day. As the encounter progressed, things got more and more difficult for both the runners and the outside people, as the sections of the floor would disappear for the runner and the plates outside would start to move up and down. This made life hell for the people on the outside. There were multiple methods to complete this encounter, and this only made things hard as LFG teams would all be trying to complete the encounter with varying strategies, leading to some of the most frustrating arguments. After 3 rounds of Mario Kart with your feet, if a war in the party chat hadn't broken out already, it was about to, as all 6 of you would need to compete in a jumping puzzle against the clock.
In the middle, Get charge.
Get charge.
Oh, now we all gotta run.
Oh. Whoa, frame.
Yo, okay,
baby,
I'm going
let's
bottom
go.
right.
Let's go.
If you did manage to get through it, it was time to collect some of your sweet loot. Do one last Castellum run and move on to the final part of the raid against Big Daddy Callus himself. When you got to the throne room of the ex-Emperor Sex Bomb, he'd just be chilling as happy as you like. Or at least he would be, until someone decided to shoot the poor guy's cup out of his hand. Imagine you've spent thousands of years or so doing nothing but relaxing in your baths and drinking wine. Then all of a sudden, some psycho beats all your games and spills your drink. You'd be a little pissed off too. Once Callus had his leisure time disturbed, he'd open the doors on the left, middle, and the right of the room. After some time, 4 counselors would spawn in with symbols above their heads. Callus would clap his hands and everyone would be teleported into
the Shadow Realm.
No, he literally sent you to the Shadow Realm, where we got to look at a wide version of Callus. At the time, some people thought that this was his true form, until Lightfall finally set the record straight 5 years later. There would be 3 charges to grab, and 3 players would need to jump into these charges in order to get teleported back into the normal world. Players who were still in the Shadow Realm would need to call out symbols on Callus's forehead. Each player would see a different symbol. Players inside the room would need to listen to what was called out and punch the scion, which had the final unspoken symbol above its head. Once this was done, a barrier would spawn in the Shadow Realm for the players inside, which was quite helpful given that Callus would cosplay as a vacuum cleaner, sucking up players harder than Evan F 1997, the Bungie shill, according to Steel Slug Productions. Annoyingly accurate scions would also spawn in the Shadow Realm, and their grenades that would boop you above the barrier were simply the worst part of this whole raid. After 5 rounds of these shenanigans, Shadow Realm players would need to shoot an abundance of skulls that came out of the bigger than usual purple boy in order to get a buff that was needed to do damage in the throne room. Clearing this influx of skulls was actually quite tough, and controversially, the meta weapon for this was the Coldheart exotic trace rifle, which coincidentally was given to those who had pre-ordered the game. I'm not for 1 second suggesting that Bungie designed an entire raid mechanic around a pre-order bonus, but it did annoy a few people who hadn't acquired the exotic yet. As this was all happening, people in the throne room would need to damage Callus's shield and pop it when the Shadow Realm people had accumulated enough stacks of the buff. This required quite a lot of communication, as there was a fine line between popping the shield too early and not having enough buff stacks and popping it too late and causing a wipe. Once the shield was popped, it was time for damage. Simple, right?
No.
Well, on day 1, it took the world's first team 5 damage phases to complete, a real test of endurance and concentration. Of course, many teams just didn't have the ammo or the survivability to go 5 rounds with Callus. He also had a particularly nasty final stand phase, and so many teams suffered from heartbreaking wipes at the last second.
Who's last standing?
I don't think so. I think he's still gonna shoot him. Or maybe he is.
The whole arena's on fire.
Oh, now we gotta do this one more time.
Fuck, I'm dead, dude.
I'm shooting
I
as
got
much
it
as I
right,
can.
but I died in the process.
Ah, yeah, so that's what we gotta do.
Last stand.
We have a little bit. I did about,
Are you doing damage, Ben?
Yep.
Come on, Ben!
Did you get him?
Not yet.
Nice.
As Callus got weaker and weaker, everyone competing noticed something pretty weird about the big guy. He was a robot. Was this some weird Cabal Vex crossover? The Ball? Kavex? Kex?
Why are you the way that you are?
Clan the Legend himself of Crota's end fame were the first to conquer the Leviathan raid, and Bungie released footage of their raid design team celebrating as they watched the very first clear play out before their eyes. The race took a grand total of 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 49 seconds. The Legend himself clan were just under 20 minutes in front of second place. So needless to say, this was a fairly tight race. This was one of the most puzzle-heavy raids to that point as well, with only one proper boss featuring at the very end. Sure, there were various yellow bars that you had to kill along the way, but only Callus, or rather Robot Callus, counted as a proper boss in my eyes. After the world's first team had beaten Callus, he had some words to say.
If you seek the means to live to your potential, I can guide you to it. There is power in this universe beyond your feeble light. I leave you with those words and these parting gifts. Take them and grow fat from strength. Emperor Callus has spoken.
Afterwards, teams would progress to the final chest and get hit with the big reveal and plot twist of the raid.
Oh, wow. What? Fuck that!
Well, I guess that explains the weekly how we can kill him every time. Holy shit,
What
dude.
a kick in the balls!
Yes, please get it.
Oh my god, dude.
Belly of the beast.
The real question then became, where was the real Callus? And the answer was, somewhere. Some people thought this was super cool, while others were a bit annoyed that this whole fight was essentially just a tease. No worries though. I'm sure we would get a super cool conclusion to Callus's story eventually, and we didn't. Oh.
Well, the uglier they are, the harder they fall, right?
After a month later, on October 10th, Leviathan got a prestige mode. Here is where the word controversial springs to mind, as some of the decisions in the prestige mode were annoying and bizarre. There were 2 more dogs in the pleasure garden, the gauntlets forced players to do an alternate version of the rotation method, and the baths was pretty much the exact same, except now the bathers would crap themselves upon death. Callus would teleport the Counselor Puncher to the Shadow Realm, so teams needed to give specific people the esteemed title of Counselor Bully to make this encounter work properly. One of the cool parts of the prestige mode was seeing teams use the underbelly properly to work with the optimal routes in each encounter. But all of this was overshadowed by Destiny 2's first controversy. Team Redeem and others used what would become known as the coil glitch. Essentially, this was a heavy ammo glitch that used the weird classification for the Wardcliff Coil's rocket system to give players max ammo virtually whenever they wanted. Team Redeem, the world's first team for the prestige mode, used this glitch because Bungie had not stated that they'd been disqualified for using it. But thankfully, the internet understood and remained completely calm and level-headed about it all. By this point, Bungie had already started to catch some of the heat for the release of Destiny 2, and it's safe to say that the way this prestige raid race went down didn't do too much to calm the flames. Thankfully, there was one saving grace in the Leviathan, the loot. I mean, come on, there's a reason that Midnight Coup came back in the Brave Arsenal with Into the Light. You had so many different weapons that all fit the meta while looking just aesthetically beautiful, and they all had the best perks in the game, even if the perks were set rules. All of the perk combinations might seem like garbage to some of you out there now, but trust me when I say that this stuff was meta. Of course, you also had the insanely good shotgun, the Legend of Acreus, which is now pretty good again after its buffs, although its catalyst was locked behind a random chest in the prestige mode. Acreus was a great build up to the Leviathan raid, as there were steps that made you await the raid launch, so everyone could properly engage in it. While the community loves god roll weapons, they also love cosmetics, and this is another department that both versions of the Leviathan exceeded in, shrouding players in gold holographic armor, reminiscent of the Destiny 1 Trials of Osiris ornaments, and it's still a mystery to me why Bungie haven't made more armor in this style. Another fantastic addition to Destiny 2's Leviathan, and one that is often the unsung hero of this entire raid, is its underbelly. About half of the raid takes place here, and it's a design decision that Bungie never returned to, and they really should have returned to it. The underbelly connected every single part of the ship while also making it feel like a really lived out world. Every single part of the ship was living and breathing, and you could feel that in the lore, sure, but oh my god, when you can feel it in the game, it gives so much gravitas to the lore itself. This underbelly not only had chests and challenges and easier navigation to walk around, but it was also this maze-like dungeon that you could get lost in, places that you could escape from. It really brought back that feeling for any Dark Souls players out there of returning to Firelink Shrine through 75 different ways. It was amazing. The Leviathan has some cool elements and loot for sure, but the concept just didn't match up to the likes of Kingsfall and Wrath of the Machine. And while it was really hard to find any sort of dev insight on Leviathan, I think it's quite telling that we've never returned to that style in more recent times. With that being said, we would return to the Leviathan a couple of times throughout year 1 of Destiny 2, which wasn't necessarily to everyone's taste. Throughout this video, I've said a lot of nice things about Bungie and their creation of some of gaming's greatest experiences, and at later points in this video, I will continue to sing their praises. But for a brief moment, that's about to change. If the Taken King and Kingsfall was the jewel in Bungie's crown, then Curse of Osiris and Eater of Worlds were the shit on Bungie's shoes. Launching with 8 missions, 3 adventures, 3 Crucible maps, an overly bright new location, and a raid layer, Curse of Osiris never got its feet off the ground, and pretty much from day one was touted as one of the lowest points in Destiny DLC history. Not only was the content bad, but the game was quite literally ripping players off at the same time. Eververse charged almost 10,000 silver to acquire every item, with very few ways to earn bright engrams. The DLC was basically one public event, which was the source of almost all exotics in the game, alongside an extremely dry story with little to no stakes. We knew Osiris was never in actual trouble, and that Panoptes was a milquetoast Vex villain with no real motivation. The DLC and its story felt like the definition of a quick cash grab. It played off our initial excitement about what Mercury was going to be like, without trying to understand why we cared about the destination at all. And don't even get me started on the Infinite Forest. Strikes and Crucible maps aside, because those are just additives to the already filler fun that Destiny has, the rest of the DLC was a bitter pill to swallow at the very least. I'm not gonna lie to you, I left the game at this point. I took a long break after this release, and I thought Destiny and its community might have been done for good. I know that sounds harsh, but if you had been playing at this time, you knew what the game had become. To make it worse, the saving grace of Destiny 2 was always and is always the raid, but this time there was not a raid, but a raid layer.
What the fuck is this?
Eater of Worlds was set to release on December 8th, 2017 at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, so at the reset time which most other raids would. One thing was different this time though. The player base was simply not as excited. Furthermore, they were skeptical of what this raid had to offer due to the dullness of the DLC to begin with. People were pessimistic going into it, and rightfully so, but that didn't stop teams from competing for the world's first team completion. Your typical hardcore teams were there, ready as ever: Redeem, Tier 1, Math Class, and of course the legend himself. But there was also some new teams ready to go too. Everybody knows that feeling of putting together an LFG team, so there was plenty of teams that came to group up. And at the time of the raid launch, thousands of teams were still set on a world's first completion. You had teams that had been raid racing for years, next to teams that had been established just a few hours before the raid layer's release. The first encounter was the steps, or as I like to call it, hopscotch. One person stood on a platform and it would raise another one. The first person would move forward to the newest platform, and another player would replace him on the previous one. Towards the end of each section, a reactor would overheat, and you all just had to mad dash scramble to the next checkpoint. Listen, I'm gonna be straight up, this encounter is literally jump plate to plate and wait until the next plate rises. It is super boring, and there's more creativity to be found in a Jurassic Park remake. Yeah, let's move on to the next encounter, and probably one of the most thrilling encounters of this entire raid. You heard that right? I don't know if you've heard of this one. It may even be the best encounter of all time. Clear the ads.
Oh my god!
It's evident that this encounter was devised by rocket scientists and Mensa members. I'm not even joking, but yes, in all seriousness, I'm not joking. It's basically just ad clear. Once you finish slaying, you would jump down into where the shit literally does hit the fan. Once down the fan, the task for teams was simple. They had to make it across the Linus Tech Tips workshop and be sure to ground themselves as they went along. Then they got shot through this James Bond intro pistol-like cannon and yeeted through these giant rings like they were Sonic, all in hopes to get a secret chest. Something cool to note here is that we are in the mouth of the Leviathan, and this area is essentially a giant chunk of Nessus that has been consumed. You'll see platforms, plant life, and a rock formation towards the bottom, and you're welcomed to the stomach of the Leviathan. The first encounter was to get the strange crystals out of the rock that it was in. This was simple, not unlike the rest of the raid. You would shake up some Vex craniums in 3 different flavors around the Gamer Subs arena. Code Evan at checkout. You have the blue, you have the mango, and you have the GernaderJake one. Shout out to GernaderJake. And once they were done being shaken, you would shoot them at the rock candy that matched the flavor on whatever side before it exploded. On day 1, all this came down to was coordination with knowing which side needed what, and communication to shake craniums to have each flavor at all times. The teams felt that this encounter was pretty fun. It was a unique experience using the G-Sub shakers for the very first time. That aside, this encounter was really just prep for what our final boss would be. Meet Argos, the planetary core, the stomach ache of the Leviathan, and one of my personal favorite raid bosses. If the raid up until this point was not very great and considered a stinky pile of dog shit on Bungie's shoes, then Argos was a small patch of wet grass to get some of the poo off, as it was the tiniest of saving graces. According to the world's first team, Argos on day 1 was their favorite encounter, but obviously, it was the G-Subs encounter, but with extra steps. The encounter was as simple as shaking up the craniums again, but shooting 3 individually flavored orbs simultaneously. Once that was done, it was as simple as doing damage and roasting the boss. Damage on day 1 was not as easy as it is now. Argos had void cannons. Harpies spawned like crazy, obscuring the vision of the boss. Argos would also shoot out a net that caught many players and had them fly away to their inevitable death. And Argos had a tongue, which admittedly did nothing, but it was a weird detail that Argos had a tongue. Day 1, a lot of teams struggled to learn Argos' stun mechanic. This was as simple as shooting 2 glowing white spots on Argos' shoulders, back arms, and head to stun him and start another damage phase. A lot of people thought this was another damage phase rather than a stun phase. This led to a lot of confusion, and with how short this raid was, it caused a lot of teams to actually wipe here. But one team didn't struggle. One team figured out the stun mechanic first, and against all odds, an LFG team that came together mere hours before the raid launch had done the unthinkable. Somehow, they had managed to beat the Goliaths of the community. In a bizarre fashion, the Eater of Worlds race had been completed in just a minute longer than Shrek 2 at 1 hour and 34 minutes. This sent shockwaves through the entire Destiny community and even beyond it. This was the highest point of the lowest moment in Destiny, and the team of Edward C4, Mikey, Market with Zero, Bran, Meowlight, and Sprockets24 pulled off the unthinkable. They came in first place, and they just barely beat out Team Rare Drop, who was only a few minutes behind them. They achieved something miraculous by getting a world's first. That is not easy, and there's a lot of teamwork involved, but they even agreed with me that this raid is a joke compared to every other raid that has come before it and after it. Mikey from the world's first team went on record to say that this raid had a lot of challenge with 1 or 2 people, but not with much more. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this would still be laughed at if it launched as a dungeon today. But what do you think of this raid layer? Let me know in the comments down below. One thing I would like to add, which Edward C4 also agreed with me on, is that this raid didn't connect to the rest of its DLC at all outside of the Vex existing in it, which is a big pet peeve of mine when it comes to raiding in general. Thankfully, 7 months later, Prestige Eater of Worlds came to save the day. Well, it came with modifiers and locked loadouts at least, that nobody asked for. Gigz, Eon, Chevy, Fami, Gooey, and Boptides the Defiled beast moded this raid layer in 23 minutes and 31 seconds, which just about gets you to the Fiona and Shrek argument in Shrek 2. As we've discussed already with hard mode raids, prestige modes are always like speedruns and less of a world's first brand new experience. But I have to say that this prestige mode just felt nothing more than mediocre, which to credit Bungie was still somehow an improvement on the disaster class of the normal mode. There were modifiers, but there There were locked loadouts. I don't hate the idea of modifiers, even if I do hate the idea of locking a loadout and making you run set weapons, but I just hated the execution, since freedom and nuance were taken away in those locked loadouts. Prestige didn't really add anything except for some extra health on enemies, the shields, the crystals, and maybe Argos. In terms of loot, I would do a whole section about this, but there really wasn't much. There were the brand new introduction of catalysts to Destiny 2 with the Telesto catalyst, and as for the Eater of Worlds weapons, there was a shotgun, the Zenith of Your Kind. I kind of remember that. Oh, there was a grenade launcher too called the I Am Alive, which was once again ironic as playing the raid layer made you feel the opposite of alive inside. I'm not joking when I say that those were the only weapons. And more importantly, the armor looked like something straight out of the Onion Knight in Dark Souls. It's clear that Curse of Osiris was a major disappointment, but it has to be said that the community managed to turn part of it into something special. An LFG team did what no LFG team has ever been able to do before or since. They managed to achieve the world's first clear of Eater of Worlds raid layer, and that deserves a massive congratulations even now. There were also some great challenges done, like the first ever solo Destiny 2 raid boss later on into the year. Still, this raid felt like it was supposed to be a part of the Leviathan, but was stripped away due to the lack of content during Curse of Osiris. Thankfully, when a DLC performs this badly, it can only get better moving forward, and it just about did. Now, after an LFG team had dismantled the lackluster Eater of Worlds raid layer, you would be correct in assuming that Bungie wanted to bounce back with something that deserved the raid name, and they did respond, with arguably one of the most difficult raids we would ever see. When you ask the Destiny community what the hardest raid in Destiny history was, you'll obviously get answers like Last Wish and Salvation's Edge, largely due to the sheer amount of hours they took to complete for the very first time. But today, I'd like to tell you that there's something else to consider, a viewpoint backed up by statistics, general player opinion, and unique day one experiences. The hardest raid in the game might actually be one of the shortest raids in Destiny history. So short, in fact, that you would call it a raid layer. Without further ado, let's talk about Spire of Stars. The Warmind DLC gave us just about what you would expect from a filler Destiny DLC, a campaign with little to no real stakes, an antagonist who was visually cool but crumpled after a strike mission, and a tiny bit of fan service by the way of Mars returning. So what was the content? This time it was 3 story missions, 3 strikes, 2 Crucible maps, 4 adventures, the Escalation Protocol public event, a banger of a secret mission named the Whisper of the Worm, and finally the raid layer back on the Leviathan. Sounds like a lot for a DLC, but if you think about it, this was partially less content than Curse of Osiris, which had significantly more story missions. Despite this, Warmind was so much more impactful than Curse of Osiris for a number of reasons. There were some much needed changes in Warmind, such as leveling requiring you to participate in the endgame for max level, and very difficult Escalation Protocol bosses requiring a full 9-player crew lobby sweating to kill bosses for a 3% chance at one of 3 rotating weapons and a weekly piece of exclusive armor to the activity. One thing I disliked with both Warmind and Curse of Osiris was overlapping strikes into story missions. This would become a staple in future content of Destiny, and it does just feel annoying because it diminishes the replay value of the strike itself. People remember the strikes in question as being part of the campaign experience and not as individual standalone pieces of content. But what do you think though? Let me know down in the comments. The Warmind story involved Mars, Anabray, and Oryx's unmurdered son, Nokris. You might be thinking, well, why are we going back to the Leviathan then? Well, Callus needs the squad to assassinate this Red Legion warlord named Valkaor and take back the Leviathan. Although it's unclear why the man with a fleet of boss robots couldn't have just done this himself. But Callus is our boy. Sort of. And it's not like Destiny players had anything better to do, so let's just dive into the raid. 3 days after the launch of Warmind, on May 8th of 2018, Spire of Stars was released. Your typical teams were racing here again, including some of the LFG team members who had achieved glory in the Eater of Worlds race. Although the experience would be very different this time around, the raid race made for some seriously insane stories, like disconnects at key moments, serious communication struggles, final stand disasters, and more. The argument that Spire of Stars is one of, if not the hardest raids in Destiny history, stems from the fact that Spire has maintained the majority of its difficulty and complexity well past its day one clear, whereas other contenders are a bit more of a walkover now. This raid on day one asked for players to be at least 15 power levels under light, while Well of Radiance was still months away from appearing in the arsenal of warlocks. On top of the existence of a double primary environment and no Whisper of the Worm, this made things a lot more stressful than it may sound today. To make matters worse, most teams were yet to even gain access to the newly released Ikelos weapons, due to their incredibly rare drop chances. Unlike the previous two Leviathan raids, Spire did not start in the traditional location, and instead started in a new area of the Leviathan. The first encounter instantly showed teams that this would be a much needed step up from the Eater of Worlds. On paper, the statue garden is something that I expected to hate. That being said, I didn't know whether it's the aesthetic or the fact that there was never a plate holder, but I actually like this encounter over others that revolve around plates. Looking at you, Kingsfall. The encounter itself was simple. Grab a ball and a mist to get the greed buff, and throw balls to each person standing on plates 1 through 4. When the shield in the middle lowers, toss a greeted ball in there. The goal here was to communicate which plate needed a ball, because if a plate lowered too far, then you were screwed. The other two players not raising a plate were meant to kill ads and help pass balls around. If you picked up the mist without a ball, you had the debuff called Engulf, which would kill you after a certain time limit if you didn't receive a ball. If you had a ball with no mist, it was useless as mechanics would not work without the greed buff. Greed was given by having both the mist and a ball, with the catch being at 10 stacks of greed, you die. Later on, if you knew how to super cancel, you could just ignore the 10 stack death penalty, but that was yet to be discovered in the day one race. One really cool hint for racing teams was that the Callus statues sort of told you what to do like Leviathan, with them pointing plate to plate. After 3 waves, teams collected their loot and jumped down into the underbelly of the Leviathan into the power conduit. The power conduit is actually a really fun piece of downtime for a raid layer, and I really didn't expect this experience to be the kind of thing in Spire of Stars. Raid layers were shorter than normal raids, but as we would come to learn, this one had some charm to it. Once again, teams kicked things off by grabbing a ball and a mist. You were required to throw the balls into checkpoint rooms to get an extra chest at the end. To progress forward, each room required 3 players to get the next section raised in order to reach the end. And on day 1, this encounter wasn't really difficult to platform through. Now, anyone trying to get the chest at the end knew how buggy the balls could be, and how tricky it was to get the game to count them as a dunk. Once through though, the standard experience involved trolling new players by telling them to punch the explosive tubes. Then players would shoot up to the top of the Leviathan and experience one of the most gorgeous encounter spaces that was ever put into the game, the Celestial Observatory. On day 1, the first teams managed to get to the observatory in little over 30 minutes, but this encounter would take another 30 plus minutes to complete itself. The first thing that they noticed as they walked in was a Red Legion badass smacking our boy Callus bot around, and then immediately whooshing away. I guess that's why Callus needed to call us. I get it now, I see. The next thing the teams noticed were 4 plates placed around the room. Now, Destiny and plate mechanics go hand in hand, so it was pretty clear to everyone racing that these plates were part of the encounter. This was all about a buff called Superior Retainer, which meant you could fly up an orange tube. Superior Retainer was given randomly to 2 players, and this allowed them to go up the tube, which was built by the rest of the team holding down the 4 large plates. Once in the, well, I guess I'll call it an overhead projector room, you could briefly see one of 3 symbols: circle, square, and triangle. This callout coordinated with everyone standing on smaller plates, which opened the 3 gates built into the central platform. One player had to throw a greeted ball into the correct door to arm a weapon. Then, everyone had to return to the big plates and give one superior player the ball to throw at a projector ship. This would cause the Leviathan to attack one of the Red Legion ships in the background. And I gotta say, it was so cool to watch a ship get wrecked by a massive laser in the back. If teams completed this loop 3 times, they would beat the encounter. While on paper it might not sound like the most mind-bendingly difficult encounter, the difficulty of this encounter came down to communication, speed, and ads. There was truly so much information that needed to be communicated between team members, and players were against the clock, making it easy for mistakes to be made. The ads in Spire of Stars also had this nasty habit of swarming the players like angry fire ants that couldn't be ignored. The encounter was annoying, and it was quite challenging, but eventually teams managed to complete it. That had to be the final encounter, right? Wrong. It's time for the real raid to begin, Sunshine. All rise for the king himself. No, not Oryx, that crusty old bat. The Maverick, the Maestro, a boss so powerful that Bungie just straight up removed him from the game. Please welcome in Valkaor. You know how I said this was the hardest raid ever made? Well, the raid up to this point was an hour, yet it would be 5 more hours until we saw a world's first completion, which was insane when you compare it to something like the previous Eater of Worlds. Valkaor may not have been the biggest bad guy in the world, but my god did this dude step up the Destiny 2 raid boss experience. This will not be a guide, but a quick explanation that I believe is necessary to help you begin to understand the difficulty of this boss. The encounter is fast-paced as well as difficult, and everything had to be performed by teams in a strict and organized sequence. Step 1, kill ads. Step 2, Val shoots a ball to everyone who is engulfed. You need to pass the ball around the room and everyone throw it at him. Step 3, mess with your teammates and tell them to stand on the big plates. No, don't actually tell them to stand on the plates or they'll die. Wait on the plates, then kill the gladiators. Step 4, do the same thing as the previous encounter, but this time with 2 ships, 2 balls, and therefore 2 gates with armed weapons. Step 5 is to grab a ball and mist, pass it between 3 players, then wait for a second ball to be passed around by 2 players, then a third ball for the 3rd player. Step 6, finally Callus will take control of the bot and raise his fist up to the sky, giving you time to throw the ball at its hand, breaking Val's shield. Step 7, lock it the f in and shoot Valkaor. On day 1, all of this at once definitely stumped players. Error from Team Redeem had told me that this was one of the only boss encounters in any raid that you couldn't just hide from, and most of the time you were forced to be exposed multiple times for each mechanic. With being underleveled for day 1, this is what proved to be the hardest challenge for teams. Being in the open quite often, and then coordination on top of that with each mechanic on who is going up, who is grabbing what ball, who is passing, etc. He had told me that they had got to damage pretty early on once reaching the boss, since most of the mechanics were just more of what you did in the previous encounter. But once you got to the damage, that boss shot nukes at you. It was already hard enough to stay alive during the mechanics to unlock the damage phase, but the damage phase itself was even more punishing. Guided rockets from the boss, more ads during the damage phase, there was nowhere that was safe, or at least they had thought, for hours on end. That same feeling that was felt in clans like Redeem were felt in clans like Tier 1 and Math Class, who were all neck and neck with Redeem on this one. Teams were so stumped due to being out in the open before having this stunning realization that you could use those small side rooms for DPS, since Val's missiles, according to Error, were nukes on day 1. Math Class and Tier 1 had a lead on Redeem, since they both made it to damage faster. But one thing stood in every team's way on day 1, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Redeem unfortunately had some serious bad luck here, with multiple disconnect problems. Indica had Wi-Fi maintenance in his area, which knocked him out momentarily on their best run. And Flesh Crunch straight up disconnected from the raid, so the team had to bring in a substitute named Eon Styles. But this presented another challenge. Eon barely understood and barely spoke English at the time, so they had to hope and pray that he could pick up on the mechanics. Thankfully for them, Eon clutched up and understood where he needed to step in perfectly. Now for the part that stumped every team. Final stand. Valkaor had a final stand unlike any other raid boss in the game. He had a ton of health. You weren't given a lot of time to take this massive health bar down, and you also needed to grab a ball and throw it at him, or you were just dead. Tier 1 had a very similar story as well, with the final stand being one of the most heartbreaking parts of their day 1 attempt. Redeem died here too on their best run due to that disconnect from Indica, but on the very next run, it was time to make some history. Sweatcicle hit the final ball save, Eon Styles came in with the clutch plays, and finally, after more than 6 hours, victory was not given, it was earned.
Melting point.
Frag up. Frag this guy.
Alright, make sure you grab a ball, then shoot instantly after you get your ball. So when you grab a ball,
Helping one. One.
get ready for balls. Alright, go. Ready for balls.
Grab the
Balls
close
and then rockets. Balls and then rockets.
I don't have any.
Shoot him.
I got this. I went to shoot.
Shoot him. Shoot him.
Shoot.
I got the ball. I got the ball. I got it.
Ball in the back. Go ahead. Go ahead. Run a ball. Now. Let's go.
We did it! Let's go! Let's
go.
A true war of attrition, and Team Redeem would take home another world's first, this one without any coil glitching controversy. Spire of Stars took almost 4 times as long as the previous raid, with just Valkor taking over 3 times as long as the entire Eater of Worlds raid layer. Very few players would regard Spire as one of Destiny's greatest made, but after the embarrassing failure of Eater of Worlds, it proved that Bungie still had that raid magic, and it would be interesting to know if any changes were made to Spire following the Curse of Osiris negative reaction. Bungie removed Spire of Stars with the release of Beyond Light and the DCV, but at the time of its removal, it was the lowest cleared raid of all time. And truthfully, it's easy to see why. It was a raid that actually asked every player to step up and participate in the clear, with no room available for carries. The Prestige mode offered a small bump in the road for teams, but once again, it really wasn't much to shout home about. Players could enjoy the same modifiers as Eater of Worlds: more health, harder enemies, etc. This one would be cleared by Incinerate, Novik, Bala, Soda Solace, Ether Panda, and Alex in 31 minutes and 8 seconds. And interestingly, with this one, the second place team would just finish 41 seconds behind the world's first team, in the tightest finish in raid race history. Although Spire had improved on Eater of Worlds in almost every aspect, one area it failed to properly improve on was the loot. The weapons were the fusion rifle, Emperor's Envy, and the sidearm, the Last of the Legion. Not that great, but there was the Sleeper Catalyst, and the best emote in the game, which is still unrivaled all these years later. That's basically it for Spire of Stars, but it's worth saying that the unexpected and appreciated difficulty of this raid was nothing compared to what was about to fall upon the Destiny community. There's no hiding from the fact that year 1 of Destiny 2 was far from the best year in Destiny history. While it wasn't a complete failure, it certainly did not live up to some of the heights players had expected after seeing the possibilities in Destiny 1. Thankfully, Bungie seemingly knew this more than anyone, and the somewhat lackluster first year provided a platform for Destiny's grand comeback, Forsaken. Forsaken is widely regarded as the best year of Destiny for a reason, and Last Wish was its golden goose. I am going to take you back to one of the wildest 24 hours in Destiny history, a period of time in which legends were cemented and curses were ultimately started. This is the story of Last Wish. The raid Last Wish was dropped on Friday, September 14th, a whole 10 days after Forsaken's launch of September 4th. Now, this was the longest Destiny players had to wait for a raid, and for good reason. Forsaken launched with many players starting at power level 380, with the goal to reach power level 500 by the end of the campaign. With lots of new players and veteran returning players onboarding and reboarding at this time, this took players a day or two to beat and was just a blast overall to experience. Even if we had lost Cade 6 in the process, it made for a fantastic driving story element. What players weren't expecting was an exotic questline that would unlock the Dreaming City, the large and beautiful hub world full of difficult activities, and soon, players would see the raid as well. So when players reached power level 500, they were met with something completely new, a brand new leveling system which included daily and weekly powerful drops. These drops would give you a random weapon or piece of gear with a +1 level increase for the daily reward and a +3 for that weekly reward. This made the leveling process very slow, with players having to average out their loadout to see the power levels steadily increasing. Although slow and frustrating at times, players were having a blast with it since it was new, and it was a grind that players of Destiny 2 year 1 just weren't accustomed to. Arguably the best and most important introduction was Destiny 2's Weapon 2.0 system. Players could now choose 2 special weapons and 1 heavy if they wanted to, the trade-off being ammo efficiency. Players could also return to the Destiny 1 format of 1 primary, 1 special, and 1 heavy weapon with more creativity than ever before. This would pseudo-return elemental burns on primary ammo weapons all the way. Random rolls were officially back too, so there was always some sort of a chase going on in this DLC. So if you're power level 500, how do you prepare yourself for a raid that will be 80 levels higher by the end of it? That answer is prime engrams. With a random chance at getting one to drop, min-maxing prime engrams was a huge benefit to teams that were going for the race. With a glitch in the game that allowed you to just keep having them drop, some players were leveling closer, but even then, they would be at a minimum 30 levels under with all of this grinding. Power level 550 was just the starting encounters enemies. This was going to mean no matter how hard players grinded, they were going into the raid super underleveled. The next piece of context I want to give is the weapon and class meta at the time. Well of Radiance was still new, and players had not reached the meta heights we would see later. Since the Go Fast update that released in Warmind, players had auto reloading a lot more readily available, with Lunafaction exotic boots being a key tool here. The DPS meta weapon was basically the Icolo shotgun with trench barrel up close, and the Whisper of the Worm as a heavy ammo long range DPS option. According to Joe Blackburn, Bungie's goal in Last Wish was to make each encounter have a resemblance to some sort of game, with Callie having a resemblance to musical chairs, for example.
Musical chairs, so right, the idea that you're sort of in this scramble against this boss and a bunch of different chairs open up and you have to go find yours, right? Like, and there's that moment where like me and Hops run for the same room. And we're like, oh, I guess this isn't gonna work.
One big thing changed for the start of this World's First race. Before, Bungie had given out retrospective raid belts for World's First completions, but now they were incentivizing and pushing for players to race for the belts, as well as a guaranteed raid exotic and the first ever day one raid emblem. After players had made their way through the beautiful initial traversal area, the doors opened and they finally met the first boss, Callie the Corrupted. Racers figured out the mechanics for this fight fairly quickly. Jump on plates, cleanse 3 times, do damage in the middle, and go into the safe rooms, and then rinse and repeat. As I'll soon discuss, lots about Last Wish is unique and or a first, with one of these unique features being the fact that Callie could actually be damaged at all times. This would come back to bite Bungie and Callie, as eventually a strategy would emerge that exploited this. Another thing that Callie introduced was the 16 Last Wish symbols that players would need to memorize and assign for callouts. After being killed, Callie also gave players the final Seed of Light, an item needed to unlock your third super. This was incredibly important as players didn't know where they were going to get their final super from, and seeing it in the raid incentivized everybody in the Destiny community to get into Last Wish. After Callie, most teams immediately crossed the bridge to the next encounter, Shurochi. According to Andrew Hobbs from Bungie,
especially this area, the idea is sanctioned and unsanctioned space. So it was very purposeful that you're climbing around underneath the bridge, and being on top of the bridge is more of, you know, the official path that Awoken would have taken, but we're not supposed to be here, so we're, you know, sneaking around underneath it.
Funny enough, there might have been too much blending, as a chest glitch was found that allowed players to get raid loot early by opening the chest before the raid even came out. Players quickly realized that the symbols seen in the Callie encounter would also be involved in some way for Shurochi. This encounter was a completely new style for Destiny raiding, requiring players to constantly be on the move throughout the Dreaming City and chase the boss. Players had to activate pressure plates to advance the boss, but would take damage when they jumped on them. This caused some confusion for teams, but most of the teams figured this mechanic out rather quickly and advanced through. Bungie also added a Taken captain called the Eye of Riven. It could shoot, it could pop a Taken Nova Bomb like super, and you could even use the grenade button to blow up like a cursed thrall. The Shurochi fight was actually very mechanically simple, but required calm heads and high levels of communication to effectively organize your team into the right areas to stun the boss and complete the picture puzzle needed to advance upwards. The introduction of a countdown timer combined with high-leveled enemies and the dynamic nature of the fight sent certain teams into complete meltdown mode, causing unforced mistakes that would quickly lead to wipes. This encounter did feel incredibly rewarding to complete though, especially on day one. And once this was done, teams progressed further into the Dreaming City. The bridge to Morgeth, according to Andrew Hobbs, was a crossing in 2 different ways.
So this was the other area. Once players have passed this first wall, you wanted this feeling that you finally entered the city. And so Eric Castles did this really cool stuff in the skybox off to the left and right. You see just a whole bunch of buildings off in the distance in the fog, and it really added a lot to the feeling of, okay, we've entered the city now. And now you'll get a whole bunch more of that architecture.
After players crossed the Ascendant Plane and conquered the jumping puzzle, it was time for the giant Chernobyl piece of 5 gum, also known as Morgoth. This boss's mechanics relied heavily on a new relic called the Eye of Riven. For Morgoth, players were supposed to use the relic's Curse Thrall grenade ability explosion to free their teammates. While most teams figured this mechanic out relatively fast, the problem was balancing damage phases at the same time. A fault of many raid teams, including often my own, is going for too much damage on a boss without simply guaranteeing another phase. It is this impatience that made most teams struggle to complete Morgoth for a long time. This was due to the boss being weaker and players wanting that crispy one phase, but by using the Eye of Riven super, you could actually stun the boss to start the next round of the fight. Morgoth was a great design with unfortunately no reason to engage in the mechanic to extend for a phase 2. I really wish this boss had just a little more health, as the encounter was very cool, but the majority of players consider Morgoth a joke. Even if Morgoth did drop Destiny 2's Fatebringer before it was officially brought back in the remaster, the Nation of Beasts. Last Wish had innovated on the raid weapon format too. No longer were raid weapons static rolls. Instead, they had random rolls, embracing Forsaken's ideology of just letting everyone go bonkers and break from a strict framework that Destiny 2 Year 1 had. With these random rolls came a nice balance though, as Bungie had introduced curated rolls that dropped as well. These were fully masterworked with a set roll, so you could have static rolls and you could have random rolls existing at the same time. For anyone who has played Last Wish, this is probably the point in the video you've been anticipating the most, as after defeating Morgoth, players reached a room that, unknowingly to them, housed what would become arguably the most mind-bending encounter in Destiny raiding history: the Vault. One thing I hate to break to you guys is that the raid along never really covered Bungie's thought process behind the creation of this devilish masterpiece. It did have cool concept art of the Vault and a really funny statement from Joe Blackburn though.
Brian Frank comes over to my desk and he's just got like his hands full of like paper, and he like spills out this like paper puzzle all over my desk, and he's like, what if it was like this? And he starts moving all these pieces of paper around, and I was like, I think that makes sense. Like,
was that the lock ideation?
He had a bunch of different locks.
To that, like, for the visual effects team, we're actually pretty technical for how we do engine work as well. And so when designers are coming up with ideas like these crazy lock mechanisms, we actually support them in prototyping. And so in this one space alone, I think there was something like 5 or 6 different artists who were working on there. So we had Darren Lancey and Andy Shao who attacked that lock. Then Tommy Mabe and Stefan Williams also added art into the space as well. And this is just for one bubble alone. And the amount of iteration to get that lock correct and actually working in engine was pretty substantial.
The goal was simple: open the vault. But Vault is interesting because it can seem completely nonsensical at the start, but once you understand how to crack it, it actually does make a lot of sense the way that Bungie developed it. During the raid, when you picked up the Eye of Riven, you were given a buff called the Taken Essence of Antumbra or Taken Essence of Penumbra. So what the heck is a Penumbra and what the heck is an Antumbra?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Penumbra is defined as the shadow cast by the earth or moon over an area experiencing a partial eclipse. But shadows have nothing to do with this puzzle. So instead, let's just pay attention to pen, meaning before, and ant, meaning after shadow. The other indicator or hint in the room was when you were cleansing the plates with the buff. Yes, you kill an Eye of Riven and run through a hallway, but when you cleanse a plate, assuming that you cleansed the plate that needed the appropriate buff, the plate would actually show you the rotation to that pen or ant working. Basically, players saw 3 symbols when they stood on plates to start the encounter. If a player saw the middle symbol and I saw that on my right, that meant that the buff was Antumbra. That player with Antumbra buff must come to my plate and cleanse it. The same for if someone else's middle symbol is on my left and they have the Penumbra buff. Then they must cleanse my plate with Penumbra. Players actually thought that the middle symbol on the plates were going to be used for the quote-unquote hard mode originally, and the confusion had really set in for teams. So I just gave you the inverse of the puzzle. That's the solution without the reasoning really. The answer to the puzzle for many without the method that was used to work this answer out. So that method goes like this. If all 3 players who read the symbols defended their plates while standing on them, you would see how the vault gets unlocked and cleansed by turning clockwise or counterclockwise. Bungie's hint, as we discussed previously, was Antumbra and Penumbra, but obviously that makes no practical sense. The in-game hint is noticing the direction which the middle symbol rotates after a plate is cleansed. If the symbol in the middle rotated clockwise, then your plate was Antumbra, and counterclockwise if it was Penumbra. By testing the cleanse this way and seeing it work correctly to a given side, the side where the middle symbol will end up, raiders were obviously able to do the inverse of this explanation. The best part of this was actually fairly recently when Scripe, a member of the Echo Guild World of Warcraft team, came up with his own mathematical solution to the puzzle. There was definitely more to this encounter than I think myself and pretty much the entire player base was ready for. Being surprised with content difficulty is nothing new for Destiny players, as plenty of encounters have been sneaky difficult, but this was different. The complexity of this encounter was so extreme that a large portion of teams just gave up on racing at this point, accepting the fate that they were simply just not going to complete it with their current lack of understanding. It wasn't just mechanical complexity that made Vault difficult either. During the fight, there wasn't a boss per se, but there were knights that would try to run to plates. These knights were around 20 to 25 power levels higher than top teams at the time, often requiring a super to blast down. If these knights were able to get to your plates and slam down for a few seconds, they would kill your whole team, and you would need to start over again. So how did teams beat the vault for the very first time? A player named Ninji and his team actually brute forced and guessed the plates in just about an hour and a half into the encounter. So they were already at Riven while most other top teams still competing were at this encounter for another few hours. Datto's team actually cut the audio to the stream so people couldn't hear their plan and puzzle solving methods. This was just not common at the time, even if this has become controversial commonplace by today's standards. People from an array of streams went into Datto's stream and started piecing together what Datto was doing without any audio. It was like watching a team of scientists test independent variables in a lab. Meanwhile, Redeem was acting like a group of cavemen who discovered fire for the first time. Eventually, after many hours, Datto's team had figured out what they were supposed to do, and Redeem eventually got through too, and Sweatcicle got to enjoy his tasty ham sandwich after 7 hours. Next up came the big final boss of Last Wish, with both viewers and players alike eagerly anticipating what Bungie had cooked up for the final boss. Ninja and their team had already been at Riven for over 6 hours, but had made scarce progress. Riven was that insane of a boss, and seeing the first time reactions of players seeing this boss was amazing.
Oh! I'm underground.
Oh my god.
Oh shit!
What the
Oh!
what?
Dude, look at this thing!
Holy shit!
Look at this fucking thing, dude!
She's on a big awoken dildo thing.
And it was a true triumph in development too. I loved exploring the deep dive into Last Wish and seeing the development of Riven over time, starting as this amazing comic that I really want, to the concept of gold, to the Minecraft version. Then there was this really big knight as a placeholder. There were also different eyes with different symbols. And finally, it ended on the big girl that we get to see in the game. When Math Class, Redeem, and later Tier 1 made it to Riven, the first couple of hours were spent just learning the rooms and trying desperately to not instantly die to the fire breath, tentacles, or the hordes of ads. Most players now think of Riven as a joke of a fight due to an array of cheeses. Honestly, this is really a shame, as lots of newer players are blissfully unaware of how incredible and complex this fight was truly designed to be by Bungie. The Riven fight was ridiculous. Seriously, nothing compared to how difficult yet tremendous this raid encounter was at the time, and being 40 to 50 levels under power forced players to step up more than ever. But what made the fight itself so hard? This encounter was so hard that players would have to make maps of just the boss's eyes, then the rooms of symbols that the boss had, just so everyone was on the same page as far as communication. But what made the fight so difficult was much broader than this. Firstly, Teams of 6 had to split into 2 groups of 3. 3 people took the tree side and 3 people took the crystal side. One side was given one of 2 stun mechanics, the fan fiction favorite, tentacles, where players would have to bait a tentacle out, let the boss slam, then do enough damage to stun Riven so she revealed her illuminated eyes. 2 of them to be exact. The other stun was named Fire Breath. With this one, you had to bait her wind up to the fire, dodge it, then in a very limited window shoot her mouth to stun after she was done firing. This would also reveal 2 eyes. It was important to know the correct callouts for the illuminated eyes, as these would be communicated to the team on the other side, hence the creation of Riven eye maps. After players were done either stunning or damaging, then shooting eyes, they had to pick that eye of Riven up and let one player who did this tell the player behind the glass window in the back of the room which symbol it was. The player behind the window towards the room entrance would call out which symbol and where it was, and the other player would have to use the grenade curse thrall explosion to cleanse it. By cleansing these symbols, teams created a lift at the back of the room to go up the tower in which they'd fallen down to begin with. Players then needed to do the opposite job of what they had done before, then go up another floor to meet your team, stun Riven 3 more times, then do some damage, then shoot 6 eyes out of 10 total in sync with each other just to continue the fight. In some of the previously discussed raids, I've had to explain what specifically made an encounter difficult, but I don't think I even had to do that here. Everything was difficult about Riven, from mechanical complexity to enemy density and the sheer test of endurance between phases. Some raids have easy to discover but hard to execute mechanics. Others have hard to discover but easy to execute mechanics. Riven, however, had an evil mix of hard to discover and even harder to execute mechanics. The majority of damage came from teams falling down and shooting her magical pimples. And the story of the pimples went a little bit like this.
You used to shoot eggs on the side or something, right?
Oh, no, that's the next phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
like
originally, Mike's right. Like those eventually became the eggs.
They eventually became the bow egg hunt.
The bow eggs.
Yeah.
We built those because we were like, oh, it's gonna be too hard to shoot the giant boss. We'll just have eggs floating off in space. And we played it and we're like, I want to shoot the giant boss.
There's such weird meetings too. It was like, I don't know, there's probably like 10 people in that room, and you're talking about like there's eggs on the side, but they're kind of goopy connected to the center. We're trying to like all close our eyes and picture this weird encounter in our head of like falling next to a dragon and shooting its eggs and having it like reel in pain and be just very distraught.
See, the minigame here that Blackburn had mentioned before was supposed to be a trampoline game, bouncing up and down and shooting the eggs. So you can thank Riven being a janky boss for the idea that would eventually turn into hidden eggs around the Dreaming City being a world quest for the community and not just here for a mechanic. Eventually, after 3 whole rounds through the entire cycle of the fight, Team Redeem were introduced to the next phase of the fight and transported to the Ascendant Realm, where they'd have to parkour, kill ads fast, kill trolley phalanxes who could boop them off the map at any time, and make it to the very top of the tower. This was another technical challenge for Bungie to tackle, as Joe Blackburn would speak on.
And really early versions of this fight had you being able to get Riven to her last percentage of health, but you still had to climb the whole tower after she was done, because we needed you to get back up to the top of the tank so you could watch Riven die. And it was awful. It was like the worst thing where you're like, I know I beat the fight and now I just have to climb to the top of the tank. So we needed a way to get players up there instantly. And what you'll see here in a second is that through I think some creative brainstorming with people like Andrew Hops, we send you into the Ascendant Realm to see an Ascendant version of Riven, and you get to do a sort of a different climb. But what this really allows us to do is, right, it's a gateway. We get to teleport you in one side and teleport you out the other side, so you always end up where you need to be.
They ended up settling for a better version, in my opinion. Seeing the Ascendant Realm one more time, and maybe some sort of final form, was super exciting. One final surprise awaited Redeem upon returning from the Ascendant Realm: a grand final stand with Riven. Team Redeem were triumphant here and conquered Final Stand, but some other teams fell tragically at this moment.
Oh my god! Did we get it?
Let's go!
Is that it?
Inside his mouth, inside his mouth.
I'm shooting! I'm shooting! I'm shooting!
Oh my god.
I'm shooting! I'm shooting! I'm shooting! I'm shooting!
Please no. Please no.
What?
No, that's because of the ghost. Wait, it's because of the ghost. It's because of Shared Fate, the res timer. If that didn't fucking count, I swear to God.
Take that challenge because I think you have more time than that.
We had him down to no help.
After 17 hours and 9 minutes, Riven was officially dead, and the raid was complete. Oh wait, it wasn't. A final stand after a final stand was evil from Bungie, and it's lucky that a select few Redeem members refrained from celebrating too early, as I couldn't imagine how heartbreaking it would have been if they had wiped without destroying Riven's heart. Okay, so the raid is over, right? Actually, nope. Here comes the final encounter of the raid in the highest power level of the raid, 580 to 585 Queen's Walk. This one is actually the final one, I promise. With the newly found energy from Tfue hosting his clanmate Flesh Crunch to stop him quitting.
Fucking Tfue just hosted me for 20k.
Well, looks like you ain't getting off, bud.
It was time for Redeem to try to bring this one home, but not if the Centurion had anything to do with it. Seriously, one hit from the Axion Dart had the power to take out 6 players at once, and the goal for the raid team at Bungie was to make a Halo-like finish to the raid. This fight was super simple compared to everything they had faced in the previous encounters, as all they had to do was carry the heart of Riven out of her lifeless tentacle body and back through the raid. How long could that really take? Oh, you know, only 2 more hours? A mix of fatigue, pressure, and high-leveled ads made this encounter play much more difficult than I feel it would have done had this been the first encounter. Players were on a timer, and everyone had to stay in the aura of the heart holder or they would die. The player with the heart had to give a countdown for everyone and let them know when their buff was about to expire. Once they had called out that their buff was going to expire, players had to escape the aura or risk being teleported away into the heart. For the rest of the 5 players remaining, one player would get randomly chosen to pick up the heart. They had to carry this until time got low again, except this time the person inside of the heart saw the orbs from Morgoth and had to pick the last one up in the heart remaining to refresh the timer. But after that, the next player would get sucked into the heart and rinse and repeat. I always love the small detail that you can see the hands holding you when you're inside of the heart. It's a small touch, but it just goes to show the amount of passion that was poured into this raid. There was one more problem though. You remember those knights from the vault, right? The ones that made most teams quit because they were just too strong? Yeah, those are trying to kill the players inside the heart the whole time. This time though, they are even stronger and did not have to deal with the fatigue and sore eyes of gaming for 18 hours. Bungie truly nailed this ending encounter, and it's a shame that these raid outros aren't really a mainstay in raids. The music, the voice lines, and the pressure that felt really reminiscent of the feeling you'd get towards the end of the Halo campaign, and after almost 19 hours, one team pulled through. A whole 18 hours and 49 minutes after the raid came out, finally beat it. They were rewarded with the 1000 voice raid exotic for every member, and they were rewarded with what would become the rarest emblem in Destiny history, the Wish Ascended, with only 6 Redeem members and later 6 Tier 1 members earning this emblem. And very unfortunately, Math Class just missing it by 2 whole minutes.
Oh my god, we're done.
Bro, I want the emblem. Fuck this.
Yikes, 2 minutes late. Literally 2 minutes.
The impact of Redeem's achievement sent shockwaves throughout the entire community, as their completion would be literally game-changing, as the Dreaming City evolved as a result. This completion would affect the entire year of Destiny, and still does even now. The final wish from Riven, the curse of the Dreaming City, and the cycle that would follow. Riven would let out a final screech, and the entire Dreaming City changed. And this gave players a ton of new activities in the game. Nowadays, most people see Last Wish as the place to grind some craftable weapons, to grind some catalysts at Shuro Chi, and skip to a Riven Cheese for a red border drop. But in 2018, this was the peak of what Destiny could offer. And I'll be the first to admit, I have heavy bias towards this raid, but hopefully with the story and impact of it, that bias makes sense to all of you too. But there is one big issue that Last Wish created. How the hell would Bungie follow it up? After Forsaken, the question on everyone's lips was how Bungie could possibly follow up an expansion of such sheer size and quality. The harsh reality is that they simply couldn't, hence why the DLC structure was changed significantly after Forsaken. The seasonal model debuted with the release of Season of the Forge, also known as Black Armory, on December 4th of 2018. Back in Season of the Forge, nobody was worried about maxing out season passes or the DCV. Instead, they were enjoying some of the best content that Destiny had to offer. A challenging title, Blacksmith, which is still rare to see in 2025, and some of Destiny's most beloved loot. This season would also add the first raid since Last Wish, Scourge of the Past. While it was super easy at the correct level, the day one race was complete and utter chaos. Or you could even say it was complete anarchy.
Why are you the way that you are?
But seriously, the day one experience was unique and unlike anything else I've seen in the history of raid racing. Welcome to the tale of Scourge of the Past. Scourge released just a few days after the release of Season of the Forge. Bungie had only released one forge, the Volunder Forge, in the first week of Black Armory, which meant that most players were super underleveled for this content. This was an issue for the majority of the player base, and people were also kind of frustrated that there wasn't really a lot of seasonal content during the first few days of the new season. Of course, all these complaints went out the window when the raid was released. Raids, in my opinion, make a lot of Bungie's problems go away, most of the time. Serious teams had prepped as much as they could before the raid release, and even though this was a time before broken artifact mods and moon bounties, the recommended power for this raid was only 640. This was a power level that a lot of hardcore grinders who did a lot of bounty prepping could absolutely overlevel for. This meant that people who were racing on day one came into the experience pretty overleveled, which made even more of a difference because at this point in the game's history, contest mode did not yet exist. That being said, despite the seemingly easy nature of the new raid, the stakes were still high because of the 24-hour emblem, and above all, the physical raid belt. This raid race was unlike any other though, and not in a good way. The raid started in one of the most memorable locations in Destiny history, Batza Downtown. This was set in the last city itself, a location that players had wanted to visit properly since the release of Destiny, and this was something that the developers at Bungie had prioritized since the start of the raid's development. In the Bungie raid along, they mentioned that
we started out knowing that we wanted to return to the last city. It was like a Destiny 2 destination that players are familiar with, but maybe hadn't had a lot of experience playing and exploring in. We knew we wanted to revisit the Fallen as a combatant race.
Players quickly noticed just how much freedom Bungie had given them in the opening encounter of the raid. The towering skyscrapers dotted across the map, mixed with the narrow alleyways and the underbelly of the environment. It created an atmosphere unlike any other. The ability to sparrow around the space made it feel like Bungie actively wanted players to explore, and the verticality of the space set up interesting scenarios where some players would be fighting directly above or below their teammates. Could you imagine if we had Strand in this raid? On day one, the first challenge for teams was figuring out what the hell the Berserker enemy actually was. Scourge of the Past was the first raid to feature the Fallen as the primary antagonist since Wrath of the Machine. However, just like Wrath, the enemies inside the raid weren't regular Fallen. They were Fallen who had made themselves stronger using secret technology from the Black Armory. In the raid along, the devs made it clear that this was the main prompt for the design philosophy behind the Berserkers.
This was Roderick Wise's work. This is the high-res of the Berserker combatant.
And again, this was the conversations with the combatants team, wanting to explore that. Like, what does a less scrappy, like high-tech version of Fallen look like? He's all kitted out in his suit, and he's got abilities and powers that feel very technology focused, as opposed to more of the mystical stuff that we've done in the past. Or where it's rusted and old and it's sort of put together.
The Berserkers couldn't be killed like normal enemies. You needed to engage in teamwork to take them down. Players would have to shoot the back and the chest of the Berserkers in order to break their shield, allowing them to take these annoying enemies out. Interestingly, Berserkers had a special codename during development, which shaped a lot of the design philosophy behind them.
Codename Capo is short for Capo Regime, which is like a mafia term that describes this like layer of the organization that's not the boss, but it's below the boss. And like that's where our head was at in terms of the theming. and like trying to represent the sort of syndicate nature of the faction.
The second challenge was figuring out how to read the digital map in the arena. Teams discovered that an orange ball signified a berserker with the charge. Green dots referred to places where the charge could be deposited, and yellow dots indicated player location. With the developers at Bungie, they took a lot of time to make sure that the map's colors were chosen in the best way possible.
And we try to use color theories to sell the idea that, okay, these are the friendly units, these are the hostile units, so that way, because combat is going off non-stop, and we want to really make sure that, you know, you can get a good read just by looking at it, and you know what's happening in the game, and you can communicate to your fire team members that, oh, you need to go to point A or point B. And so I feel that, you know, I think the map accomplished that in the raid. And shout out to Darren Lancy and Tommy Mabe. They did a really great job trying to flesh out a map and polish the map.
Once players had killed berserkers and picked up their charges, the yellow dots which appeared above their heads on the map corresponded to the charge receptacles dotted around the environment, and this told the map reader where to direct the players with the charges. Now, this is an encounter that needed a lot of communication, a proper staple of raids in general. The only issue was, on day one, Discord, which a lot of teams use for communication, went down. Teams needed to set up alternative methods for actually talking with each other, such as TeamSpeak, in-game chat, and Skype. It was a total hassle compared to just how good Discord normally was for day one races, but anyways, teams had to get through this quickly. If you didn't deposit the charges in the receptacles in time, or took too long to replace the map's dodgy batteries, then you would wipe. There was also a fun Easter egg that is almost certainly a reference to Halo. If you punch 2 receptacles on top of a skyscraper, you could get a Drake tank to spawn in. Once teams had finished the opening encounter, which was done in about 20 minutes by the world's first team on day 1, it was time to conquer something truly unique. Something that we'd never seen before in raids at all. A maze. People could get lost for a long time in here, and God help you if one of your LFG blueberries decided to ignore the advice of the raid leader. The Bungie developers made it clear that they thought of the maze section as an archetypal part of a raid.
And like you said, provide that experience that I think is really unique to raids. Like I think about the very first time I played a raid and I entered into a maze with my fire team, and just like the absolute terror of getting left behind and then having to tell someone like, I'm lost, please come back and get me. It's like, in my mind, a quintessential raid experience.
And they were even inspired by one of the most terrifying horror movies out there.
Well, for this one particularly, I was inspired by The Descent.
Oh God.
Because I was just like, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I would see that being as, just lost in the depths of God knows what.
Once players had finally navigated through the maze, it was time for the second full encounter in the raid, which would become the very thing that Scourge of the Past would become known for.
Oh.
I'm scared.
Oh.
Drive.
Door open.
Oh, okay, we're gonna drive away from that. And he chases us the whole time.
This was the love child of Sparrow Racing League, and that one boulder scene in Indiana Jones, as players would have to race through while being chased by a fiery servitor. Interestingly enough, this was the only boss in Destiny 2 that was completely invulnerable to any and all attacks that you could launch at it. Fighting was not an option here. It was pretty obvious that the goal of the encounter's design was to give players a high adrenaline, need for speed-esque chase that would definitely get your heart pumping, and your team yelling insults at anyone who was too slow to keep up. There was a hidden chest in the encounter that gave players a chance to get the best Sparrow in the game, the Always On Time, as well as a powerful fallen mod that we will get to later. After the Sparrow race had been completed, it was time for players to face the first phase of the final boss, Insurrection Prime, even if you couldn't actually see it while you were doing this phase. Because of this, I'm gonna have to call it having fun with tanks, aka the tanks encounter. The first thing that players would notice was a large, seemingly inert, crumpled ball of debris. The second thing would be the electric doors dotted around the map. And the third was the absolutely massive servitor chilling in the encounter space. After players had killed the servitor, the encounter properly started, and 3 guardians would need to get into the tunnels to grab 3 different buffs: the continuous buff, the angular buff, and the parallel buff. There was a 4th ominous buff that would keep changing shape, and teams had to hope and pray that their titans weren't feeling particularly fist happy. that day, because punching the final receptacle would cause a nuke to explode. In other words, don't punch the big red button. After grabbing 2 of the same buff, players would need to make sure that they didn't cross paths with players holding different buffs, while other people up top would annihilate a second massive servitor as quickly as possible. After that, the players with the buffs would deposit them into appropriate receptacles above the tunnels, which would cause tanks to spawn in, giving raid teams the firepower they needed to take on the not so inert crumpled ball of debris in the center. Teams would have to dodge the missiles that this thing would shoot at them, while firing their own missiles to kickstart the final encounter of the raid, Insurrection Prime, the second phase. The communication required to complete the first phase of Insurrection Prime made it an LFG nightmare, but for well-oiled teams on day 1, this wasn't the worst thing in the world. You remember that ball of debris in the center of the previous encounter? Turns out it wasn't debris at all. It was a squishy servitor in a gigantic mech that could take on Liberty Prime and come out on top. Insurrection Prime was the final boss in Scourge of the Past, and it's safe to say that while the encounter itself wasn't too challenging, the design on this boss was nothing short of incredible. For those of you watching this now, you've probably seen the Brigs Bungie introduced with Beyond Light's expansion. Hell, you can even control a Brig now in some of the game modes. But on day 1, this was the first time that we'd seen anything like this in game. Funnily enough, this menacing hulk of metal was slightly less imposing during development.
Insurrection Prime, whose working name was Mechatroid the Bombastic. We wish stuck, but we know we had to change for story reasons.
There was also a hilarious glitch that came about during development of Scourge of the Past that I'm so pleased that Bungie showed us.
We're going through development, we're trying to close this out, and then I get an email that's like, there's a bug in loot, which is inverted Spire. A ship's D2 strike that we didn't touch at all. I'm like, how is this possible? And then we get a video of the bug, and then they show me, and this is one of my favorite bug videos of all time, because it's, yeah, sure, the boss is gonna spawn. Don't worry about it.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Roltheon. Working as intended.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what had happened is we used a Minotaur to prototype our initial mech. And to do that, we scaled up its rig and its skeleton. And something happened and that got checked in. And then anything that referenced that skeleton became 5 times as big as it was supposed to be.
Clan Tier 1 reached Insurrection Prime's second phase within an hour and 8 minutes, and it would only take them about 40 more minutes to take it out. That says a lot about the boss's difficulty. Then again, rally flags were in the game since Last Wish, so the ammo economy wasn't really much of an issue the way it was for the Leviathan raids. On top of that, the team was overleveled, and contest mode didn't exist yet, so it's worth bearing that in mind. The mechanics were pretty simple too. Find the Berserker, identify the charges, deposit the charges, which would spawn in the tanks. The person on map duty would act as a guide for the 2 Berserker killing charge runners. The other 3 members acted as floaters. They were essentially secondary map readers if necessary, but they also had additional duties on top of that. They killed snipers, got rid of Insurrection Prime's shield, while also stunning it to prevent executing powerful player-focused attacks. Fallen snipers were still pretty lethal on day 1, despite the overleveling, so getting rid of them was more important than you might think. The boss also had 6 glowing white spots that teams would need to shoot several times to get rid of the shield before DPS. When teams got to DPS, they'd have to remember the mechanic from the tank encounter. The boss would unleash a wave which would distribute 3 buffs evenly among the 6 players: continuous, angular, and parallel. If you were too close to a teammate with a different buff from yours, you'd become tethered together and you would take damage over time until your eventual death. On the other hand, if you weren't close enough to the second player that shared your buff, you'd miss out on a potent second buff called Phase Synergy, which would massively increase your damage. There was a few different strategies for where players with certain buffs should stand. While there wasn't one specific strategy that was superior to the others, arguments about which one was the optimal one persisted in the raiding community right up until the raid was sunset with Beyond Light's expansion. If there's anybody still out there arguing about the correct rotation, it's time to stop. No, literally. Bungie actually confirmed the stat that they used in development. and the final answer as far as I'm concerned.
So the way we were thinking about it was circle is one continuous line, triangles 3 lines, squares 4 lines. So we would go 1, 3, 4, which was cap.
Damage wasn't really an issue because of over leveling for some of these racers, but the encounter did test some teams' ability to engage in consistent communication quickly and make quick decision making. In the end, Tier 1 won the raid race with a time of 1 hour and 47 minutes and 41 seconds, 20 minutes ahead of any other team. Tier 1 had been competing for World's First again and again, and given that they'd always managed to get top 5 placements before, it makes sense that they were finally able to get their glory in Scourge of the Past. Now, one other issue that made this day 1 absolute anarchy other than Discord going down was actually a join players feature that was on Battle.net at the time. A lot of streamers were getting their IP taken from other players joining their lobby, and that is the dark side of this story. There was a huge amount of players not able to play simply because they were getting booted out of the raid. So their day 1s never really got to begin. That being said, I still think that Tier 1 would have placed at least very, very high, if not first, regardless. So how was the loot? The loot that came from Black Armory's expansion and the season is often mistaken with the raid loot. You had the absolute icons like Hammerhead, which was one of the best LMGs in the game, the Kindled Orchid hand cannon, which was one of the best in the game, and some weapons that made a return with Into the Light. There was also the pulse rifle Blast Furnace. However, these were not from the raid Scourge of the Past. This mistake is understandable because they're all weapons from the illustrious Black Armory. The raid, on the other hand, had some pretty good legendaries available to earn too. This was the second raid that could drop curated rules of weapons, which had been introduced in Last Wish. At the time, curated rules were incredibly cool and sought after. The shotgun, threat level for example, was from the first chest, and it could drop as a curated role with Grave Robber and Trench Barrel, and they were incredibly strong back in the day thanks to the insane power of auto-reloading Luna faction rifts. The Arc Fusion Rifle Tempered Dynamo rolled with Backup Plan, which again was more exciting back in the day since it was a perk combo paying homage to the exotic fusion rifle, the Plan C. The rocket launcher Bellowing Giant was kind of mediocre because rockets weren't too strong back then, and Bungie also liked putting interesting perks on rocket launchers, such as Moving Target or Threat Detector. Interestingly enough, the Scout Rifle was a little mediocre at the time, but became a bit better after Beyond Light was introduced. This was because of the scope system, which was retired around the same time. All of a sudden, because all of the ways in which scopes affected zoom, range, and damage fall off, weapons that could roll with high zoom scopes were much more desirable for PvP. With the legendary Scout Rifle No Feelings, it also helped that it could roll box breathing, which gave it the quickest time to kill for a 180 scout at the time. With a lot of the weapons in this video, the sandbox changed so much over time that some of the craziest options from back in the day seem relatively tame now, but trust me when I say that they used to be wild. The armor that dropped from the raid was either alright, amazing, or terrible, depending on your taste, apart from the penis helmet on Titans. The chest after the Sparrow encounter dropped some ridiculously powerful Fallen mods that would apply to all Fallen enemies across the entire game, including everyone's favorite pastime, Gambit. Mods like this working in Gambit and Bungie's lack of attention to Gambit as a whole contributed to the downfall of that mode. Does this mean Scourge of the Past as the catalyst to Gambit's demise? No, that started in Last Wish's introduction with all of these mods, but for Taken. Of course, these mods were before Armor 2.0 was a thing, so mods were consumable items that you could directly apply to your armor pieces. The other piece of loot that you could get from this chest was the unparalleled Always on Time, aka the best Sparrow in the game. When this was released, it was fixed at a much higher speed than any other Sparrow in the game. This was originally because the developers needed to be able to go fast around the map as they designed the Scourge of the Past raid. When it debuted, the devs decided to keep Always on Time at the boosted speed, making it outclass every other Sparrow in the game. Of course, Bungie would later make it so all Sparrows from any source could match the speed of Always on Time, but the raid Sparrow also had a unique intrinsic perk called Increased Durability, which would make enemies less aggressive towards you when you were riding this Sparrow. Now, this perk isn't game-changing, but much later down the line, it would prove to be useful in future Destiny 2 content. I've been building up to this last piece of loot from this raid because it is the final piece of Anarchy, since it's named Anarchy. This weapon dominated the meta for 3 years until it got nuked in a nerf, and it's still being used in day 1 raid and dungeon encounters to this day. It is probably the most exotic ever made, and I think its place will be in the highest spots of Destiny praise for eternity. Anarchy doesn't need an introduction, but I just gave it one. And ironically, in the Bungie raid along for Scourge of the Past, the developers explained that it took them ages to come up with the name of Anarchy.
For anybody who has seen the raid exotic Anarchy, that was probably the last thing, or one of the last things that we actually named.
Yeah.
Largely because we went through so many different names for it that were like, you know, exciting and big and sounded crazy, and I kept myself and Guillaume kept coming back to Anarchy as like a starting point because nothing was really actually fitting. And we kept saying like, Anarchy, that doesn't sound big enough, that doesn't sound exciting enough. You know, and we sort of took it to some of the other members of the writing team, and they were just like, yeah, sounds great. And I kind of like had this panic the whole time that was like, we're not going to figure out the name for this exotic and nobody's going to remember it. And we put it out and it like totally works. But, you know, it takes it sometimes getting out into the wild to really know.
That you did okay.
That it's fine.
You're like, yes, this works.
It can be hard
This
to
is fine.
convince yourself that your first idea is the best.
At the time of release, it was unique because it did passive damage, which meant that you could fire 2 little grenades and swap to something else to deal massive amounts of damage. There was a time where there was one jack of all trades, master of all loadouts, which could shred through anything, Mountaintop, Recluse, and Anarchy. And it even has a special cheese you could do on Kali the Corrupted. So yes, Anarchy was a big reason this raid was still played years later, until it was sunset and the weapon was put in a silly kiosk. With all that said, the raid set in the last city had been cleared in rapid time, and maybe Bungie wanted things to be a little bit harder for the next raid we're about to cover. It was time for teams to take a trip back to the Leviathan and get well acquainted with the now ubiquitous contest mode. Crown of Sorrow debuted on the same day as Season of Opulence, and was doomed to have a poorer reception than the other Day 1 raids as a result. But other than some major fatigue from racers, Crown is widely viewed as a great Day 1 raid race story. The story begins with Bungie experimenting with a lot of variables in regards to the season. Not only was there a whole 6-player event that wasn't a raid for the first time ever, but there was also a firing range to test all of your best weapons. Take that, Edge of Fate, and your new firing range. But the biggest experiment of all of these was releasing the raid just 6 hours after the DLC was out, with the brand new contest mode. We know contest mode pretty well in modern Destiny raiding, but its goal at the time, as quoted by Polygon in 2019, was to, quote, even the playing field between competing groups. No matter how high level a Guardian is in contest mode, their effective power level will still be 700 for that first fight, 15 levels under the recommended. At most, players will deal about 71% normal damage in the first encounter, and suffer a comparable damage increase from enemies. Dropping this raid with a new difficulty that nobody knew what to expect from, with only 6 hours to prepare, with the goal to be around 715 by the time your team was ready to start the raid, while the final boss was 740 power, was certainly an ambitious decision. However, it showed the confidence from both Bungie and Vicarious Visions, Vicarious Visions being responsible for their hand in the Season of Opulence. It mostly showed this confidence because of how rough the Destiny servers can be, and how buggy a Destiny launch can be. But back in 2019, everything just worked. Well, mostly, because the RNG of getting the gear you needed determined how much you were going to struggle in this raid. We talked about in Last Wish how much preparing for the raid played a role, but we also said that you could get many of the same drop too. So this time, every player went in with a grand plan. Follow the Sweatcicle prep sheet. Min-maxing, speed, and efficiency were all on the forefront of what needed to be done. Every single powerful had to be done in a certain order to get them all done. This meant every single raid racer was going to need to prep all 3 characters with every single powerful and pinnacle drop. So, all of this shit, all 3 characters in 6 hours before the raid. You needed to save bounties, run Shattered Throne 3 times, run forges, do your Ascendant challenges, Zerg bounties, anything you name it that has a powerful reward. You were doing this in a 6-hour time crunch. Menagerie was your ticket in. It gave you levels, and was literally a requirement to get into the raid. But the levels to be ready for our first ever contest raid was set up in a way to keep players no higher than power level 720. This was all in an attempt to keep players from being over leveled like with Scourge of the Past, but still not so under leveled where only 2 teams could finish a day 1 raid race like Last Wish. So now that everyone was fatigued going into day 1, how would players find that second win? Only a challenge worthy of a crown could keep their motivation intact. Well, that and of course a raid belt, a 24-hour emblem, and the guaranteed exotic for the 6 first place players on the winning team that would also keep things in check. Controversially, going into this raid race, the exotic sleeper simulant was nerfed as well, even though it was already underperforming compared to some other exotic choices. But you will find out why later on into this raid. Also, the raid's ending has one of the craziest moments in Destiny history. So let's officially meet our raid. Crown of Sorrow. The stage had been set, and with thousands of people gathering to watch what was going to happen in Bungie's latest raid, the raiders were just relieved to be in the raid. I want to stress that this raid was really the most fair Bungie had made a raid race up until this point. Yes, it came out the same day as the DLC, but the contest mode was to make the experience similar across all teams to give some teams who didn't live on Destiny a shot. It's not just the player damage in contests that you could feel, you could also feel the aggression from enemies a bit more, and you were much weaker on top of being under-leveled. The raid started back where the initiation quest for the menagerie was, so fittingly, it was in the menagerie. This was a season themed around the Leviathan for one final showdown, so it only made sense that the raid take place in the newer portions of the location. I want to stress that there was a lot of fatigue over the location of the Leviathan, but with this season, it was handled so precisely that you couldn't hear any audible sighs. Instead, you would hear the singing of praise over the season's greatness. All right, so the lamp lighting, the encounter that teaches the mechanics of the whole raid. This is probably where you want to listen up. 3 people stepped into the green pool. They then got buffed with the Witch's Blessing on a timer, while the other 3 made sure not to have it. You always wanted this mirroring of buff and no buff on your team, because certain enemies were blessed and needed to be killed by blessed teammates with the Witch's buff, while the other 3 were not blessed and needed to be killed by non-blessed teammates. This was the key of the whole raid. Team up mechanics that called for your buddy system teammate to be fully involved, and this extended to the crystals that would spawn as well, which needed a buff and a non-buff to break them, because if you didn't, you just died. After some crystal breaking and some ad clearing, there was the first wall of the raid, the blessed and non-blessed ogre brothers. The only thing to keep note of was the Witch's Blessing, which you would swap around before the timer expired, keeping the rules fresh and keeping teams on their toes. The only problem myself and many others had with this encounter was that it was 4 rounds long instead of 3, but I guess it wasn't the end of the world, especially knowing that the encounter progressed faster if you killed ads, a nice little reward for everything on top of it. It's important to stress that this buddy system and this mechanic of crystal breaking really worked perfectly as long as you just didn't die very often. It became chaos very quickly to swap buffs around if somebody died while they had the Witch's Blessing. On day 1, it was all about managing groups of 2 and using auto-loading mountaintops to take out knights. And good luck if you didn't have this weapon for this raid. It was really tough without it for sure, and its required place in raids like this was no doubt a reason that Bungie would go on to get rid of pinnacle weapons entirely. But I personally love that you would need the best weapons from some really pinnacle content to bring into the raid. What else would a pinnacle weapon be there for after all? Regardless, teams were able to finish this one up pretty quickly. The jumping puzzle was more of the same crystal mechanic from before, but I want to stress that this whole Witch's Blessing, hell, the Crown of Sorrow itself, are so important for the future of Destiny since Savathun was widely still a mystery at this point. She showed up over this year of content, but never had a face for her trickery, and the Crown of Sorrow was maybe her biggest trick yet. Okay, second biggest trick. Savathun may be a been there, done that NPC in Destiny today, but she elevated this raid's intrigue to many on day 1. And I always loved that Bungie included mechanics that directly referenced her. It did a great bit of world building, and I would have to think it built up everybody getting excited for a DLC like the Witch Queen. Only a bit over an hour into the raid, and racers were headed to the second encounter, a miniature version of Galron that many Destiny players would know from today from his inclusion in the Duality Dungeon. But in this raid, the deception worked a bit differently. This room was the final one for this raid, and for the first time in a while, you could really feel the depth of the Leviathan. Mountains of gold were as far as the eye could see. There were buried callous treasures, and one possessed looking Cabal bather. This was the first time since Oryx that Destiny players had fought a cloned smaller version of the main boss, but it actually won't be the last one that you see in this video either. It sort of became a trend as time went on. This was Galron's Deception. And I always loved the very, very bold design of Galron. I actually wish Bungie would experiment with more freaky designs with this one because it's still so damn iconic. So now for the encounter itself. Each side was divided into threes, and players would need to split into 3 teams of 2 on each side of the triangular arena. One side would either deal with a blessed and non-blessed set of adds ending with an ogre, or you would have to deal with none of that at all, with no deception. Or you would have Ray Lewis in the form of a hive bather chase you down. And Galron's Deception also came with the biggest enemy of them all, Destiny physics. Bungie has since updated the physics engine to not allow deaths on getting smacked into walls, but players were dying left and right to the deception knocking them around rather than slashing them around. Regardless, after doing 2 full rotations of moving the buff around and breaking crystals, you had to break the deception shield the same way as the rest of the raid. Blessed and non-blessed players punching Galron's Deception. This created a small window where the shield broke and damage could be done. And the key was to have people doing multiple breaks against him for a larger DPS phase. I like this idea a lot because the more damage that got done over time, the more you needed to coordinate who broke when, and have someone bait the deception out early so the main puncher didn't lose a life. I also love this because everyone was stuck to a side, but you lowered the shield by exchanging blessings to different sides. Players eventually found that just by sticking the exotic Anarchy from Scourge of the Past on Galron, it would do a lot of ticks that would count as punches. And while on day 1 it was different, this became the normal strategy. But oh boy, was day 1 really different.
Yeah. There's still swords. No, I need to ramp.
Over on the spot on me.
We got a constant things right here.
We don't have a buff.
This was the check for a lot of teams racing, and you'd better have a mountaintop on day 1 or you probably weren't making it past this. If you did though, it was time to meet the real Galron and the final encounter of the raid, but by far the longest and the hardest one. This was where day 1 really heated up, with the most expected teams making it here, like Redeem, Tier 1, Math Class, and Be Bold. So how would the first contest final fight in Destiny history go down? Well, it went a little something like this.
There's 3 of them.
Oh shit. Kill the crystal first.
An ogre again? You're gonna have to kill that ogre?
Seriously, if Deception was the check for most teams on day 1, Galron took it to the next level. One of the coolest looking bosses to date in all of Destiny. Galron came with maybe the most unique encounter of all time. An open environment fight with little to no cover and a raining hell circus all around. This boss had it all, and the goal was all about load management and following an order of operations to avoid 3 Galrons. Players figured out that the order was to kill the knights, avoid Galron's attacks, swap the buff with teammates on all 3 sides, since this time the room was fully open now, and you had to deal with crystals too. And oh yeah, so after 3 crystals rotated around the room, Galron summoned 2 ogres and 1 deception. So unblessed players had to kill the ogres, and for the deception side, you had to have that side lose the buff by punching the deception together, then shooting Galron's massive green mitts to have him slam a glaive into the deception. Now, if the deception didn't die in time, they wiped. If the crystals didn't die in time, they wiped. And if the ads didn't die in time, they wiped. Communication was the key to this. And like we said before, if somebody died, things could run into some major issues. This was just an ultimate buddy system that called for all 6 players to be alert and attentive. But calm and steady minds, which raid racers, and especially world's first racers, were by this point, was going to be necessary. This back and forth battle gave a window of opportunity for teams to catch up, as the final encounter would take around 3 whole extra hours to complete for the world's first teams. So after the deception was down on each side, Galron would hit some hocus pocus. Players needed to shoot those hands down and shoot the head to find the real Galron, then do damage. And well, that's the fight. For day 1 teams, they figured out that using the returning Outbreak Prime, now named Outbreak Perfected, did the job perfectly. This had just come back with the secret mission 0 Hour, and it was so cool to see a primary ammo weapon take center stage for this raid race. This was because Outbreak Perfected paired perfectly with nanites, which were a lot more powerful back then. But on top of this, it was because of the ammo economy paired with infinite reloads from rally barricades and lunafaction wells and rifts auto reloading for you the whole time for your full team to get shots off for even more nanites and even more damage. You could conserve your other ammo for the enemies in the room and save your primary for damage. So it was really just a win-win. You gotta understand that ammo economy was and still is a huge factor on day 1. And even with rally flags in the game, shredding your heavy was necessary for everything leading up to damage. So having primary ammo for DPS was a huge save. One thing I should mention is that Bungie made a seemingly random nerf to Sleeper Simulant's damage, and Sleeper had already been nerfed before this, but seeing Galron and potential strategies with trapping Sleeper damage, it made plenty of sense that Bungie actually did go ahead and nerf this one. While the race raged on back and forth between teams, the key factor was Outbreak, and with the finale on the line, it was down to Math Class and Clan Be Bold to seal their fate. Be Bold was so close to victory in the Spire of Stars race, only losing to a ball that they couldn't reach, which caused a wipe and a far placement fall, while Math Class hadn't had a world's first since Vault of Glass, and were teased relentlessly for the 2402 clear of Last Wish, placing them in 3rd. A raid exotic was on the line for every world's first player, a raid belt for every world's first player, and a spot in the annals of history for the victory. But only one could do it.
Deeps.
I have 30 seconds, I'm buff.
Celestial, let's go, baby.
Throw on us.
Die.
Let's go.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh wait, yeah, he might do some dummy. Oh, watch out!
Find the chest. Chest. It's probably beside him. Up top, maybe? Up top over here? Or down?
No, it's in front of him.
Where we just killed him.
Grab it!
Grab the shit and get out. Grab the shit and get out. Grab the shit and get out. Who's party lead?
Holy shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! I can't believe it! Can't believe it! Oh my god! Oh my god! My whole body.
So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm pretty sure someone has already beat.
No, we got the gun.
Did all of us get it?
All of us got. I got it.
We all just got it.
Well, maybe
That's
you're right.
well, that's first, right? That's first. If everyone gets the gun.
Datto, extremely sick at the time of the day 1 raid, had won his first ever day 1 raid belt and was rightfully emotional as hell. But Be Bold also won their first ever day 1 raid race. So who actually won this, and why was one of these teams baited so hard? Destiny works on some form of instance-based triggers, meaning that until my team wipes in a raid, or in this case, a world's first instance, we will be rewarded with whatever trigger is there. So while one team won and got Teraba, they shared the same overall instance that another team had in their game, basically meaning they were both treated like they won a world's first, but only one got to take home the raid belt. And
Another well. Empowered?
Come on.
Please.
Get ready.
Yeah, I'm watching.
It's down.
Whoa.
That is
Get
a
the
big
chest.
fucking
If there's a
hit,
chest,
what the hell?
if this is it, let's find a chest.
Who's
behind him? Yeah, behind.
Please.
Oh god. Come on, please. Who's the leader?
Yes! Let's go!
it was Clan Be Bold with a Cinderella story in their own right, coming off of last summer's raid, Spire of Stars, where they were mere seconds from the world's first. A team of Akata, Esoteric, Big Bad Dave, WN Delirium, Carolina Gamer, and Puns were your world's first champions. And for math class, man, this year had it out for them. And unfortunately, this would only foreshadow future day ones to come. After this handling of day one exotic drops from shared instances, Bungie would take away every player's ability on the world's first team to get the exotic to drop guarantee, which I still think is a bad way of handling it, since there has been other measures in place to award a world's first team. It was a great idea to award the raid exotic guaranteed this way, but it did come at a cost of baiting one of Destiny's most iconic teams, and from a player perspective, one of Destiny's most iconic players. Datto would have some words to follow this one up on multiple occasions, and man, can you really blame the guy?
My team ended up getting the raid exotic. Everyone got it, so we thought we had gotten first place. After finding out that we actually got baited and we got second, we got really sad about it, and I think people kind of took this the wrong way, like a sense of, you know, non-sportsmanship or unsportsmanlike, you know, response or whatever, and that's not it. That's not it at all. We were that sad, we were that kind of devastated because we just had our hearts ripped out thinking that we got first place when we actually didn't.
The way the last two encounters played out really made up for the minimalist opening encounter and the lack of exploration that this raid offered. Crown is the smallest raid in terms of scale, maybe ever, but its last two encounters and their quality made up for it a lot, with Galron really stepping it up and forcing you to move into open space. Regardless of day one fatigue that I suffered from this raid is up there for one of my favorites of all time. So that was Crown on day one, and the loot was pretty split on this one. While the Menagerie had all this beautiful looking loot, Crown had these rusted and broken looking weapons. The shotgun, Emperor's Courtesy, which was a Destiny 1 remake, could roll with 1-2 punch, so it was the best option for players who wanted to try to solo Riven at that time. The machine gun was pretty nice, I guess. Then there's the scout rifle, and an auto rifle which could roll with Demolitionist. That wasn't too bad, but Teraba was the meat of the raid, right? Well, I think this exotic has become better, but it's still nothing crazy. And yeah, that was it for the weapons. A mediocre, bland pool that really should have made players hate this raid in long term. But honestly, this just spoke volumes about Destiny in the summer of 2019, headed into Shadowkeep, because everyone was on and having fun with what we got. We were overwhelmed, and even mediocre raid weapons weren't going to stop myself and thousands of others from jumping back into the raid to level and get new gear. Speaking of that gear or armor, it kind of looked cool, but it was nothing insane, and the mods could all be earned in the Menagerie after Bungie learned their Scourge of the Past lesson from putting all mods in one chest. These mods were all high versions of the previous raid mods. So yes, Gambit was never safe again. All in all, that was your Crown of Sorrows raid, the raid that baited the entire Destiny community, and unfortunately, the raid that was among the few that were sunset. This marked the last of the golden year of Destiny 2, and the whole identity of Destiny would change. In January of 2019, a massive change rocked the world of Destiny. Bungie announced that they would be splitting from Activision and publishing Destiny by themselves. This was unprecedented, and the community were both excited and anxious about the future of the franchise. For this reason, the Shadowkeep expansion, which launched on October 1st of 2019, was considered by many to be pivotal, as it would be the first chance for Bungie to prove to Destiny fans that they could handle this task alone.
Why are you the way that you are?
High Moon Studios and Vicarious Visions had worked on Destiny 2 since its launch, and were big hands in the Forsaken expansion, which was lauded as one of the best pieces of content that the community had ever seen. Unfortunately, Shadowkeep was a pretty major step down from the quality that players had come to expect from Bungie after the release of Forsaken. Admittedly, Bungie were hampered significantly by some massive changes to the base game. First and foremost, the game became free to play with the launch of New Light, and that was well, controversial to say the least. Hindsight allows us to make judgments that we couldn't have made at the time, but in my opinion, going free-to-play hurt the game more than it helped. There's a lot to be said about the ways in which free-to-play affected Destiny 2, but I'll save that for another video. There were other changes that affected the base game too. Destiny 2 on PC moved to Steam instead of Battle.net, and Destiny 2 was also launched on Stadia for the very first time. Shadowkeep also became controversial because of the scaling up of the Eververse store. Bungie had made some extremely irritating decisions, such as locking cosmetic items relative to the new content behind Eververse, or the newly introduced Season Pass. While we all know that Eververse is inevitable, and as many have said, it's a non-negotiable, this decision was still disappointing in the eyes of players regardless. Bungie also chose to use Shadowkeep's launch to introduce Armor 2.0, which massively advanced build crafting, even if it was implemented in a slightly half-baked way. As for the raid, players knew that they'd have to find new ways to conquer the biggest challenges that Bungie had in store, as there were a few major nerfs to endgame strategies that came into play with Shadowkeep. Auto-loading mechanics were annihilated, which was probably a good thing overall, given that they were kind of trivializing even the hardest content in the game. On top of that, buffs and debuffs no longer stacked after Shadowkeep's release, which meant that players would need to find new ways to optimize their damage against bosses. The somewhat new contest modifier, which had been introduced with Crown of Sorrows, was also going to be present in Shadowkeep's raid, and top day one teams were well aware that it would be more than a challenge for them to test their mettle and prove their might. On October 5th of 2019, top rating teams from around the world delved into the lush, overgrown expanse of the Black Garden, and the Black Garden was not a place explored since vanilla Destiny. So with that all said, welcome to Garden of Salvation. Garden of Salvation was the very first Vex-themed raid, since, well, the very first ever raid in history, Vault of Glass. You could make an argument that Eater of Worlds was Vex-themed. After all, the boss is a giant Hydra. However, being on the Leviathan ship, it still comes with the theme of Cabal. While Shadowkeep's first season, Season of Undying, featured content set in the Black Garden, this was still a broadly uncharted location full of secrets and mystery. Raiders also weren't sure what to expect, since this was Destiny's first raid that had been created by Bungie alone. Would they be able to pull it off, or would this raid be a bit of a disappointment like the rest of the expansion? In this sense, the first encounter was pivotal, but was it a good encounter? Sure, it was a pretty solid encounter, if you like constantly getting one-shotted by Cyclopses. I'm mainly kidding, though this was pretty much the day one experience. Let's discuss the very first challenge in Garden of Salvation's raid, evading the Consecrated Mine. This encounter was a balancing act between time management and survival that seemed to take some inspiration from the feel of the Shuro Chi fight. The faster you killed enemies, the quicker the encounter could even be completed. Fire teams would split into two teams, one of which stayed in the starting area with the boss, the Consecrated Mine. This was a giant Vex Harpy, which resembled the Harpy in that one PS4 exclusive strike in Destiny 1. It would vomit out weird-looking Vex substances known as voltaic overflows. Players from the first team had to pick up this debuff with a certain amount of time, or it would wipe the whole team. Once a player picked up a voltaic overflow, they would receive a debuff timer to the left of their screen that would count down until they could pick up another one again. The second team was tasked with clearing the first room of ads, including a champion, an angelic Hydra, as well as your standard fair trash of mobs. They would then have to open the first door by creating a guardian tether from cube to door lock. The tether system was an entirely new mechanic, which would feature heavily throughout the entire raid and cause significant problems for teams later down the line. A couple of guardians from the second team would have to stay back behind and pick up any overflows that the boss would spit out, while everyone else moved forward to the next room to repeat the process. The first encounter was a simple routine, made difficult by the strength of the ads that would constantly spawn, and the other issue was that there was a strong need for communication. The champions, which had debuted in the Shadowkeep expansion, were equal parts dangerous and annoying, while the angelic Hydras hit hard on day one. As for the Cyclopses, well, just see for yourself.
You do have the buff. Come forward. Oh my god, Cyclops around the corner, watch out.
One cool thing to note with this encounter is that it's located on the other side of Destiny 1's Undying Mine strike. When the Undying Mine returned to Destiny 2 during Season of the Undying, Bungie even brought back the Imago loop. No, I'm kidding. They did not do that, but it would have been cool. Time to move on to the mandatory jumping puzzle section. The Undergrowth parkour puzzle between the first and second encounters was stunning. It was unique and also extremely frustrating at times.
It might be that does not look right.
On day one, raiders discovered a secret chest that dropped gear and raid mods, but beyond this, not much time was spent in this area. Most jumping puzzles get figured out pretty quickly, even if they're hard to complete in practice. Once players had navigated the massive tangle of plants and roots, it was time to move on to the next encounter, summoning the Consecrated Mine. This encounter was certainly a challenging one on day one because of the intense new mechanics that teams had to learn, as well as the addition of all new champion enemies. The original champions were super tanky, and on top of that, players couldn't use subclass abilities to stun them, making them even more irritating to deal with. Also, you couldn't just select anti-champion mods in the artifact. You had to actually equip them on your gun at first. Add heavy hitting angelics into the mix, and it's no surprise that many teams found this encounter to be very troublesome on day one. The optimal strategy that most successful teams employed involves sending 4 out of the 6 fire team members down one hallway together, dropping off one player at each relay. The other 2 remaining players would act as runners, going back and forth between 2 pairs of relays. This was because the tether mechanic from the first encounter was also present in the second, and teams would need to tether from the cubes to the relay in order to get a special buff called Enlightened. This buff would allow anyone who had it to shoot and kill certain Vex with glowing white shields, who were otherwise invulnerable. This was extremely important because if too many Vex in general sacrificed themselves to the relay, it would trigger a wipe mechanic. The only issue was that the Enlightened buff was time dependent, and it would need to be refreshed by the runners and the players at the relays between waves of Vex. Players would repel these waves of Vex until 4 angelics simultaneously spawned at each relay. After this, everyone would rush to the middle to defend a central relay from an onslaught of Vex, using the same Enlightened mechanic to kill any shielded Vex. This was the first proper test for many teams on day one, and it effectively separated the wheat from the chaff. If your team struggled with the second encounter, it was probably for the best that you didn't make it further, because the next 2 encounters were even more difficult. This is where the difficulty ramped up even further on day one. If teams had thought that the second encounter was bad, then this one was sure to swiftly put an end to their dreams of getting a day one emblem. Fire teams would need to split into 2 teams of 3, the Moats team and the Eyes team. The first team would need to kill Minotaurs that drop moats and deposit them into the same relays that had featured in the previous encounter. The Minotaurs would only drop 5 moats at a time, so the popular strategy on day one was to deposit 5 moats, then 10, and finally make 5 more, making the total 30. The 5, 10, 10, 5 strategy was optimal because in general, it would take too much time to gather 10 moats and then get to the relay in order to deal with the shielded Vex attempting to sacrifice themselves. However, the main challenges for the Moats team on day one were dealing with the Minotaurs, who really packed a punch, or trying to avoid unfortunate deaths from wave after wave of supplicants. The remaining players on the Eyes team would have to prevent the boss from wiping the entire team with its voltaic overflow mechanics seen in the first encounter. Once a player had picked up the overflow, or spit, as many players called it, they could see which eyes on the boss were glowing as it prepared to kill you. All they had to do was call out which set of eyes were glowing, inner or outer, and then the other players on the Eyes team would join the overflow players in shooting all 3 eyes simultaneously, stunning the boss and saving the overflow players from death. Being 20 power levels below and having low light guns meant that on day one it was extremely important to call out the right eyes and shoot at the right time. Once you'd gone through the whole convoluted process of shooting eyes and depositing moats, then repeated it a few times, you could finally get to the most important part of the encounter: DPS. The Consecrated Mine would move faster than a blueberry strafing in a well, but it had a huge crit spot and a decent multiplier too, making precision weapons very effective for teams trying to take down this overgrown harpy. Remember, there was no divinity quite yet. Buffs and debuffs no longer stacked. There were no Pyrogales, and Needle Storms obviously didn't exist at this point. That being said, teams did have the Izanagi's burden and firing line snipers that could do a ton of damage if you were accurate with your shots. On day one, teams didn't really realize that destroying the eyes on the boss would extend the length of the damage phase, so it took a long time to kill the consecrated mind, with some teams failing to do it at all. When it was eventually defeated though, teams would move on to the second jumping puzzle on the raid, which is in all honesty one of the most beautiful spaces we've seen across the entire game. You had a Vex portal that you could use to fuck with your teammates in random LFGs. You had waterfalls, dying goblins, a secret chest, a gorgeous view, and even trees. Now, I know this might not sound impressive to some of you, but come on. This is Destiny. Garden of Salvation was probably the closest majority of players got to touching grass. After this wonderful piece of downtime, which was probably necessary after the hell that was Consecrated Mind, players progressed to another circle of hell. Welcome to the final encounter of the raid, the Sanctified Mind. The final boss of Garden of Salvation would prove a step too far for even some of the most hardcore teams, with only 96 teams completing the boss within 24 hours after launch. Some say that the Sanctified Mind is a pretty simple boss fight. After all, it can be quickly summarized in 4 rather long sentences. Ready? Here we go. All right, so there's 3 teams: Moat Team 1, Moat Team 2, and Build Team. Moat Team 1 and 2 have to go in on each side, either the orange side first or the blue side first. Kill ads, bring back their moats, bank them into the correct relays, while killing shielded ads that are trying to sacrifice at the relays. The Build Team needs to be able to pull the other teams out so they can bank, while simultaneously making sure that the ground stays ground and doesn't get turned into a giant puddle of Vex milk, as well as killing Cyclopses and helping kill the shielded ads once their shields have been removed. You rinse and repeat the process, tether to the right relay, and stun the boss. And you're golden for damage. Simple enough, right? Well, maybe expand on the process a little more when you're trying to explain this encounter to an LFG team. Or maybe don't even do an LFG garden run in the first place. Things were a whole lot more challenging on day one for obvious reasons. Teams were at least 20 power levels under for the raid, so everything hit a lot harder, and players were doing less damage. On top of this, the mechanics were really hard to master on day one. Naturally, most day one clears will be a little scuffed. That's just the way that it works. However, for Sanctified Mind, there were several mechanics that lots of teams just slightly misunderstood. For instance, teams didn't quite understand that you needed to deposit 30 moats in the tethers in order for them to actually work. Some teams thought that you needed to go in on both sides at the same time so that you don't run out of time. On top of that, the actual tether mechanics became a whole lot trickier when there were seemingly infinite waves of Cyclopses spawning in just so they could one-shot you. Also, like we said before, players were convinced that the mechanic was buggy with the tether, since it was just new and players were just holding in on themselves. Add in the boss, who hit super hard on day one, and the constantly disappearing platforms, and you got a final encounter experience that truly broke the spirit of hundreds of teams. Only one team could win as the race got closer and closer, and ultimately the team that prioritized survival at all costs took first place. In a cruel twist of fate, the top 2 teams were separated by just over 2.5 minutes, which must have been heartbreaking for second place. Nevertheless, Team Ascend have to be congratulated for their unbelievable victory in one of the hardest day one raids of all time. They beat all the odds to emerge triumphant against some of the biggest contenders in the game. And over 5 years later, their achievement still stands tall as a testament of what can be achieved by raiders who never give up. Plus, they have this legendary clip.
Wait.
Go!
It's me! I see.
Oh my God! Come on! Let's go!
Unfortunately, there was a dark lining to the silver cloud of this raid race. Net limiting for day one emblems was a rampant issue and a strategy for many cheaters, since the Gambit-esque mechanics on PC were somewhat easy to exploit. I know it's been such a long time since this raid came out, but you can't help but feel like it cheapens the experience. Not for everyone, mind you, just the players who couldn't win through skill alone. Also, my next point really doesn't seem like that big of a deal, given as I write this, the Light and Dark saga has ended. But way back back in 2019, it really sucked that the entire raid would essentially conclude with a teaser. Sure, it was really cool to set up the events that would define the rest of the story in Destiny to this day, but I feel like it would have been cooler to have a conclusive ending that gave players closure instead of a statue at the end of the raid, especially when the last DLC packed raid gave us a whole epilogue encounter in Last Wish, and the garden final boss ended with a pyramid ship rising in the air. Last Wish's ending can be interpreted as a teaser of sorts, because it kickstarted the whole curse cycle in the Dreaming City. But that was different, because the content that it teased was released immediately afterwards. Players would have to wait for a while before the pyramid ships that were seen in the Garden of Salvation raid and Shadowkeep's expansion would actually feature properly in the main story. Anyways, you didn't come here to listen to me ramble about the effect of a random boss from 5 years ago. So it's time for the most important part of the whole raid. The loot. Okay, I'm kidding. It wasn't the important part. Or was it? No. The legendaries were pretty mediocre. There was slightly more competitive stats and a cool origin trait, but overall, the armor was the most disappointing of the bunch. An actual reskin of an Eververse set from Curse of Osiris. Ouch. Good old Bungie. This was back in the day where things were really bad in regard to Eververse, but we've covered this already. The most pivotal part of the raid though was the exotic, Divinity, and this was both pivotal and cool for a number of reasons. Firstly, the puzzles that teams had to do to get the gun were really well thought out, although frustrating for LFG groups. What's become more interesting over its time was the effect that this gun had on raiding ever since. Up until a somewhat recent nerf, someone using Divinity was all but mandatory for raid encounters in the game. Even after the nerf, it's still incredibly useful for certain activities, and depending on the boss, it's still very necessary for bosses in the game. Honestly, I would argue that it's a two-way tie between Anarchy and Divinity for most influential raid exotics in Destiny 2. Overall, Garden of Salvation was difficult on contest mode, but quite easy on normal mode once teams had got the mechanics down. But if people are saying that they still don't like Garden of Salvation in 2025, that's probably because it becomes kind of boring at times. And without meaningful loot to chase, what's the point in doing a boring raid? Anyways, the next raid on our list was anything but boring, especially on day one. Bungie would take an entire year between Garden of Salvation and this raid to deliver one of its most iconic and influential raids of all time. I'm talking about Deepstone Crypt. A lot was set to change heading into Bungie's new expansion, Beyond Light. This was a generational pivot shift in terms of scale, story, and really goals for Destiny. If Shadowkeep was a shift to a free-to-play model, Armor 2.0, and Season Passes, then Beyond Light was the one that actually leaned harder into the changes. It can't be stated enough just how much one major world event affected this DLC's launch. When you look at the amount of content Beyond Light's launch would end up losing due to the whole workforce working from home, it's just as important to note that everyone being home led to Beyond Light having an irregularly high amount of players on the game. This was because it was one of the only new releases in 2020, and having those kind of player counts no doubt led to Bungie's acquisition by Sony. So while the game would suffer the brunt of a lackluster amount of overall content, financially speaking, releasing Beyond Light in the state that it was in made Bungie a lot of raid cheddar cheese. This would come at the cost of absolutely dividing the player base, however, as sunsetting became the boogeyman of Destiny. Sunsetting was a simple concept. Take activities, weapons, maps, etc. that have low populations of players and vault them away for either use again one day or permanently. While in most MMOs this isn't a new concept, at least the weapons and armor part, it becomes a major issue due to how much it affects a game like Destiny. I'm sure there are a lot of people at Bungie who wish they could have taken a lot of the sunset content back and not gone down that same route of sunsetting activities like raids in the game. Plus, if you think about it, not only was the story damaged, but all of the hard work of so many people was too. If you want to know the damage sunsetting caused, I do have a full video going over the complicated history of sunsetting, but to keep a long video a bit less long, sunsetting and content vaulting had the player base lose 4 locations, with the 5th being Leviathan if you really count that, 3 campaigns, and 3 seasonal stories, plus the seasons like Forge, Drifter, and Opulence. Over 30 missions were wiped out from the directory, 7 full strikes, including my favorites, Savathun's Song and the Pyramidion, 11 Crucible maps, 16 exotic quests, and some with insanely unique and interesting mechanics now to be found on a wall that needed a basic raid currency called Spoils of War to acquire. But the part that is really relevant to this video was the loss of Leviathan, Eater of Worlds, Spire of Stars, Scourge of the Past, and Crown of Sorrow. While Leviathan and parts of these raids have made their way into Destiny in some ways, they hardly compare to what they were. In fact, you could argue that this was a major turning point in players' trust of Bungie in general. Resentment grew quickly after Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy made the grand announcement that Destiny 2 had 3 expansions and that this year would be like a rebuild year instead of the next grand step. While the raid from this expansion was far from a step backwards, it's important to stress that this messy development cycle does extend to the raid's launch, as you will soon find out. Now, hindsight gives us the power to look at Destiny's highs and lows. It gives us the power to be more critical of what they were thinking in the past. And while I know it's easy to dunk on Bungie, like many have, and self-included, it's just as important to recount history and pay attention to why things went the way that they did. Was it because Bungie had a lot of mouths to feed and worked to get the live service train running? Or was the opportunity to release a game while everyone was bored at home with nothing else to do, the play for a monetary gain? No matter what, this DLC was a paradigm shift for Bungie, and it was a reset for raiding. It had been over a year since Garden of Salvation, a stark contrast from getting 3 raids a year like the previous 2 years, since Bungie was a much smaller studio again thanks to splitting from Activision. But the way to make players excited going into this raid was naming it the Deepstone Crypt. The Deepstone Crypt was always known as this mythical place in the lore. The crypt was said to be the birthplace of Exos and the lab of one Clovis Bray. So since Deepstone Crypt was the first raid released during the lockdown, and Destiny was teasing this next major era for the game, and with the launch having around 250,000 players on Steam alone, how did it actually go? As good as the numbers were, data mining and leaks actually almost ruined this day one. Players were able to gain information through triumphs and out-of-bounds glitches that allowed people to glitch into the raid before it began. There were whole mechanics that were leaked online, and as Bungie rushed to get this thing out in time, the duct tape of this expansion was not strong enough to protect the crypt from being spoiled in a lot of ways. With that being said, you might think that this race was horrible, but it was actually still great with plenty of surprises, and thankfully we even have some seriously great developer insight for this raid. So let's jump into the frozen tundra of Europa and go into the Deepstone Crypt. Much training had been done to prepare for this one, like speedruns of older raids, raid practice for the first time that I can really think of in Destiny history, like severely underleveling teams for raids just to prep them for what contest had in store. And teams were starting to feel more like teams across the whole space of raiding. There were still your titans racing, like Math Class, Be Bold, Ascend, Redeem, the Legend himself, but there were also new teams arising, like this group named Elysium, and this other known speedrun clan named Luminous. As 10 a.m. Pacific struck on the raid day, racers actually had to race past the entrance. The first and only time a raid began with an actual race. In the actual encounter, players will have to use their Sparrow to reach small orange bubbles placed between them and the crypt. This encounter has you reaching each station for heat from the harsh cold of Europa. Now, Europa was supposed to be the introduction of a dynamic weather system in Destiny, as outlined by the Vidoc.
The storm on Europa was actually something we've wanted to do for a long time.
We wanted it to feel harsh.
The weather system is so awesome. Like, you're walking through an open space and all of a sudden things start happening.
Coming across like Fallen or Vex for the first time, you can barely make out the glow in their eyes.
While the systems would really amount to a couple of visual changes, maybe a push of a sparrow in the wind, and this encounter having you freezing cold, it's cool to at least see a feature of the DLC in action for the opening of this raid. Racers would soar through this encounter, however, since only one member really needed to reach the end, and the others could just go to orbit and then join back once they hit a new load zone. Once through the chilling cold, racers grouped up and began heading into the crypt. On day one, teams would finish this encounter at the 2 brigs towards the end, in around 10 to 20 minutes on average. In the development of the raid, you can see that the entrance used to look a little bit different. It had traps and was more of a mood board for what it would turn into.
Yeah, we built this for, I think it was just an internal
meeting where people are kind of like, can we show everyone who's not on the team like what how the raid's coming along, what you guys are making, kind of a tone feel for it. There's a lot of stuff that's missing, but it's potentially just a tone piece and also to show the pacing and what we're thinking.
The inspiration, not unlike another encounter in this video already, was actually from Ocarina of Time. It's cool to see some insight on the process from gaming classics to build off of their very own raid ideas. As players entered this rundown looking crypt, they were shocked to find a place that looked so clean, so untouched, like it was brand new, yet from a different time altogether. This was the gorgeous aesthetic of the Deepstone Crypt being shown off in its full potential. And this cool sci-fi aesthetic, according to the raid along, was a part of the exo palette that Ethan Shu had built out.
It's interesting. I think we tend to lean on natural palette stuff. Like we have an idea that nature is ascendant over all this technology, and I think that helps sell the age of it and makes it feel ancient, but we can still use cool sci-fi tech like aesthetics, things like this, the exo palette that Ethan Shu had built out here for us look amazing and techy, but when we get outside we can cover it with ice and snow drifts, and it sort of makes it feel old and a little more ancient.
What racers may not have been ready for was an encounter that brought with it mechanics that are still used to this day. This was crypt security, the defense to get to the meat of the crypt itself. Here, players were greeted by one room with 2 floors and 2 sides, that being light and dark, and the ground floor and the basement respectively. Players would have to utilize both the scanner and the operator augment to locate which 4 panels from the 10 pillars needed to be activated. Once the encounter began, 3 players headed to the dark side and 3 players stayed on the light side. 1 player on the light side would pick up the operator augment, while 1 player on the dark side would pick up the scanner augment after killing an enemy. Once the scanner was picked up, the scanner player would look through the glass on the floor to see which panel needed the operator, who would then go underground to shoot it. If the call out was miscommunicated and operator shot the wrong one, they died. The way to get the scanner to the light side in concept was to bank the augment in the stations, which are pretty neat overall, but the only blockade that there was a servitor preventing the exchange, who needed to be dealt with to progress. In concept, this worked great, and many teams on day 1 played it out as Bungie hopefully drew it up, with the intensity of the operator down below and the scanner avoiding contest ads as you would hope for. But this was one of the first major places of cracks that this encounter had, as you could just choose to not go down until scanning was fully done. And the ads weren't very aggressive for some reason in general. Also, there were straight up holes in the underground that you could run out of the map for. Regardless, there were 10 pillars calling out left or right, 1 through 5, to let their teammates in the basement know which panel to shoot. And once the callouts were made and all 4 panels were shot, the operator dunked their augment into the terminal, and then the scanner player would exchange theirs to the station for the operator player to do their job now as scanner. Once the scanner was picked up, the basement player would look above the terminal and see 6 fuses, with 3 corresponding to each side. The basement players would then call out which fuses lit up, and the players on the ground floor would shoot the correct fuse until all 6 fuses were destroyed. Again, if you shot the wrong one, it was a wipe. If all 6 fuses weren't destroyed fast enough, the new operator player would just unlock the door and you would start phase 2. Something to keep in mind about the first few clears of this encounter on day 1 was the shift in attitude. Many players were just seen ignoring chests and just gunning it forward. And while this may come as no surprise to a lot of you in raid racing, it still was a surprise back then to see teams not really care about the loot at all and just going for worlds first. In the developer insight, the devs talk about the vision for the raid being a cyberpunky feel, and they talk about the original names for the augments, like scanner being called hacker, engineer for operator, and for another buff we will talk about more later called suppressor, this was originally called security.
How we could align different raid mechanics to different roles that you might have. Like, I think early on the dev names for everything were hacker for scanner, and then there was engineer for operator, and security for suppressor. And we really wanted to just try and dive in on like cybernetic augments and get some of that interesting sci-fi flair back.
Now, there wasn't a whole lot more in this section, but one thing that I did find interesting...
We always try to find inspiration for what is the source of the flame, so if you're ever in the downstairs part of that bunker, and if you're looking up, there's like these little nozzles on the ceiling that, like when it's activated, there's like flames coming out of those. But at the end of the day, it's mostly leaning on lights to do like a a drastic change between what it was and now it's on fire, and so now it's like really warm and hot. And also one of the nice things about that is if you're one of the other players up top as like an observer, you can look through the windows that help you like call out the locations, and you can watch your friend just get toasted. So that's always added bonus.
As raiders headed through the crypt, a lot of lore was given more context, like the darkness statue in the raid, which can actually be heard whispering to you if you get close to it. And most importantly to the raid race, our first boss was waiting for them, TheTeawrex 1. An exotic helmet from this DLC, named Mask of Acris, was her flesh before she turned herself into an exo, and she was very briefly a part of the campaign for Beyond Light, like one cutscene.
TheTeawrex. Cruz and I can handle this. Return to the crypt and prepare the body.
But TheTeawrex wasn't the final boss, even if she did look the part.
I think we're good. Yeah. There's something coming out.
Oh! Oh shit. Watch.
It's our boy, dude!
He has no house though!
The second encounter of this raid is by far my favorite. It's an encounter that utilizes the space of the crypt and actual space.
I'm going to space! I'm in space!
I think that it's especially the case when I think back to how I felt on the day one, seeing the animation of heading to space for the first time. It's unfortunate then that for some, this area was well known due to the oobs that we talked about before. But for others who had no idea this was coming, this was such a good feeling.
Wait, we left Europa! We left Europa!
The encounter had teams split up into two groups. 3 players start the encounter on the lower floor and kill ads and a servitor while avoiding 3 TheTeawrexes. There has been bosses that can clone themselves before, like Oryx and Galron, but there was nothing like TheTeawrex. Avoiding her shots on day 1 and surviving the ad onslaught was tough enough, but it only got harder as the 3 other players had to take the elevators up to space. Down below, the 3 that remained had to find the operator buff and use it to bring down an elevator, while the teams upstairs had to find a scanner buff. Once upstairs, players would kill servitors as well as those downstairs, and damage would begin. Scanner had to find the correct TheTeawrex, and on day 1, this was a nightmare to find the correct one.
Yep, sort it so we can kill it. You said top right!
Nowadays, the method of damage is to bring everyone upstairs for one giant burst of damage on TheTeawrex, but back then it was spread out and nobody knew how to optimize damage yet. It wasn't until a few teams discovered that the boss was one large burst of health to attack that they pulled out the sword falling guillotine. But now there was 2 new problems. On top of TheTeawrex and the ads ripping damage on the players and causing wipes to teams, TheTeawrex disappeared with the replication buff on the ground. Now, one player would have to pick up this replication debuff, but to get rid of it, they had to have the operator buff in space, open up a door, and shoot the buff off their damn head. This called for major team communications and knowledge of the first encounter. And in my opinion, it's why this encounter took the longest of all of them on day 1. Most teams would agree that Deepstone Crypt boiled down to getting past TheTeawrex, and that's because of how many obstacles like this were thrown in their way. Nowadays, TheTeawrex may just be an easy encounter since players figured out that throwing all 6 players upstairs with newer exotics and with burst damage supers made this really easy to get to Final Stand. Speaking of Final Stand, it was the hardest portion of the encounter. You need to think that it took teams 3 full damage rotations of swapping floors and doing all of those ad clear mechanics to reach the end, which called for everyone to be in space, while TheTeawrex made even more clones of herself. This created moments like these.
Underneath. Middle. No, why? Why? We had plenty of time, dude. No, we definitely did.
This encounter was an absolute endurance fight, and I would say that this was the biggest check for day 1 teams racing as a whole, as stories of, quote, my team spent 12 hours on TheTeawrex, but we didn't beat it, came out all over the place. This took top teams racing well over 2 hours. And while yes, it was to do with not understanding the mechanics, it was also because of the longevity of the fight, along with a soundtrack as kick-ass as this one.
It's fun. We good.
Oh boy!
A big thing to note about day 1 is that placements were admittedly hard to track. To my knowledge, a German team was in the lead, led by a player named P2 Power, who placed 4th in Garden of Salvation, and they were in the lead headed to Descent. But there were 2 new powerhouses closing in quickly, both Elysium, who is now a household name in raiding, and Luminous, a clan of speedrunners speedrunning to catch up. There was also one other issue with TheTeawrex on day 1, which is elite Destiny ball knowledge, so if you know, you know. In Destiny 2, there was a bug that if you pumped out too much damage, bosses would regenerate health because the netcode just couldn't keep up. This was something that a lot of veteran hardcore players would remember, especially when attempting DPS checks in day 1 raids. This affected both the Crypt security and TheTeawrex, along with the servitors in this room and other bosses, since the swap to Steam back in 2019. While it may not have been the biggest deal, I do find it important to mention since TheTeawrex was a burst damage boss encounter. Even in the developer deep dive, they discussed this bug.
A particular bug that we saw in Chip where, you know, we'd see the health bar rubber banding, and what was actually happening there is a little more nuanced. It's not that it is undoing damage. It's like in our game, you know, we feel like a single player shooter, but there's a lot of work that goes into that because you're actually not a single player game. You're playing online over a network, but you're not getting that like MMO delay to what you're seeing. And what's happening there is like the health bar is reporting something that didn't actually occur yet. It also kind of goes down to there's that boss in the closet that the community was able to locate. More or less, there is a greater TheTeawrex mind, and that was kind of a stand-in for what it is, because it's actually pretty complicated. It's not just like there's X bosses and they have X health. You know, there's variability. When you kill a boss, you actually get to do additional DPS. There's a lot of this, you know, back and forth. And kind of simplifying that by having a single unit where that was being combined into, it made it possible, more or less.
2 more notes I also want to mention is that although World's First was using Falling Guillotine, most players who cleared the 24-hour window used the exotic sword Lament. This was because in order to get the sword, World's First had to be accomplished. So you may see in the developer deep dive that they're using the chainsaw exotic sword, but on World's First watch, that wasn't the case. Another change was that sniper shanks were updated to beam shanks, just like TheTeawrex. They have tracking rounds now, but they used to have just snipers in contrast to TheTeawrex having the tracking rounds. Admittedly, this was my favorite part of the developer deep dive, as you can see what TheTeawrex was like in concept, along with some talks about how much work went into making TheTeawrex rematerialize out of the player's corpse if they didn't get rid of the debuff into space.
Where we wanted to have TheTeawrex like glowing behind you. The dev name was Replix, and so we took this little monster thing and made it into a mesh. It's so goofy and I love it.
Yeah, it was a real challenge figuring out the experience of shooting it. We were stuck between a rock and a bit where when this thing's attached to you, either it's going to inherit all of your motion directly, so like as players are running around, it would be whipping around left and right and be kind of hard to shoot. We tried something more like a spring that would like track, but over time, but that just looked even weirder. It was like this weird rubber band thing going on. The way we ended up settling on was closer to the former. You know, it inherits your motion, but we built it such that it doesn't look quite as silly as this, like following a player around, while still, you know, trying to sell that this is a dangerous thing. This is something you got to shoot. This is something that is going to kill you if you don't get rid of it. It was definitely a challenge.
And prototypes of how the encounter worked with the augment, where it would drop objects like crates that you could pick up.
This one is a bit buggy. We had these crates that you'd pick up, and those would create a little like fake hologram behind you, which is that like purple pink cylinder that you see with no working shader. But there is an issue where like it wouldn't remove from you properly when you'd shoot at it. So, but it would still create this thing on the ground, and so here we just have hundreds of crates.
This encounter was also codenamed Transit, which makes sense when you think about the space pods, but it also makes me think of that horrific zombies map too. Shout out to the people that watch the zombies videos. One final thing I want to show you is the dev environment of the encounter. This is where they would talk about bringing the space back to space magic.
Yeah, I just want to say the audio on this one. We were really inspired, like that, the idea of like, put space back in space magic. I think we listened to a lot of, Saturn V rocket launches. We could have done it really super high tech and made a really subtle sound as you kind of rise up, but we wanted to really make it feel like you're in an actual rocket launching and have that visceral feeling of going, like the realistic going into space. And so that's, having that kind of NASA kind of feel to it more than having this ultra high-tech futuristic thing.
But nothing says space magic quite like a little space lullaby. Probably the most notorious portion of the raid, and probably the portion where most players would tell everyone to shut up and listen to the music, only for a Guardian Down sound effect to ruin the silence.
Also, Deepstone Lullaby, dude.
Oh, these guys hurt. Oh, these guys hurt. Oh, dude. Oh!
In regard to the lullaby itself, according to the devs, it was a tone poem of the experience of going from a human to an exo.
So one of the things when the music team works, they work pretty fairly early on a release and try and come up with themes and ideas that fit that release. So it's a very collaborative effort among all of our composers and developing themes and melodies. In this instance, the melody was composed by Michael Seacrest, but the entire music team actually worked on this piece, and kind of like the general idea behind the piece is kind of interesting, where it the idea of why it's a lullaby, at least internally for them, thinking of it as like, it's kind of like representing this tone poem of going from a human to an exo. So the idea that you start off as a human and then you go to sleep and then you wake up as an exo, and that's kind of this piece's idea of going from that shift from human to exo. And I think a lot of times when we're doing this, we're trying and figure out like where this piece was written and like where it fits in, and definitely a big collaboration with the raid team, with narrative, to try and figure out how we can kind of make this moment. And for us, we really wanted this to be a specific moment and elicit this emotional response. And at least for me personally, it's very kind of humbling and gratifying that people have latched onto this and really feel like this is a really impactful and emotional moment for a player. And a lot of that, it is the music, but I also like to point out that it's the pacing, it's how the design flows into it, and it's not just kind of one thing. From the audio team perspective, we're very proud of like how music and sound design and dialogue kind of all work together to kind of create this impactful experience.
Now, I'm not sure if I would ever say that this would be the song that would come to my head if I went from human flesh to a full robot body, but racers didn't really have time to bask in the song, and instead we're using the newly found shatter skating, along with the not newly found, but still useful, titan skating, to dance across the jumping puzzle and onto the descent. Descent was where chaos reigned supreme. In this encounter, we were given the new augment, the suppressor augment, along with our scanner and operator from before. Players would split up and be on the lookout for augments all over the room. It's called chaos here because there's really no strategy on pairing up, and the adds are all spaced throughout the room on top of void shielded captains, overload captains, and Tanics. Teams would kill adds until all 3 augments spawned, and once all augments are spawned and more adds killed, players would hear an alarm sound. At this point, the scanner player would look at which 2 core receptacles are highlighted and give a call out to their teammates. At the same time, the operator player would look around the encounter for the activated panel and shoot it to ensure that no extra cores spawned in. The key timing that would be discovered later on was to let Suppressor go between all 3 floating orbs and shoot Tanics while they're glowing blue to stun him, thus unlocking the receptacles to be dunked. By not allowing the suppressor to do their job first, the timing would be off for all of the nukes, and players would die from holding onto the nuke for too long. On the contrary, if operator didn't shoot one of the panels in time, you would have an extra nuke to worry about. Regardless, if everything went to plan, one member of the fire team would receive the augment lockout debuff. This caused many teams to wipe on purpose because they believed that they had done something wrong. But some teams were able to put together that the augment lockout debuff was actually a part of the process, and so they continued on. And it was both Luminous and Elysium who would actually take the upper hand here. Also, the ads were just really bad here.
Want a break from the ads? Watch this.
No, not those ones. More so the enemies that just seem to have clone trooper aim throughout the entire encounter. There was also the other Deepstone Crypt problem with out-of-bounds glitches taking over so badly here that players could actually leave the environment and end up in space. If everything went to plan and if you followed the mechanic steps, you repeated those 6 more times until every ad would despawn and the center of the room would open, leading to a pit to drop into. Once this floor opened, players had to run all the way to the end of a long hallway within the time it took the door at the end to close. Once all players were in the room, the ship would actually crash.
I'm gonna pop my super just in case.
Yeah, I'm tethering the ground.
Roll up, boys. We're good. Watch me crash the game.
What is going on?
Whoa. Queen roll? I believe the spaceship we were in just crashed.
Yeah, I believe so.
Holy shit.
There was an extremely cool detail here that many people missed. It's tough to notice, but during all of it, the ship that you're on while the encounter is going on was slowly crashing down to Europa, with panels flying off and heat burns trailing all the way down until you eventually reach your new destination. The dev team even internally called this encounter Titanic.
After trying to figure out where we could crash the space station, that this is going to be the encounter where the space station's crashing. And so Chris was like, okay, well, I know what to call it, Titanic. And I was like, done, let's do it.
Now, towards the end of the encounter, it's important to point out that Clovis Bray talked to the player as they were escaping the space station. And as it was blowing up, he said that the crypt was now open to anyone, and he blamed us for it.
It is now open to all, allies and enemies alike. If you do not defend it, the results will be world-ending.
So you might think that the immune Taniks was a joke, and that Clovis might have been our final boss. Maybe Bungie pulled the old bait and switch, and we weren't repeating a boss that we've seen before in Destiny 2 separate times.
How about new?
It wasn't a Clovis Bray exo-human-like giant robot that we were fighting, but the raid actually ends where players very first started, and against the abomination named Taniks. This was the final encounter of the raid. Teams would reach this point in about 4 hours, and we were really on great pace to take it to Taniks, although Taniks wasn't going down without a fight. In this encounter, teams once again split into 3 groups of 2, with each team being in charge of one of 3 augments. Once the encounter began, teams killed adds until the augments were dropped. Around the time the augments were dropped, Taniks would begin moving towards the side, and once Taniks reached the new side, teams had to shoot 2 engines on Taniks' side till 2 nuke cores were dropped. Nowadays, players use the 4-engine method, a way to speed things up to get to damage and even reward the player with an additional damage phase. But back then, it was better safe than sorry. The scanner player had to then call out which receptacles were active, but players quickly found out after a new attempt that the receptacles nearby Taniks were always the inactive ones, trivializing the process just a bit, and especially if you did the 4-ball method. During this time of shooting Taniks and picking up the balls, if you were trapped by a bubble, you had to call out to the operator player to have to shoot you free. During this time, the suppressor player would hop between 3 floating orbs, just like in the last encounter, to stun Taniks, and allow the rest of the players to dunk their cores in the receptacles. Players regrouped nearby the spawn and waited for Taniks to create 2 electrical rings around them. Once the ring appeared, they had to stand between them and damage would begin, hopefully without getting hit by the debris. About halfway through the damage phase, Taniks would boop all of the players out of the damage ring, so you had to jump back into the ring and continue damage until the damage phase was over, and an extra damage phase if you did the 4-ball method. Once damage was over, teams repeated the steps 2 more times until final stand. Now, it can't be stressed enough that the main block here was the difficulty of the enemies, along with Taniks just dropping meteors of destruction with his new attacks. Also, after phase 1, players needed to remember to bank their augments or they could be locked out on top of all of this. Also, when Taniks got to dunk spot 3 and 4 on the left side of the room, Taniks and the adds were just so much harder to deal with here. I don't know if it was the small amount of space that you had to work with or the roof being there in this kind of broken debris, but it was a pain in the ass. This resulted in a lot of wipes and a lot of catch-up time for Luminous, who scooted to the lead here. The real kicker that decided day 1 for a lot of teams, though, was the choice of loadout for damage too. Most teams decided to run Izanagi's Burden with a grenade launcher heavy because of the meta being hot swapping. This is when you would sprint while also swapping weapons and time your Izzy reload with your grenade launcher to allow the auto loading to kick in and Izzy's reload to reset perfectly. If hot swapping in general makes no sense and you want to know how fast people were pumping out damage, here's just a quick clip. This was when Luminous cooked up a strategy for Taniks. What if you could feed as much special ammo as possible to the team? What if instead of even messing with a primary weapon, you could just skip that process and delegate double specials to your cause? Surely machine guns in the heavy slot were enough to deal with the ads, but for the damage and to be speedy at a risky price, you might just be able to pull it off. So that's what Luminous decided to do, and this would be really easy if not for Final Stand. Final Stand would make or break who was world's first, with so many of these teams getting there and failing due to DPS. Taniks teleported to the sides of the room, with the goal to wipe your team after only a few teleports. Most teams didn't have the ammo ready to go for this phase, and they wiped accordingly. When I asked the world's first team about Final Stand damage, they said, quote, "We heard that damage was really tight, and instead of looking at other teams and seeing what they were doing, we went straight into what we knew in terms of damage, and did a quick run to test a few different weapons before deciding on double snipers. After we realized that we could use Divinity with double snipers for better DPS, we were pretty sure we had an advantage over other teams competing. Our mentality was, we gotta bake this dude, whereas other groups try to be rather conservative with their heavy ammo. You needed to sacrifice one or two of your team's supers to make special ammo finishers, so you had enough ammo for Final Stand, since finishers didn't work off of armor charges back then. With the race being neck and neck, and teams getting 20 minutes between runs just to get to Final Stand and wipe, one team had the stars align.
Ah, fuck.
Rhythm.
Just DPS.
Div crit, DPS, fucking DPS. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
Now, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
Where?
He's
Left.
Yes!
Let's fucking please.
Oh my god.
Chill.
Really proud of you guys.
Team Luminous, some of the best speedrunners in Destiny, proved themselves on the grandest stage possible. They secured a world's first in a time of 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 10 seconds, with second place being Elysium only 11 minutes behind them, or in terms of this fight, only a run behind. And for both of these clans, this would not be the last we speak of them in this video. In fact, this was a legacy game for both of them. This race was that close, with third place only being 3 minutes behind second, and fourth a minute behind third. Eoterra, Clawtivity, Flux, Shinzi, Siege Dancers, and Soto Solace, and absolutely shocked the world. And I will pat myself on the back here a little bit. I don't do this very often, but I placed 36 in the raid race, and I had a blast in this one in general. In the dev stream, there were also great concepts shared of this encounter, including the concept art of Taniks and talking about him turning himself into a shank.
Well, while we're here, let's talk about the boss.
Yeah,
I do think we want to
sure.
see the entrance later.
Yeah, Shanix was a fun one to work on. You know, he's just this furious, houseless fallen who just refuses to die and just will do whatever it takes. And we had to decide pretty once we understood that this was going to be Taniks and you fought him in the previous encounter, that we have to like one up what's going on there. Like if you just fought Taniks again, like even if we give him all these attacks, all this other kind of stuff, it's not going to feel climactic. But thankfully, you know, if you've met Taniks before, he's not really the type to go down. We were like, okay, what would he do if you crashed in a station after you just got woken up and all this stuff is going down, you have a terrible day? You're like, well, he'll graft himself onto a shank. That sounds like exactly something Taniks would try to do. Originally, we had imagined that there might be a longer time before or when the station crashed to when you saw that, to kind of tell that story. And so when you find him here, you know, you get to see him break out after forming all that stuff together.
Also, how Doom Eternal had just released when they were set to launch Deepstone Crypt, so they were prepared to get shit for adding Taniks and making it look like maybe something from Doom.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I also recall very specifically, we were still in office, and we had been probably like a month or two already building the Shanix version of this guy when Doom Eternal released some of their early stuff on some of the stuff they're gonna have. And I saw the Doom Hunter, and I was like, oh, here we go. We're gonna have some memes. And sure enough, you know, the community took it pretty well. I like all the memes comparing the two, but I knew early on people were going to think that see that parallel right there as soon as that was announced. And I was like, we're going to be launching months after them, so whatever. It's that ship sailed. We're going to just ride that out. It'll be funny.
Now, they say in this dev stream that they changed it a bit to allow for more room to actually fight the boss in the environment, but I have to wonder what a fight would have looked like trying to balance on these large pipes and avoiding falling off the map. There's also, much like TheTeawrex, a Taniks prototype. This shows what DPS used to look like, but they said there was just too much debris in the way. They were even inspired by Last Wish's vault when making the Taniks damage phase. There's finally this clip where Taniks gets hit by his own debris.
encounter was called Sunder, and Chris Manprim was the designer on this one. You can see the boss didn't take too kindly to the damage object.
In the spirit of Last Wish, Luminous unlocked for us one final cutscene, and while it was cool to see more unlocked, I think it was really obvious that there wasn't a whole lot left for Deepstone Crypt and Beyond Light beyond that. The Lament was now in the community's hands, and it was really cool to see the face of who was talking to us throughout the whole raid, with the Clovis Brave facility finally being opened. The loot was also admittedly amazing in this raid too, and it was the first time that the spoils chest was ever used in a raid. This was to gain currency to get exotics from the wall, since the activities had been sunset. Slug shotguns were the meta, and they were best to use with hot swapping against bosses like Tannix. So Heritage with Recombination, a new perk to Deepstone Crypt, was a great must-have shotgun. The other perk on these weapons, like Trusty, the scout rifle, was Reconstruction, which would just overfill your magazine over time. The Sniper Succession is still one of the best in the entire game, along with the LMG Commemoration. But Quest wasn't good at first, but since it could get surrounded, it became meta for remastered Crota's End. The only weapon that wasn't great here was the 180 hand cannon Posterity, but honestly, it was still one of the best 180s we'd ever seen. The armor, you know, it looked great too. Now, the exotic Eyes of Tomorrow felt more or less like a budget Gallahorn, and unfortunately, it was all flash and no substance. Regardless, Deepstone Crypt is one of the best raids ever made, and it had over 60 times more contest clears than the previous raid, which created so much back and forth controversy. Now, I didn't touch on this much in my original video because it happened after that point, but the content creator Glad, who's also been a part of our stories like Other Worlds First, had a lot to say about Deepstone Crypt. Quote, "So I never really touched on this publicly yet, but the Deepstone Crypt was a 9.5 out of 10 day one experience, but the difficulty felt off. It was easy to stay alive and didn't feel overly challenging from an underleveled perspective. It should have felt more like endgame." But it was really this tweet. I mean this with no disrespect at all. Day one emblems shouldn't be a handout. It's the most prestigious PvE event in the game. It should reward preparation and hard work and time investment. When 5,000 to 6,000 teams get a day one clear and World's First is 6+ hours, something is off in my opinion. This prompted the most healthy feedback that you could ever imagine on the internet. It was an all-out free-for-all in the comment sections regarding this one, since players felt like their day one that they had prepped and grinded for was being treated like it wasn't good enough to an already established World's First raider. However, I should say that with time passing, the sentiment in raid racing has changed, and now players tend to like a day one with almost no clears on day one. In my opinion, having less clears and having the challenge really live up to the name of raiding helps always keep the legend of raid races stronger. But since it had been over a year since a raid, and for many Deepstone Crypt was their first day one emblem, it definitely hurt the feelings of many who raced. All of that being said, Deepstone Crypt is one of the most impactful day one raids ever. Bungie would then follow up this raid with the very first ever raid remaster, one that has its own storied history to talk about. Let's talk about the Vault of Glass again. Vault of Glass was quite possibly the most important activity that Destiny ever introduced, because it saved the game all the way back in 2014. The vanilla Destiny release was pretty concerning for those who had hoped Bungie had developed the perfect looter shooter to rival other established games like Borderlands 2. The gunplay was phenomenal, but the story was confusing and poorly written. And while players were somewhat interested in the future of the game, some were certainly preparing to stop playing Destiny and move on to other titles. This changed when the Vault of Glass dropped. Destiny's first raid was unique in that no other first-person shooter had really done raids in the same way before, and Bungie made sure that they didn't tell players how to beat it. They didn't hold our hands. They didn't make it easy, and to develop onto that a bit more, they didn't expect the majority of the player base to be able to complete it at first. This was truly endgame content, and it set the precedent for some of Destiny's most engaging and interesting content. This means that when Bungie announced it was coming back for Destiny 2 during Season of the Splicer, fans of the game were understandably hyped. Of course, everyone knew that things would have been changed, as when you revisit the mechanics of Destiny's first ever raid, it all just seems a bit simple. People wanted more of a challenge, and Bungie tried to deliver that. This is the story of the first Reprise raid, the Vault of Glass, Mark II. Before we begin, I just want to make a small comment about the experience of going into the Vaulted Glass for the first time back in Destiny 1. When there's a new raid, chances are that most people interested in the game will either be following the raid race, watching Raid Zone of course, taking part themselves, or at the very least aware of the existence of the new raid in some shape or form. What I'm saying is that even if a player hasn't completed many raids, or even any at all, they know that they exist. Now, Destiny 2 has a lot of secrets that come along with every new piece of content, but they simply can't match up to the sense of awe and mystery that accompanied the first descent into Vault of Glass. This is, of course, partly due to nostalgia, especially when you consider the fact that a large chunk of the player base were quite young when vanilla Destiny came out. To put it simply, we will never experience anything like the old Vault of Glass experience ever again, because we already know that raids exist. The point I'm getting at is that it was always going to be an impossible task to fully recapture the magic of the OG Vault of Glass, and I think that Bungie deliberately didn't try to achieve that goal. Instead, I think they tried to pay homage to the legacy of the raid that started it all, while updating it for an evolved sandbox and player experience. It's a truly difficult task. Change too much about the encounters and you move away from the original character of the activity, but change too little and you get something rather easy that people see as a shadow attempt to appeal to nostalgia. Did Bungie succeed? Well, let's find out. Vault of Glass Reprise was released on May 22nd of 2021, 10 days after the start of the Season of the Splicer. This was the first Reprise raid in Destiny 2's history, and I think a lot of people prepared to use it as a litmus test on whether it would be a good idea to bring back older raids in the future. I certainly remember worrying that bringing back the Vault of Glass would be a massive mistake, because it wouldn't be able to encapsulate that pinnacle feeling of bringing down Atheon. But let's first cover the power grind really quickly. Normally when new raids come out, there's a certain amount of grinding involved, but Bungie made it clear that players would only have to be 1300 power in order to take part in the raid race. This was important news because it meant that if someone had been actively engaging with the previous season, the Season of the Chosen, they'd have to be at a high enough power to dive straight into the Reprise Vault of Glass on day one. There was also a silver raid belt available, which was somewhat controversial as some had argued that it shouldn't exist at all. However, Bungie added the name Prime Guard, aka Math Class, on the left of the belt as an homage to the team that originally beat the raid. There was also a 24-hour emblem available, but this time it came with a catch. Not only did a team have to beat the Vault of Glass with the contest modifier on, but afterwards, the same team would have to go back into the raid and beat the Tempo's Edge Triumph, which asked players to complete the Vault of Glass while also completing all hidden challenges that were featured in the new version of the raid. All the big teams were racing, and while I can't list every single one, here are some of the big names from that era of Destiny: Redeem, Math Class, Ascend, Luminous, Tier 1, and a clan that was still rather unknown, although they had done really well in Deepstone Crypt's raid race, finishing in second place. Of course, that clan is Elysium. Kicking things off, the first encounter didn't really change at all, except that Venus was no longer a patrol space for obvious reasons. Back in the day, players could show up and help your team by trying to open the Vault of Glass door, but it would have been a bit much to expect Bungie to bring back the entire planet for the Reprise raid. Teams got through this encounter very quickly and swiftly moved on to the Confluxes and Oracles. If you remember the OG Vault of Glass experience back in Destiny 1, you'll remember that this encounter gave 0 rewards and was just defending 3 towers from waves of Vex. But guess what? Bungie saw this somewhat underwhelming encounter and decided to change nothing about it.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Bungie did end up centering that Vault of Glass door, so that was a huge win. I'm happy that was the big change here. On day one, the ads were beefier and did hit harder, but this was during a time when damage resist was still pretty strong. Blinding grenade launchers were also super impactful here, and players steamrolled this encounter with ease on day one. So the first encounter in the Reprise raid was pretty easy, but Oracles made things actually heat up a little bit due to the changes that Bungie had made. Oracles used to work by having 7 different yellow lights with different pitches to them. Crucially, there was no set order, just callouts that let other players identify where they were. In the Reprise raid, however, the most devastating change by far, they were no longer yellow. Okay, the other minor change was that teams had to shoot the oracles in the correct order that they had spawned in. If one of those oracles was shot out of order, then the team had to cleanse in the pool of light in the middle of the room. There were a maximum number of 3 cleanses allowed before a team would completely wipe, and this was where we started to see some teams race ahead, while others languished behind. The encounter came down to pure communication, and everyone had a part to play. There was no real room for someone to just be ad clear duty, which I feel like is exactly what raids were meant to be. There were only 3 oracles at the start of the encounter, but there were 7 by the end of the encounter, which made things a little more than chaotic. Once all 7 oracles had been shot in the correct order, the loot chest would finally show up alongside the iconic relic, the Aegis. This informed teams that they were about to come face to face with the franchise's first ever raid boss for a second round in the ring. Templar in Destiny 1 was relatively easy. 2 oracles would spawn in, the relic holder would use a super to break the Templar's shield and block the boss's teleports to extend the damage phase, as well as breaking everyone out of the detainment field. Now, Bungie took this encounter and decided to make some massive changes this time. No, I'm kidding. Of course, they didn't really do much. For instance, in the Destiny 2 version, there were now 3 oracles that spawned in, and these oracles would also need to be shot in the correct order. The relic holder would still need to pop a super on the boss, so that stayed the same, but the detain mechanic had been reworked. In the Destiny 2 version, only 1 person gets detained at a time, but unlike in D1, the detained person cannot break out of their own detained bubble. On top of these changes, the Templar had more spots that it could teleport to, and if the damage phase took a long time, fire teams would get drowned in a tsunami of minotaurs. At this point, we were starting to see a few teams break away from the rest of the pack, but there was no clear leader at this point, although there was some complaints on Reddit at the time about whether the Templar fight was too difficult or not. Teams with good communication and proper damage strategies were able to take down the classic boss and progress through the next stage of the raid, but there was no time to celebrate a Fatebringer drop at this time. The belt was the chase. Interestingly, the jumping puzzle and the Gorgon's Labyrinth were actually going to be the Eververse only content, according to Bungie devs. No, I'm kidding.
What a funny guy.
But seriously, Bungie didn't actually change anything about these sections, apart from making the Gorgons less threatening than they used to be. Destiny 2's movement tech also trivialized the jumping puzzle, so teams barely had time to catch their breath before moving on to the next part of the raid, and arguably the most challenging part of normal mode, the Gatekeeper's encounter. Up until this point, there had been some minor changes to the raid, but nothing too serious. Teams had been able to figure out the new mechanics with ease, and when teams progressed to the Gatekeeper's encounter, they quickly realized that Bungie had spent a lot of time completely reworking this fight, which was probably needed after how it felt in 2014. In Destiny 1, this encounter had 3 relics, one on the Glass Throne, one on the Venus side, also known as Past, and one on the Mars side, also known as the Future. Players would eventually meet in the middle and kill some Praetorians, making it a pretty easy encounter in the original game. In Destiny 2, however, the encounter only had 1 relic, which turned the fight into a relay race. Teams would have to pass the relic around because of the Praetorian mechanic. Once the first Gatekeeper had been killed, the goal of the encounter was to kill the Praetorians that would periodically spawn in both Venus and Mars before they could sacrifice themselves at the confluxes in the middle of the room. The only issue was that the Praetorians had an immune shield that could only be broken by damage from the relic. Every time a Praetorian died, the relic had to be passed to the other player that was in one of the portals, as once any player had stepped through a portal, there was a cooldown before you could go back through it. The other catch was that after a Praetorian was killed, a Wyvern would show up shortly after. Of course, this was before Strand Suspend builds trivialized these overgrown chickens. So on day 1, Wyvern spawning in, it was more of a cause for alarm. After repeating this process for a ridiculous amount of time, the encounter ended in the same way it had done in Destiny 1. Everyone came out of the portals and defended the central conflux from even more Wyverns and more Praetorians. This encounter was so difficult because it forced players to solo their Wyverns while they were in Venus or Mars, and if they couldn't handle the space chickens, failure was all but guaranteed. At this point, Elysium began to gain some real momentum, mainly because they only needed a maximum of 3 attempts before they had already completed the Gatekeeper's encounter. Now it was time to confront one of the most iconic raid bosses in all of Destiny history. The Atheon encounter was actually pretty simple, and most teams got it down relatively quickly. Of course, the teams that didn't manage to do that often got caught up in one of the the oldest and most infuriating Destiny debates in history. Which part of the room is the front and which part of the room is the back? But let's go over some of the key differences between D1 Atheon and D2 Atheon. Atheon originally sent 3 players at random into one of the dimensions, planets, time zones, whatever you want to call it. These 3 players would have to destroy oracles with no set order to them, while also dealing with some ads. Players on the outside just had to avoid the supplicants that spawned in while opening the portal for the players on the inside. Atheon in 2021 worked somewhat the same, except for the simple fact that, yes, the oracles had to be shot in the correct order. On top of that, the correct order could only be seen by the fire team members who hadn't been teleported in. And there were 3 rounds of oracles that needed to be shot. This wasn't actually as hard as it looked, because the rooms on Venus and Mars completely matched the layout of the throne room. If the players who got teleported simply rushed to the back, they could turn around and see the oracles that they needed to shoot without having to do any strange fancy rotation in their heads. Of course, not everyone did this.
Okay, second one is first one is second, third one is third.
Oh my gosh.
What? There was another controversial part of this encounter. How do you label the oracles? The answer that seems most useful is close left, close middle, close right, far left, far middle, far right. But of course, a lot of teams opted for numbers, or if you watch my original video, what was your callouts for day 1? The best comment for callouts will be permanently cemented as the only correct one for the rest of Destiny 2. Once the correct oracles had been shot 3 times in a row without any fuck-ups, there's always one, it was time for damage. Old Atheon gave you infinite supers when it was time for damage, but obviously, this would not have been balanced at all in the Destiny 2 sandbox, even back in Season of the Splicer. So this time around, teams were given some super energy back, but couldn't go crazy like in the good old days. The main difference between the old Atheon damage phase and the new one was that the relic didn't really need to be used as a defensive tool anymore due to the existence of the Well of Radiance. On top of that, the relic could be dropped for much longer in Destiny 2. So if teams didn't pick it up within a millisecond in Destiny 1, they would wipe. The game would crash, Luke Smith would DM their wives on Twitter, you get the point. In Destiny 2, you got a whole countdown that told you exactly how long you had left before you'd wipe. This was important because it meant that the relic holder could actually assist with DPS on Atheon. And trust me, on day 1, teams needed every single bit of damage that they could potentially deal. The other main change that featured in the new Atheon fight was the detain mechanic. This time around, Atheon would give one player a glowing red aura and a timer that counted down to 0 on the side of the screen. When it reached 0, they would get detained, completely tanking their damage unless someone shot them out in time. The detainment field would also kill the detained player if their teammates ignored them for too long. And Bungie threw an extra surprise into the mix too. If the player who was hit with the imminent detain buff stood too close to their teammates, everyone would get detained, which was in effect a wipe. This was a similar mechanic to the unstable light debuff in the Golgoroth encounter of the King's Fall raid. Anyways, on day 1, Atheon would take about 4 damage rotations to complete because he was that tanky. Many teams struggled with the high damage requirements, but also with the rather punishing mechanics. You see, if a team failed to shoot even one set of oracles in the correct order, that was an instant wipe. And a lot of teams found this part of the raid even more challenging than the Gatekeeper encounter. Eventually though, Team Elysium did triumph, and they were the first to beat the D2 contest normal mode of Vault of Glass with a time of 1 hour and 43 minutes.
Please.
Let's go! Nice! Yes! Let's go!
Grab it.
Holy shit, do not leave
crap.
that shit there.
Whoever
Okay, grab
fucking
chest
dropped
and
that.
load us into challenge mode.
What's even crazier is that Team Elysium were over 40 minutes ahead of the next team. They weren't done though, as they had only reached the halfway mark with their Atheon kill. Elysium had to face an even greater challenge and uncharted water for a Destiny world's first. Complete the Vault of Glass in the Tempo's Edge challenge mode. Now, Elysium were so far ahead of all the others that you'd think that they'd already basically won, but it wasn't that simple. Unlike challenges in normal raids, the Tempo's Edge variant would automatically wiped teams if they failed the challenge conditions. This meant that teams would quickly realize when they missed things, but some of the challenges were particularly devious and confusing for teams to figure out. Team Elysium was obviously in the lead, and they maintained this lead by blasting through the first 2 challenge mode encounters very quickly. It was relatively easy for them to work out the challenge for confluxes, which was to allow wyverns to begin sacrificing themselves at the confluxes before killing them. They also managed to work out the Oracles challenge. Players couldn't shoot the same Oracle twice. So without wasting too much time, and before long, Elysium found themselves at the Templar challenge mode. The challenge itself was to prevent the Templar from teleporting at all before killing it. And ironically, this was the optimal strat in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. Of course, things were quite different on day 1. Elysium figured out the challenge pretty quickly, but got slightly bogged down with just how hard it was to survive the onslaught of adds, while dealing with oracles and minotaurs. That being said, it didn't take them too long to move on to the next encounter, and at this point in the race, they were still quite far ahead of the other competitors. That was until they got to Gatekeepers. It took Team Elysium around 30 wipes before they worked out how to complete Gatekeepers on challenge mode, which was to kill the Praetorians and the Wyverns at the same time. The issues that they had were twofold. Firstly, the challenge was quite vague, in that it didn't really specify exactly how much time teams were allowed to take between killing a Praetorian and killing the corresponding Wyvern. The second issue was that the challenge was actually really lenient, and so Elysium thought that it had to be something else. By the time Elysium had finally learnt the mechanics of the encounter, other teams had caught up, and surely added significant pressure to the race. But eventually they battled through the Gatekeepers encounter and came face to face with Atheon for a third time?
Hey, it's me again.
The Atheon challenge was actually easier than it was in Destiny 1. The OG was that everyone across the team had to shoot an oracle each, which meant that the people would have to go into the portals from the glass throne in order to help out the others with the challenge. The Destiny 2 version was a little more simple. Each player that had been teleported had to shoot one oracle whenever they came up, meaning that everyone inside the portal had to participate in all 3 rounds of oracles. Team Elysium smashed Atheon.
What do you mean by that?
Oh my god! And after 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 21 seconds, they had successfully completed the world's first Destiny 2 Vault of Glass Clear and claimed their very first belt.
I'm fine, div down's fine.
Just kill him 10 seconds.
Nice, let's go!
Let's go! We finally got it! Mission complete!
Get chest and
Get chest.
Chest and triumph, chest and triumph.
Chest and triumph.
Orbit.
Okay, orbit. Whoever's host orbit us. Whoever's host orbit us, then claim the
Did you
triumph.
get the triumph?
Okay. Mission complete right now.
I got the triumph. I got the triumph.
Whoever's host, get us out.
I'm gagging.
I claim Temple's Edge.
Claim the triumph.
I got it. Holy
My
shit.
game is fucking lagging.
Let's go!
This was an immense achievement, and the domination of the Reprise Vault of Glass signaled the start of a Destiny raid racing dynasty that went on to achieve so much more and continues to do so to this day. Of course, we'll talk about that soon, but before we close out this section of the video, I want to discuss the loot and the inevitable cheeses. At the time, some of the loot was absolutely amazing in PvP and PvE alike, but I think it's fair to say that unfortunately they've been power crept by things that we've received since. Time Lost Fatebringer used to be the best 140 hand cannon in PvP, and Time Lost Found Verdict was arguably the strongest aggressive shotgun in the entire game. As for the others, they found themselves being more iconic and nostalgic than they were actually useful. Some of the perks introduced in Destiny 2 with the Reprise raid, like Rewind Rounds and Firefly, were a lot of fun and continue to be fan favorites to this day, albeit on other weapons. It was also really cool to see that the weapons were recently updated with reprised loot. However, we know with Edge of Fate, regardless of the loot, they can only go so far. As for the cheese, well, we always knew it was going to be there, but it was beyond hilarious and ridiculous to find out that the 7-year-old Atheon cheese, which was pushing him off the map, still existed in the Reprise version. A bug with Warlock Stasis Super would cause enemies to catapult themselves into a handily placed nearby abyss. That wasn't the only issue with the first Reprise raid though. At the time it was released, you could use Prometheus Lens or the Colony to completely bypass the shields of the Praetorians in in the Gatekeeper's encounter. Another absolutely bizarre bug involved tethering Atheon alongside a supplicant and then placing a bubble down at his feet as he stomped. And I have no idea why this caused him to die, but it did. Finally, my absolute favorite bug from this whole raid involves some shenanigans with coding. If a player jumped into the Venus portal and then fell off the edge just as the Gatekeeper's encounter had ended, they had a chance to respawn in the Venus room and come face to face with... And it's wild that you could just damage him and kill him. People were even using Darcy just to keep track of the health. Now, while this would give everyone all the loot they'd get from a normal clear, this wouldn't count for completions. There was a way to get the completions to count, however. If someone was still in the Vaulted Glass throne room and shot the Vex Cube that normally kicks off the final encounter immediately after the players on Venus got the final bit of damage on Atheon. For some reason, the game would think the player had magically killed Atheon a fraction of a second after he spawned. Anyways, I was very happy to see how Bungie handled the return of arguably Destiny's most important piece of content. They kept the challenge fresh, handled the legacy of Prime Guard well, and ensured that the raid race was just as much a spectacle as the others had been. Now, our next raid features a boss who definitely owns at least 4 pairs of Jordans because he loves his kicks. This was one of the wildest raids the Destiny community would ever see, and I know that may sound insane seeing as how we've already talked about the story of the near 19-hour clear of the raid Last Wish, and we still have a few other raids to go, but you'll just have to keep listening. Let's just start at the beginning. The Witch Queen. The Witch Queen launched on February 22nd of 2022 and was Bungie's Taken King of this era of Destiny. It makes sense, right? The Witch Queen being the sister of the Taken King with her own destination, her own strikes, her own exotics, and some major system-wide changes for Destiny 2. This is a whole era I would describe as the post-Sunset era. Beyond Light was very empty, and its storytelling approach in its seasonal format was leaving a lot to be desired, but its loot chase was there simply because there was nothing else to grind for. Bungie would try to usher in a new era for the game with the Witch Queen, similar to how they did this with the Taken King and Forsaken, but a lot of the Witch Queen's core decisions, although received really well on launch, has had lasting damaging effects on the health of the core experience of Destiny. For one, craftable weapons were added, a way to grind weapons and get the desired perk pool on your guns, but this just turned into players searching for red border weapon drops and then dismantling those to get progress towards a crafted weapon, feeling any excitement at seeing something that didn't have the red border. This was different from curated gold borders, simply because those were Bungie's set perks, and there were always different options with those weapons to chase. These red borders would also controversially drop on raid weapons, creating the power fantasy at the cost of raid's replayability. And with no other space to test your best weapons and actually push for a build to go to the max, it created an easy exit from the Destiny gameplay loop. Speaking of builds, build crafting would get a major boost with 3.0s to supers this year. While at launch the Void 3.0 was the only one that was available, with Solar and Arc coming later into the year, this made players get creative on how to best use their many options of Void craftable builds. And again, while this was received really well at launch, especially since the game's artifacts scaled with Void 3.0 and the brand new Legendary campaign would all but require Void 3.0, it's important to note that 3.0s as a whole sacrificed a solid amount of the core gunplay experience out of Destiny. This rolling, unstable boil wouldn't burn anyone at the launch of the Witch Queen though. In fact, these changes made the game feel new all over again for that honeymoon period, and I would argue that that honeymoon period of the Witch Queen were some of the best times Destiny has ever produced. Bungie also started off Witch Queen by dropping a bomb an hour before, with major changes to the sandbox in regards to resistance. The biggest of all of them was neutering Protective Light, a mod that Destiny players held onto for years because of just how necessary it was. Protective Light was a mod that worked by giving the player a 50% damage resistance when they got to critical health, at the cost of all stacks of being charged with light. Charged with light mods were mods that needed a starter, like Taking Charge and Shield Break Charge, to get stacks of charge with light. For example, picking up an orb with the Taking Charge mod or breaking a shield with the Shield Break Charge mod would get those charges and store them for use. You could see how easy it was to get charge charge with light. So having a 50% damage resist always in your pocket makes even the hardest challenges completely mitigated, because you were always going to have another health bar to play with just because of how strong 50% damage resist really was. Bungie sent out some patch notes, a patch which nerfed the hell out of protective light, dropping its resist from 50% to just 10%, while buffing the Well of Tenacity perk from 10% resist to 50% resist. The changes may sound like a one-to-one swap, but they were far from it. Elemental wells, which were these elements on the ground that you would have to pick up like they were an orb, required the player to move towards them. They required other means to proc them that weren't as easy, and there was at least a harder step involved, and they also didn't last as long as Charge with Light did, on a very short timer instead. This was part one of massive changes to make players uncomfortable going into the new raid. The other changes that definitely had impact going into day one was the 40% primary exotic weapon buff, completely changing the meta loadouts players could use. And for the biggest fear that actually wasn't changed in these patch notes was stacking 1-2 punch with various exotics for melee damage boosts and shield bashing. Players were terrified that this race was going to get run over by the damage combo stacks, and the fact that Bungie didn't put them on the banned loadout list. I mean, have a look at how much damage these stacks could do.
Going back.
Speaking of that banned weapon list, we had an assortment of disabled mods and banned weapons going into the raid. The infamous Wardcliff Coil, which for some reason was doing more damage than Gallowhorn. The final scare that raid racers had was in the out of bounds world, since we know that Deepstone Crypt was famously oobed by many players and posted all over YouTube. So teams prepared for all these changes as best they could. And with the contest cap of 1530 power for day one, this was also the longest that players had to wait for a new raid in Destiny history. I don't mean to take away anything from the remastered Vault of Glass, but it isn't a brand new raid. It's a remaster, and there was a long delay from Beyond Light to Witch Queen. That means it was 1 year, 3 months, 1 week, and 5 days since Deepstone Crypt came out back in November of 2020. I would argue that getting a remaster is better than getting no raid at all. Miles better even. So actually, if you wanted to go just off of raids in general, the longest wait has been from Salvation's Edge to the Edge of Fate raid coming out this July. So would Vow the Disciple live up to the hype? Would the raid go down in history as the best one ever made? How did the raid day go? How did the encounters go? How were the players racing? The story, the future of Destiny, everything all encompassed in one. Well, join me on a story unlike any other for Destiny, and brace yourself for the wildest day the game would ever see. Immediately, teams were off to the races, literally and figuratively, as the raid started off with Marasov talking and then being interrupted by a brand new voice, a voice named Rolk.
Welcome, children of light. Drown in the deep or rise from it.
Rolk we will discuss later, but a new voice with a new raid was exactly the kind of thing that Destiny needed. With more than 380,000 people watching along on Twitch alone, and many thousands more on YouTube, you could see crowds gathering in masses to witness this monumental day. The opening was sort of a crossover between Destiny and Overwatch, escorting the pyramid payload. Players had to kill a Vision of Savathun and then Sparrow to this payload. Then they had to kill some Scorn ads? Yes, this was the first time that a Scorn raid was ever done, something that the Destiny community had been wanting for so long. Not me, but the community wanted that. Scorn raiders started immediately sniping at players, Abomination started zapping players, and Screebs, well, Screebed. The goal here was to pick up buffs and bring them to the payload, fueling the car with some swamp darkness gas. The problem was that this car needed to be filled a lot, but players mostly scooted through this encounter, if you would really call it one. This was also the only portion of Vow the Disciple that raiders really wished wasn't there. It's easy, and it's really long. It's more tedious to get into the actual meat of the raid. Once through, players entered the pyramid. Oh, well, that's fine. Just an error code. Those happen. And I'm sure only some teams experience them, right? Just load back in, do the encounter entrance again, and oh, Unfortunately, saying you enjoyed Vow of the Disciple for a few months after the raid's launch was considered taboo, since this became the day one legacy it left behind. So many teams were stumped at entering the raid due to the error codes, while Bungie was investigating the error codes, Anteater, Guitar, and Bat, which are all network-related error codes. This wasn't the first time we have seen error codes in raids, but an error code has never heavily affected the outcome of a raid race thus far, nor was an error code ever experienced when trying to enter the raid. The biggest issue was that some teams had no issue getting through at all, while other teams were stuck at the door for hours. This may not seem like a huge deal to some, but you have to remember that raid day is a Destiny player's Christmas. And you have to remember that raid day is Bungie's biggest chance to bring in new spectators and hopefully new players to the game. The perception of Destiny 2 to the outside community, hell, some of you good looking viewers who aren't Destiny players, you get a taste of what pinnacle content in the game can be like. So having error codes may not be new, but on day one, this was absolutely new. This was way worse on a personal note. I went back and counted how long my own team was plagued by error codes, and it was close to 6 hours stuck in there. A lot of emotions were expressed, and I can only imagine what was going on at Bungie HQ. This was now just as much of a test for patience for racers as it was for the actual day. Thankfully, the ending of the race would define a whole different legacy entirely, but this raid race was difficult to cover who was in the lead at all times because of the errors on day one, and I wasn't exactly doing raid zone at this point, although this raid day would push me to pursue it. So thanks for the error codes, Vow of the Disciple.
You're welcome, Evan.
Players were desperately calling for Bungie to kick everyone out of the servers and reset the raid day to a further date, or just until the servers could handle all the traffic in the raid. But Bungie didn't do this, and I can't fully blame them either. Think about it. How many people can race on a Saturday that they plan months in advance versus one soon after? What about teams that made it further and learned new intel? They would have a massive advantage, right? No matter how you may feel, Bungie didn't pull the plug early, and instead got to work behind the scenes to fix it. Aside from error codes, the environment of the pyramid was tremendous, and different than even the pyramid on Europa. There were calcified worms chopped up, aliens we had never seen calcified too, and just so much different from the rest of Destiny. We have talked about how raid environments being so different from the rest of the game is fantastic, like with Deepstone Crypt and Vow of the Disciple. Vow of the Disciple still does not disappoint at all. Hell, they've even made a dungeon out of its environment for a reason. One important note about Vow of the Disciple is that it's very symbol heavy. So Bungie actually gave players a full room of symbols that they could view and see the name of for the callouts, of which there are 27 unique ones, far surpassing Last Wish's 16. The first encounter in this raid came with a giant bone to pick in the middle, a tremendous amount of symbols throughout the room, and a worm god in the background, a living worm god, the gods that gave the Witch Queen her powers, and one was in the background powering a beacon above it. The atmosphere of this raid was unquestionably magnificent, and we were only on the first encounter. The voice of Roll came shivering back to Destiny players' ears, introducing the player to the acquisition. There are 3 totems in the room and 3 glyphs per side. The goal was to kill some enemies, then one of these glyphs would appear with the symbol Pyramid or Traveler. This was the sign to where the first taken knight, either corresponding with the Traveler logo or the Pyramid logo in the middle. Once the knight was killed, that totem would also get a symbol of a door to open to enter in the room. If this door was closed, then the team would need to shoot the pyramid in the middle to open that room. If open, the players would enter the room with a dark side symbol and a light side symbol in each. The final glyph would appear for a teammate to instruct the player inside the room to shoot the dark or light scorn chieftain while avoiding screams. Once killed, the chieftain would leave behind another symbol for players to account for. Once all 3 glyphs had all 3 corresponding chieftains dead and the symbols written down, the final step was to find one of 3 totems that had all 3 of those symbols. If you found the right one, just shoot the symbols and the totem would accept your offering, starting the next round of 3 total. If you were too slow, or allowed ads to shoot the totem a lot, or were just flat out wrong on the callouts, the totem would reject your offering. and eventually the ritual would conclude, killing the team. After some time, I will actually credit myself on finding that the totems would glow immediately if you were at the wrong totem and shooting the correct symbol, meaning that you could quickly rule out which one was the wrong totem. But with all the error codes on day one, I don't blame anyone who wasn't paying attention to a tiny detail like that one. There are a few teams who got through first, but the one that we know of being through first was NA Painter's team. One important note to make with this raid was that very publicly, Destiny players were bringing in coaches and scouts. Before, this was seen as taboo and very niche among some teams, even controversial. And while not every team had someone coaching and pulling in info on what other teams were doing, the contenders mostly had someone helping out, the natural evolution of day one, if you will. And while there wouldn't be a crazy amount of muted comms and buff hiding like we see today, this was a major talking point moving forward. There were coaches like Tfue returning for Redeem, Nanowatts, another world's first former winner, returning to coach math class, and just a lot more assistance going into this raid. Now back to the race. For the teams that could get through the Anteater raid boss, they were met with the next one, and the first check of the raid. The Caretaker was waiting. While you may have fought the hardest caretaker of them all in the Pantheon with its changes, on day one contest, not a soul was prepared for this boss. Welcome to the Caretaker, the first boss of the raid, and one of my favorite encounters Bungie has ever made. In the room rightfully named the Collection, the Caretaker stood. Caretaker really was like one giant librarian, and you didn't want to piss this one off. The encounter required someone to go into the dark rooms to grab symbols, and shoot the totem with the corresponding symbols when they came out, avoiding taking wizards and a pervading darkness timer that made it hard to see and would kill you at times 10. For the 1 to 2 players that ran in there, their task was stressful yet simple. They just had to remember which symbols they picked up and work together to follow the totem mechanic from acquisition and shoot the totem symbols. The same message appeared when the players got the symbols correct as the first encounter, and once 9 symbols were shot correctly, the damage could start. Now for the other 4 players in the room, this was absolute hell outside, with taken vandals on the sides, scorn enemies shooting them, and the boss shooting them on the way up one of these sets of stairs. And the team outside was in charge of stunning him in place to slow him down, or else he would be in the way of the glyph reader and make the job almost impossible to get done in time. Working together as a team across the board would give enough time for damage to begin, which was on 3 different plates at a time, and the starting damage plate was decided by which set of stairs the boss went up. This boss had a ton of health and was health gated on the first portion of plates. Well, sort of. See, the way to over damage, which I should note was found after the raid race, was to get the health near the gate, then blast all of your supers at once at the Caretaker. For day one racers, this wasn't really even a thought yet, but it will be relevant again when we talk about both Pantheon and a boss from Root of Nightmares. The health remaining was more of an indicator of if you were going to get the kill, as this was a tight damage check and was the first time that I can remember in Destiny that having the best of the best god rolls really did matter for a boss, giving even more reward for racers who grinded those precious god rolls, and even more incentive for new players to enhance perks at Bungie's new crafting table in the Witch Queen. The main damage that was used here was a Divinity, Thundercrash Titans with the Kyros of the Falling Star chest piece, and a lot of god rolls of Reed's Regret, the linear fusion rifle. Philo, or first and last out, was also needed for a god roll, giving you more range with Lunafaction Wells. And finally, the return of a primary exotic, Outbreak, perfected, now buffed in that primary weapon buff. See, I told you I'd bring it up again. A gun that I never thought I would see used again in a day one raid, but this raid was just full of surprises. Speaking of those surprises, we have phase 2, which had stairs drop down to the arena for players to follow up and take on the same task a floor above. The jobs across the board got harder, with the players outside dealing with a much wider space of ads that were all shooting at them. And for the players inside, the room was a lot more spaced out, so finding those symbols in time became more challenging. After 2 phases of damage and the check, there was a whole 3rd floor now to go to, and this time you would be struggling for ammo, because the other room became a lot more vertical for the players inside, while admittedly the players outside had a bit of an easier time on floor 3 than floor 2. But after it was all said and done, and after a 3rd damage check, it was time for Final Stand. Teams would fail to the damage check Final Stand had, as this was not only a tough challenge for damage, but a long climb to get back here to even attempt a better damage phase. We're talking for even the world's first team, there was 10 plus minutes between attempts, and that time adds up if you wipe. Now, the other problems that teams faced, especially those who were leading the race, like in this case, Twice Moss's team, after beating the Caretaker, the game, well, soft locked them.
We're soft locked.
Soon? No, there's soft
Chat, are we soft locked?
No, we're soft locked. There should be stairs here.
Alright, chat, I'm closing chat again.
We're actually soft locked.
I love a Bucky rage.
The only solution to this was not redoing the entire encounter, as this would just keep them at the soft lock, but instead they had to do the entire raid over again. This was another part of the Wild Day that was the Vow of the Disciple raid race, soft locking teams here, and as a bonus bummer, not dropping loot from the chest either. The fact that Vow is now seen as one of Destiny's best raids speaks levels to the quality of its encounters. Speaking of which, another Ascend team ended up stuck at the entrance of Caretaker.
This is like a tomb or something. I think you guys gotta explore. This feels buggy.
And we're not meant to be in here.
Yeah.
We're not meant to be in here.
And also, funny enough, math class ended up with no boss in the room. At this point, I want to ask you, would you rather be error coded or soft locked? They were not the only ones affected by this, as Redeem was as well, along with the former champions of Vault of Glass's remaster Elysium, and a countless list of others who also had this problem. Bungie HQ, I was sure, was in an all-out panic and not prepared for what was taking place on the grandest stage in the world. Bungie Help constantly said that they were investigating, and teams were suffering as a result. But there is a saying, the best teams can climb back in the jaws of defeat. So while some teams were getting the brunt of the problems, the best teams kept a focused mental on the grand stage for a chance to come back. Okay, I invented that long version because of course the saying is a lot shorter, but someone had to say it. Let's follow those who were leading the charge and didn't get soft locked at Caretaker. Ascend's Team 1 and Math Class, who were both fortunate enough to not have too many issues, and they were zooming through here. As racers passed through the jumping puzzle, they definitely didn't notice Rolk's giant vision board. He's a Pinterest girl after all, and this board would make a massive foreshadow community puzzle for even Lightfall. Hive Scorn, Love Darkness, Worship Witness, Pyramid Fleet, Enter Earth, Stop Guardian, Witness Commune, Traveler Drink Light, Witness Kill, Rohan. Okay, the Rohan symbol is made up, but it's cool that Bungie put this in, and it only elevated this raid's place as one of the most special raids ever crafted. Once past the pretty puzzly jumping puzzle, it was time for our third encounter, and probably one of the finest examples of an encounter without a boss. Exhibition. I've got to say, if you like fast-paced encounters that require teamwork, then Exhibition was your encounter. Exhibition used the symbols from the raid, but introduced relics from other raids and a brand new pyramid relic just for this encounter. This encounter was one giant relay race, guns blazing, timers ticking, and Scorn and Taken everywhere. Now, what was the goal of this encounter? You had to discover through relic versus non-relic holders which symbol was consistent on both sides, and shoot the correct one on a wall. To do this, you had to form a path that each relic would be necessary in helping to clear the entire room, and especially the Glyph Keeper enemies. The Taken relic was there to cleanse the Taken orbs from making enemies immune, while the Aegis relic was there to prevent your team from the darkness and being blinded, and in general just wiping to a ×10. And the Pyramid relic was there to shoot a knight to extend the timer more than anything. Now, the real struggle here was the timer, since it was pretty tight when you were managing all the other tasks, and it demanded near perfection. If you don't kill the ads in time, you're dead. If you don't get the symbols down in time, you're dead. And after each round, if you'd call it a round, the team had to deposit the relics for the next set of players to pick up and change the job. Hence, the relay race portion of this encounter. The first couple of rooms were easy and more like tutorials of the new mechanics, but that third room is where it became absurd, with all three relics finally in play, and a room that demanded snake-like maneuvering. Lots of runs were lost here due to this room's layout and verticality, but eventually some made it through and onto the final room. The new challenge was platforming through this final room, and with warlocks, you were going to have a nightmare here, as the ceiling was low and it was kind of hard to land your jumps, and the relic was going to find its way off of the map eventually. However, with some good strategy and some good memory, teams were able to get through here. Ascend's Team 1 was crushing this raid race and was already through this next portion of the raid, and it had just been 3 hours and 34 minutes. Elysium, who had just made it to the third encounter, was still getting error codes. Math Class, who had just beaten the Caretaker, was on their way over to third encounter. And as for a lot of other teams in the race, they were at similar points, getting kicked to orbit, or still dealing with soft locks. Team Elysium ended up killing the Caretaker 3 times over due to these issues, but now they weren't extremely far behind Ascend, who was charging through the rest of the raid. The great equalizer for this raid race, however, was the final encounter, and the first encounter with a whole different type of alien, Rolk, the first disciple of the Witness. This is the first time we had ever seen something that was this brand new, like Destiny 3 kind of new. I know that we have the Dread, we have Tormentors, and we have Subjugators. We have that red aesthetic and the body parts breaking that was equipped with Rolk, but Rolk was the first boss that actually did this. And again, it was the first time in a long time that a boss felt new. Rolk might have even been a huge piece of feedback after Tannix was a repeat boss that the community kept on memeing. And if it was, then that's great, because Rolk was fantastic. Rolk was also a huge focus for this raid's developer insight. And while unfortunately this raid doesn't have a raid along like some of the others, it does offer a lot of insight into the design by Tobias Kwan. This includes inspiration of poses from Street Fighter and Bruce Lee. It's insane just how much detail goes into a design that's as impactful as Rolk, and it's an even greater payoff that his fight is one of the best of all time. Same with the reactions to seeing him.
What is this?
Is that a vampire?
What the fuck is this?
What the?
Rolk, disciple of the Witness.
Holy fucking Christ. He said, bitch, you're not worthy to be near me.
Rolk, disciple of the Witness.
Holy.
Ascend was all alone, and they were on to Rolk. The encounter was simple, yet multi-staged. Teams had to shoot the darkness above Rolk to grab the leeching force buff, and then actually get hit by Rolk's fire blast to get the next buff, emanating force. There were glyph keepers here, like in previous encounters, that needed to be killed, and the same matching the symbol mechanic was required, this time to enter Rolk's bubble and bank the buff into the correct totem if you had the emanating force. 6 totems that would all rotate the same symbols, with only 2 being the correct spots to dunk. If you dunked wrong, you died. After banking 6 times, Rolk challenged the player with his glaive out like a gentleman, and the arena was now open. This was the most challenging portion of the raid, and also when teams like Ascend, and most recently Math Class, who just caught up to Ascend after a few more Ascend wipes, had decided to mute all communication on streams, since this was a tight race and hundreds of thousands of people were watching along as they got to the final boss. After a few more wipes, those disasters were spelled, as Elysium also got their clear of exhibition. Now, there were a few teams caught up to Ascend, and over an hour of attempts at the final boss, with still not a full idea on how to damage and get effective damage. The goal for phase 2 was to shoot Rolk's glaive after each attack. Rolk had a charge attack akin to a Dark Souls boss, and he fired a beam attack that spread in multiple directions. And of course, Rolk's most iconic attack was the kick if you got too close to him. Rolk had a variety of attacks, and some admittedly bad desync on some of these attacks too. This boss was straight from a more traditional MMO like WoW's Kill Jaden. Every time someone broke Rolk's glaive, they would get the leeching buff and needed to jump into the fire for the emanating force buff to bank at one of 4 stations. These didn't change symbols, but the rest of your team had to avoid the Shadow Thrall while giving instructions on where to dunk the buff based on the floating symbol left behind. Once dunked, Rolk's shoulders would need to be broken. Then, as you kept dunking, it would need to be the legs, as indicated by the glowing white on his body, and then, of course, your team shooting him. If you didn't, the boss would wipe you. If you did break all 4 spots, then damage would begin, and the boss went straight up Super Saiyan, charging up and becoming even more chaotic than ever. You best get out of Rolk's way, and you best bring a divinity. Damage was rough, and teams struggled here for hours just to get something consistently going. It was now neck and neck and neck between 3 teams for the brand new belt and the title of World's First Val the Disciple. The back and forth battle went on for hours, and Ascend was on the cusp of something spectacular. After being here for the longest, and with the most focused I had ever seen a raid team, Ascend was poised for a World's First.
Diving.
No, dude.
2 rockets, hell, 1 super, hell, 1 snipe was the difference between the kill here and the wipe. It was back in the air again. So would Math Class, Ascend, or our former champions Elysium pull this one off?
Go, 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 go.
Oh, rockets are out. Rockets
Get
are
div
out.
on, get div on.
Go, fly, fly.
Go, 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 go.
Chaos is in.
Middle.
I'm gonna die.
Reloading. Nice! Okay, get chest in orbit, find the loot,
Find the loot. Fucking orbit.
Find the loot. Where the fuck is this shit, dude? Please.
Please, fucking please. Please. Is it dropped out of it? Orbit.
Whoever's host. Somebody, Cruz. He's going. Please let it be back to back.
Team Elysium repeated the win in this raid race, and the team of Slap, Quaz, Cruz, Kyros, Moople, and Saltagreppo, they pulled out an absolute heroic comeback story. From being soft-locked and error-coded, they pulled this one out. Right behind them, I mean a damage phase behind them, Math Class also finished their race. This was the foreshadowing that we discussed in both Last Wish and Crown of Sorrows for Math Class, coming up just short again. The clear by Team Elysium was in 7 hours and 14 minutes, with Math Class finishing just 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind them. This race was wild for many reasons, and the wildest one may be just how close this one ended up being. If you notice, the team that was close behind Elysium and Math Class was from Luminous, former winners of Deepstone Crypt, and Team Hard in the Paint, as they called themselves, would one day go on to do great things. For Ascend, they ended up not finishing for a while after, going down to 26th place. Rolk was just that tough on day one, and I would have to imagine after being that close that it was just heartbreaking runs for a while after for Ascend. This raid race may not have been fair at all, but if you look at the names that are at or near the top, you will see a commonality. There may not be every name we're used to talking about, but hell, you just can't take this away from Elysium. They battled back in the face of Anteaters and Softlocks to still claim a World's First. You could argue that this was the ultimate test of endurance a raid team could have, but this raid, as heroic as it was for them, would actually become the first villainization of Elysium that the community would pin, as after this raid race, Slap was banned soon after for account recovery services, and Saltagreppo would get the reputation as a divinity and fun hater for the game. Does this take away from Elysium? No, not at all. But raid racing, for all the heroes it creates, also creates community villains. And while it's all in good fun, sometimes people can take it too far, but that topic is for a different video. Val the Disciple dropped with 6 weapons and an exotic random drop being the 7th weapon in the mix, with our first ever stasis fusion rifle, the first arc wave-frame grenade launcher named Forbearance. Forbearance was so good that it was the necessary weapon in every loadout for 2 whole years, since it had the ability to roll with chain reaction for a stupid amount of explosions, but more importantly, for the origin trait, a brand new addition to Witch Queen. Origin traits gave a weapon a benefit unique to those drops and that loot pool. This raid also dropped the solar linear fusion rifle Cataclysmic with bait and switch, the new perk in town that is still relevant today. There was also a solid kinetic SMG named Submission, and our first aggressive burst pulse rifle since Garden of Salvation. We even got to use Rolk's weapon, the Lubre's Ruin Glaive, and since glaives were so new to the game, this was amazing. On top of this, probably the most disappointing of the drops was the Raid Exotic Pulse Rifle Collective Obligation, which was still fine, but it was more of a build weapon for volatile rounds. These weapons were all exactly what I look for in a raid weapon. The best loot available and being able to use the boss's weapon is exactly what raids should have. And hell, for the time, I would argue that Val's loot pool was up there with even Vault of Glass's loot pool. As far as the armor went, it was sort of hit or miss for me. But then there's this Hunter Cloak. You may not like it, but right here, that's peak performance. Val the Disciple will always go down in Destiny history as a wild ride, a raid day that tested everyone. And Val the Disciple just proves that sometimes your game, and especially your raids, are so popular that it can break something so important to all of these people. The definition of suffering from success. Bungie had reported that 546,616 players entered the raid, and with the servers being just fine on day one of the Witch Queen's launch, it was surprising to find that the raid day was just the opposite. However, the splash damage from this raid cannot be mistaken for its place in history, as Bungie would go on to extend the contest window to 48 hours instead of 24 as a form of an apology to make up for the error codes, but quickly kept this to 48 hours permanently because people just liked it this way. From this point on, raids would also not be on a Saturday. Well, until Edge of Fate, that is coming out this month, because now we're going back to that. But yes, for years after this, raids were moved to Fridays. Contest mode was 48 hours. Raid weapons were also craftable now, and Rolk was so good that the rest of the witness type of enemies would try to steal his fashion. With that said, a lot of these changes were felt when a king returned to Destiny 2, a long-awaited remaster years in the making. Let's talk about King's Fall one more time. In 2021, Bungie chose to bring back the original and most iconic Destiny 1 raid, the Vault of Glass, and release a free-to-play version in Destiny 2. Some people, myself included, were worried that they wouldn't be able to capture the magic associated with the first ever raid. Fortunately, as we've already discussed, the Reprise Vault of Glass was undoubtedly a success. About a year after bringing back VoG, Bungie would bring back one of the most popular raids in Destiny history, King's Fall. Now, you might wonder why Crota didn't get the love right after Vault of Glass, and my guess was that Bungie wanted to have the Witch Queen and the Taken King in 1 year to make a splash. The original King's Fall raid had aged quite poorly, with stale encounter design and forgettable loot being two main issues that Bungie attempted to solve with the remaster later on. Of course, a new raid in Destiny 2 can only mean one thing: a raid race to see who gets the coveted title of World's First, as well as the shiny raid belt. King's Fall Part 2 was no different. Teams from across the world geared up and attempted to take on the Taken King himself for a second time, or fourth time if you want to count the story mode versions too. The raid race started with a small amount of controversy. The raid was set to be released on Friday immediately after the new season. This was unpopular because players had become used to a 10-day window before the raid race, allowing them suitable time to gear up for the fight. That being said, Bungie had done this deliberately, as they specified that they were well aware of the many issues that Val the Disciple had when it came out, and so had opted to release King's Fall on a weekday. In theory, this meant that they could prevent any bugs from ruining the day one experience, but it did mean that they disrupted a tradition established about 2 years prior with the release of Beyond Light. There were other issues that had day one racers slightly concerned. The new season launch had been slightly bumpy to say the least, and the many bugs that were affecting the game had made a lot of players confused and worried about whether they'd be able to play in the way that they'd wanted to while completing in a day one raid race. Grenade launchers had been disabled since forever, before Seasons of Plunder even released, and they were still disabled when it came out. Damage resistance was completely broken on some Arc subclasses, and Thunderlord could take on Anarchy's model. Okay, that one wasn't as serious, it was more visual, but the point is that there was a plethora of small bugs that created a nervous community cocktail before the raid race actually kicked off. Bungie had announced that the maximum power needed was 1560. This meant that anyone who had reached the max power after the release of Witch Queen was already ready for the raid. There was also a massive shift in the meta shortly before the beginning of this raid race. A change to the resilience stat by Bungie had made it into literally the most important stat in PvE without without question. This was because at any time, max resilience would grant players 40% damage resistance at all times from any source of damage. This was almost as strong as the now defunct protective light, but the major difference between the two was that there was no setup required to take advantage of the resilience changes. You just simply needed to have high resilience gear and hit 100. It was literally that easy. Now, this raid race was also extremely important for my own personal reason. In the past, I had competed in raid races myself, and I felt like I was pretty darn good, if I do say so. You know, placed 36 in Deepstone Crypt, no big deal.
We don't care.
However, for this raid race, I decided to do something completely different. I wanted to bring the experience and style of my raid videos to a live audience format, and so I held my very first ever raid zone. I'm beyond pleased to say that this was not only a massive success on the first one, but you guys loved the most recent raid zone that I did with CB Gray when we covered Salvation's Edge, and by the time this video is out, I can happily announce that we're going to be doing raid zone at Bungie HQ. So that's kind of crazy. Getting back to King's Fall, the Hall of Souls opening encounter was pretty much the same as the old version, except for the addition of some taken orbs blocking the doors that needed to be shot. Now, one of the things that I loved about this encounter was the ability to explore, and while this was obviously a lot more engaging when we had the entire Dreadnought to mess around in, Day 1 Raiders had no desire whatsoever to explore. They just cared about getting through the dang portal and moving on to the iconic tomb ship jumping puzzle. This was a little tricky to figure out in the original game, but Destiny 2's movement tech is much more powerful than the stuff players had access to in Destiny 1. So with the tomb ship puzzle completely trivialized, it was time to move on to the totems encounter. Now, teams took between 30 minutes and 1 hour to complete the Reprise encounter that was a total snooze fest in the original game. And you may be wondering two things. Firstly, why did it take teams such a long time, relatively speaking? And secondly, why was the original totem so boring? Well, in Destiny 1, the encounter was basically a relay race between both sides, with two people holding the plates on the left and one on the right, while one on each side would deposit the Death Singer's power to the middle plate. You can see why this became pretty repetitive after a while, and it's fair to say that the totems is generally considered to be the weakest part of the original King's Fall raid. So the question that remains to be answered is this: why did teams take so long to complete totems on day 1? The explanation lies in the changes that Bungie made to the encounter. In Destiny 2, only one player held the plate per side, while the other player would make a deposit in the middle plate, swapping each deposit that had been made. The other mechanic that threw a spanner in the works was that the players would have to kill the Taken Knight that periodically spawned in, because it would drop a buff upon death. This buff would allow the running plate player to swap with the one who was holding the initial plate on each side. This made the timing a lot more precise and ramped up the pressure quite significantly, especially because these Taken Knights were no snooze on contest mode. However, the increase in difficulty is exactly what players wanted, and truthfully what the encounter needed. The fact that the first encounter was significantly better made us all wonder whether Bungie would be able to significantly improve the other encounters. Another thing that Bungie had done differently from totems was to really emphasize the duality, nope, not that one, of the two enemy races involved in the encounter. They incorporated this concept a whole lot better the second time around. In the Destiny 2 version, one side of the room is always Taken, and one side of the room is always Hive. Funnily enough, the Taken side is much easier to deal with than the Hive side for various reasons, such as enemy placement and spawn times, but it's still a great change to the encounter. Teams would eventually get past totems, but it did take a bit longer than most people expected, and now Day 1 racers were pretty excited to see what Bungie had done with the War Priest. The War Priest was a scary foe back in the day, in both a narrative and gameplay sense, an ascendant Hive who had conquered 585 worlds in Oryx's name. The War Priest was the first boss of this raid in Destiny 1, and veterans had been eagerly awaiting a second chance to get familiar with his iconic mechanics and design. As it turns out though, the new Destiny 2 War Priest had also been eagerly waiting a chance to get familiar with the best Day 1 raiders out there. Seriously, this boss was surprisingly harder than Oryx for a bunch of teams, and I'll explain why. War Priest in Destiny 1 had teams killing adds and a knight on each side, then figuring out which sequence of the plates was needed to start the damage phase, with damage beginning as soon as the final player stepped onto their plates. The Brand of the Initiate, which projected a red aura around the player holding it, stacked 5 times, with a timer that decreased in duration each go, and would only be refreshed by killing a small ad. After each damage phase, teams would need to stand behind a pillar to protect them from the War Priest's Oversoul, something which he had learned from Crota himself, apparently. The Oversoul was just as important to the fight in Destiny 2 as it was Destiny 1, especially on day 1. This is because every time teams stood behind a pillar to protect them from the Oversoul, the pillar would disappear at the end of the Oversoul's activation. Just like in Destiny 1, teams had 4 total damage phases to kill the War Priest, before he would turn them inside out. Bungie had also changed the mechanics to get to the damage phase slightly. The sequence was slightly different in that a player would have to stand on the middle plate first in order to see the correct sequence of plates that needed to be started and used. If the pillar on the left or the right lit up white, then that plate would be the starting one. If there was no white light at all, the starting plate would be in the middle. The other major difference that caught people out on day 1 was the appearance of the Taken Knights that dropped a buff called the Brand Claimer that could be picked up by the player who'd killed the knight. This player could extend the damage phase by taking the Brand of the Initiate off of the original player when their countdown timer was about to hit 0. The damage phase could be extended twice, and this mechanic forced the entire team to pay attention to the location of the knights in order to maximize their damage output. The changes made to this encounter gave teams a massive hurdle to overcome on day 1. Because the War Priest had so much health, it would create an insane damage gate that teams needed to reach before they could achieve victory. The War Priest was very mobile and would hide behind the pillars, which prevented teams from being able to deal optimal damage. On top of that, teams really needed to think about the best ways to generate heavy ammo because of the sheer length of the fight. This is where one of the smartest strategies was implemented by Team Elysium and a select few others. Most teams were hitting War Priest for about 50,000 damage per shot, but Elysium decided to build craft their way to some more damage. Stacking stasis characters with Reed's Regret linear fusion rifle, the meta combo was firing line for extra damage, triple tap, and with the origin trait, it provided free reloads from time to time, allowing Elysium to hit over 65,000 damage per shot. Elysium also had some galaxy brain strategies that we didn't see anyone else using during Raid Zone, with the now retired mod Elemental Shards. This allowed you to throw a stasis wall grenade, creating stasis shards that would act as elemental wells, and this meant you could have an insanely high uptime on Font of Might, another retired mod that gave players a chance to boost damage. On top of that, stacking stasis crystal walls was yet another source of damage resistance, which made it a lot easier for Elysium to stay alive. War Priest was just difficult on day 1, but in my opinion, an improved encounter all around. It was a little more interesting in terms of mechanics and forced teams to work together a little more than it had done in the past. On day 1, the challenge of killing War Priests definitely allowed some teams to start pulling ahead, and by the time it was time to move on to Golgoroth's Cellar and the Golgi fight itself, only a few teams were clearly pulling out in front. It's important to note that Bungie had patched the old way to skip the maze by jumping into death and respawning, which was the norm in Destiny 1. They had also added an extra 5th plate that teams needed to step on in order to gain access to the secret chest. Beyond that, Bungie hadn't changed anything else about this iconic, haunting location, apart from improving the lighting a lot. As for Golgoroth himself though, well, all I can say is that Bungie hit it out of the park with this remaster. I know a lot of you guys are probably sick to death of this fight due to its inclusion in Pantheon, and I get it. Doing a fight about 50 times in the span of a month will always make you hate it just a little bit more. That being said, when the remastered Golgoroth came out, it was nothing short of incredible. This was the encounter that former game director Joe Blackburn had designed back in the days before the Taken King, and so it was great to see that Bungie had done it justice. The fight worked similarly to the way that it had done in Destiny 1, except that in the original encounter, the orbs of stolen light were all up on the ceiling at the same time, and the timer was much more forgiving for players. In Destiny 2, the orbs spawned in one at a time, and any orb that wasn't shot down added a death to the totem in the back of the room. If the totem filled up, you guessed it.
So I think how that works is I think for every orb you don't use, it puts a symbol on the totem, and if the symbol completes, you die.
Another change was with the player who became the Cursed Thrall via the Unstable Light. This time around, they could run into Golgoroth when they exploded and deal around 500,000 damage, which could prove to be really helpful on day 1. Another fun feature that came with the Reprise Golgoroth encounter was this relatively minor sound bug. That bug was patched, but I'm not sure if this one was patched. Also, another great minor detail, which actually makes a ton of sense, is that you can't use invis while holding Golgoroth's gaze. It sounds obvious, but it's something cool that could have easily slipped the mind of Bungie. Golgoroth was absolutely no joke on contest mode, because you had to get real close to him when shooting him for a third orb. And on top of that, he had a lot of health. Wells were all but mandatory when dealing with Golgoroth in this updated version. The best teams eventually took down Golgoroth, and they got to experience one of the coolest visual effects that I've seen in Destiny history.
Which we kill him.
Let's go!
Oh my god.
Oh shit, the fucking, the gooey shit on your screen.
At this point, only a handful of teams had managed to get past Golgi, and it looked like it might be someone new for a change. Tofu Bake and his friends were rumored to be an LFG group on PlayStation, but we can't necessarily confirm that. Panora from Silumar and his team, as well as Abysmal, were in the lead at this point, with Team Unparalleled close behind. It was time to move on to the second jumping puzzle of the raid. That's right, the Dick Wall was finally back. The jumping puzzle was so much fun when it came out in Destiny 1, and it was just as good when it returned in Destiny 2. Now, we all know the best way to have fun in this section is to troll the shit out of your teammates. There was a secret chest in the room, and yeah, you could get there the normal way, or you could get to it like a proper gamer. The basketball court of Oryx also made a return, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Once teams had made it to the very red room and climbed the straight up vertical jumping puzzle, it was time to confront the Daughters of Oryx once again in a very blue room. This encounter had also been changed for the better by Bungie. Back in the day, you had to run a counterclockwise circuit of 4 plates, allowing the randomly chosen player who was torn between dimensions to grab the spark and dunk it on the chill sister, as opposed to the angry one. Afterwards, players would have a decent amount of time to kill the sister, and then repeat the same process for the other one. In the Destiny 2 rework, teams only needed to activate 2 plates at a time. The starting plate, which would turn green, and the final plate that would have a spark hovering far above it. Now, people fought, and still fight, a lot about the callouts in this room, and I don't want to cause controversy, but most people's callouts are L1, L2, R1, and R2, starting from the plates that you can see when you enter the room. Teams didn't really struggle too much of this fight, with much more developed DPS options being available to them compared to the original, using linears and divinity to great effect in this raid race. We would later find out that Wordcliff Coil and Gallahorn were actually the most meta options for a long time. This was because, like the Gorgons in Vault of Glass, the Daughters were coded similar to vehicles, meaning that they took a lot more damage from rockets. One team successfully deconstructed the Daughters with ease though, before anyone else, with Tofu Bake and friends who were ready to once more come face to face with possibly the most iconic Destiny boss of all time, the one and only Taken King Oryx.
And suddenly, there he was wearing Armani on Sunday. Mr. Big.
Back in Destiny 1, this was a pretty mechanically complicated fight, which could easily extend to a full 4 phase of bombs in order to kill Oryx. This made the original fight tedious and sometimes even boring because it stretched on forever. In Destiny 2, however, the changes that Bungie had made completely altered the way in which players saw the encounter. Bombs now stunned Oryx, instead of doing damage to him. This was insane for all the right reasons, because an encounter feels so much better when you control the amount of damage that you can deal to the boss through the use of your weapons and abilities. Raid bosses having health gates that artificially extend the duration of an encounter sucks, and that's a fact. In the original, it's possible that Bungie was intentionally trying to be different with Oryx as a way of reflecting his power, as our weapons could not damage him. But the altering of this in Destiny 2 was a much needed change. The Oryx fight started in pretty much the exact same way as before. He found a plate to punch down on, and the first plate holder then jumped onto the same plate. This time around though, someone was randomly torn, unlike in Destiny 1, and only 2 plates needed the spark mechanic instead of 4. Players still needed to collect 3 sparks, but in Destiny 2, the final spark still needed to be dunked in the Vessel of Oryx so that a player could collect the invincibility aura. The same iconic Light Eater ogres would pop up in the same corners while this was happening, and just like before, the same Light Eater knights would make a beeline towards the taken bombs that the ogres had dropped. Once the teams had grabbed the aura from the vessel, other team members could stand in the bombs to stun Oryx, which then kicked off a damage phase. This damage phase was already quite long at base, but it became even longer the more bombs that you detonated. This was a massive change to Oryx overall, and it was one of the biggest complaints, that you just couldn't really damage the boss. And now, You could. After damage concluded, Oryx did one of two random attacks, the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome or the Mortars. A great upside to getting Mortars is that if you killed the Taken Knights that spawned in on the plates, the attacks just stop. As for the Shade and the Thunderdome, you just needed to hit your shots and get players on the outside to deal with the Taken Thrall Zerg rushing the people on the inside. On day one, the thing that people struggled with the most was undeniably the damage. Oryx had a massive health pool and there was no way to replenish heavy ammo stocks reliably with something like Aeon Gauntlets. Of course, after enough struggle, the racers found a way and eventually Oryx was ready for his final stand. Back in Destiny 1, Oryx was the first boss to have a final stand, and his new mechanic actually cost the team the world's first placement. This time around, the final stand involved 2 blight bombs that could either be detonated one at a time or simultaneously. But let's be real, if you're on a day 1, you're freaking out and doing both at the same time. At this point, the race had been incredibly tight, and one team had just managed to scrape in front by only 15 minutes. Team Abysmal got the world's first kill on Oryx's normal contest mode, but they were closely followed by Parallel and Tofu Bake. Naturally, this meant that Abysmal was eager to get a move on, and almost immediately after killing the Taken King for the first time, the teams in the lead geared up to take on King's Fall's challenge mode. As we found out with the Vault of Glass Reprise, a challenge mode is the way that Bungie makes remastered races more, well, challenging. Although Bungie changes the mechanic of old raids to somewhat make them a little bit more difficult, players still have a general idea of what awaits them when they start competing. Adding a challenge mode run into the mix means that teams have to go the extra mile and remember to put their thinking caps on if they want to win outright. The King's Fall challenge mode added 5 new challenges to the encounters, and as the teams in the lead got started on their second run of the Reprise raid, most of us watching were beginning to think about the challenge which would prove to be the most intense for racers. Totem's challenge kicked things up a notch straight away, and it's reasonable to say that this was somewhat of a difficult part of King's Fall's Reprise, especially because each failed attempt from teams in the lead gave other teams the time that they needed to catch up and take on these challenges themselves. On top of that, whenever one team solves a challenge, they inadvertently make it a whole lot easier for everyone else racing, because they learn how to beat the encounter on challenge mode. This became clear almost straight away during the race, because teams struggled to figure out exactly how to beat totems for quite some time. The actual challenge involved rotating between the sides. In the normal version of this encounter, teams could split into 2 groups of 3, but in the challenge mode, everyone had to swap sides throughout the course of the encounter. This was simple in theory, but it took teams quite a long time to work it out, meaning that others were able to catch up and move forwards in a much better position. Well, maybe better position isn't the best way to word it, because once teams had beaten totems, they had to face the War Priest once more, and this was easily the hardest part of the entire raid race, but not for the reasons that you might imagine. War Priests had been brutal in terms of damage during normal mode, and the challenge ramped things up significantly. We witnessed teams sitting in the encounter with muted comms so that nobody could share strategies with anyone else, banging their heads against the wall trying to figure out what they needed to do. Eventually, about an hour into this encounter, the riddle was solved, and the solution involved Taken Knights that needed to be killed in order to extend the aura timer. Within 5 seconds of picking up the brand from the Knights, the person holding it needed to take the aura from their teammate. Unfortunately, this was an ambitious challenge that had a fatal flaw. If teams had people from different countries playing together, the slight desync would cause the whole system to bug out completely. On top of that, the timing to do damage while also correctly pulling off the swap was so incredibly tight that often teams would just end up failing the challenge regardless. This was a major roadblock for all teams, and there were even rumors that suggested that there was no way through for anyone, and that every single team was stuck on War Priest permanently. Of course, these rumors were only that. Rumors. And eventually, Panora's squad made it through and progressed to Golgoroth. War Priest had been hellish, but by contrast, Golgoroth's challenge was figured out fairly quickly by multiple teams. The trick for this one was to have the gaze holders stand in the pool of reclaimed light while the gaze was being swapped. However, the challenge didn't require teams to shoot all of the orbs down from the ceiling, so failing the gaze wasn't that much of an issue. Things were pretty jumbled in this raid race, and let's take a moment to look at where the major teams were at this point in the race. Elysium was still stuck on totems. Math Class had just beaten War Priest. Unparalleled were desperately trying to take down War Priest alongside Tofu Bake, and Abysmal were also one of many other teams getting demolished by the War Priest challenge mode. It seemed as if the opportunity was there for a few teams to take a massive lead if they could only beat the Golgoroth challenge. Somehow, Elysium made an incredible comeback here. They completed both totems and the War Priest challenges in quick succession, and then became the first team to actually pass Golgoroth's challenge mode too. As they progressed onto Daughters, they were neck and neck with Team Intrinsic, and there was everything to play for in the final 2 encounters of this race. The Daughters challenge was really easy to figure out for the teams in this race, and it was also relatively easy to beat. Teams just couldn't have the same people on the same plate twice per damage phase of a Daughter. This was effectively all but downtime after the nightmares of War Priest and Golgoroth, and you can see for yourself in the clips that teams were able to move past Daughters quickly and take on the final challenge and grand finale of the entire raid race, Oryx. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is one of the most iconic Destiny 2 villains and the final encounter of one of the most iconic raids in the Destiny franchise. Bungie had to have come up with something devious and complicated for the Oryx challenge too, right?
No. No, I don't think I will.
The Oryx challenge was really easy to figure out and execute. Elysium and Intrinsic were locked in a neck-and-neck race, and Intrinsic actually took the lead quite early on in the fight, and learned that for the challenge, you just couldn't kill the same ogre and knight each round, and instead had to have each player rotate clockwise. The challenge had been figured out, and the race was entering its final stages. But at the end of the day, only one team could conquer the Taken King once more, and seize the glory on the biggest stage of them all. And who would it be?
We have to kill him right here.
We have to.
We're good.
No, we're
gonna
not.
do it.
Come on, keep going.
We're good.
Let's
Keep going.
Let's go, please.
Cruz, your host.
My host.
Wait, Cruz's host. Wait, the moment
we got loot?
we got loot. Did we?
Mission complete. Wait, did we get mission complete? Okay, yeah.
Orbit, I'm orbiting.
Claim triumph. We have to be in orbit, claim triumph. Somebody get it. My menu is loading his shit.
I got it.
My triumphs.
I got it.
Please, man.
Oh my god.
Please let this be the fucking back-to-back.
If this is the triple.
Elysium had achieved the unimaginable, a three-peat, aka 3 back-to-back-to-back wins. They had conquered the Vault of Glass, they had overthrown Rolk, and now they had usurped the throne by executing the Taken King once more. The sheer spectacle of their unbelievable comeback was a joy to witness, and their triumph will forever stand as a marvel of skill and relentless hunger in the history books of raid racing. Now, you might also be wondering why Slap wasn't involved here. At the time, he was actually banned for using recovery services, which means using somebody else's account to help them in a raid and get it clear for them. It would play into rumors that Elysium was housing cheaters, and although this is not true, unfortunately, it would come to bite them in the future even more. Now, let's talk about the loot in this raid, because I have mixed opinions about how it has or hasn't stood the test of time. Let's start with the obvious. Zaldi's Bane was quite possibly the best legendary primary in the game at that time, and it still remains a great option, mainly because it can use both explosive payload and incandescent. It was just unbelievably good. That was the only real exciting part of the loot though. The rest of the weapons were just pretty forgettable. Of course, the harrowed versions of the guns can get enhanced perks now, and it's certainly safe to say that the King's Fall weapons are an upgrade from the relatively disappointing versions that we saw in Destiny 1. The rest of the loot though, including armor and cosmetics, is also pretty cool, and then the Reprise Touch of Malice was also interesting and somewhat good in certain situations. Although the change that Touch of Malice was now an RNG drop instead of a quest was frustrating to players who played Destiny 1. The Catalyst was at least a nice way to pay homage to Destiny 1, including the Golgoroth's Maze and ending in the basketball court of Oryx. The only thing I have left to say is that we didn't get the full suite of weapons that existed in the original King's Fall, which is still annoying even to this day, and the lack of Age of Triumph armor was also a pain point. Then again, these are minor criticisms and shouldn't be really taken away from the state of the Reprise King's Fall. When it came out, this was by far my favorite raid to actually play through in Destiny 2, and it retained its popularity for a long time after its release, which speaks volumes for its longevity and replayability, something that certain raids definitely struggle with, whether it be fun factor or loot incentive. I'm looking at you, Salvation's Edge and Garden of Salvation. The next raid we are going to cover was unfortunately the polar opposite of the success of King's Fall.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Brood of Nightmares was a nightmare in and of itself, and this raid race was beyond disappointing. Let's just call it as it is. Lightfall had some good elements, but there was a lot of disappointment for the Destiny community when it launched. Lightfall had a massive amount of hype behind it in the months leading up to its release, but when the dust settled, things were so bad that Bungie had missed their sales projections by 45%. Lightfall was dominated by poor decisions, a surprising lack of content, and some questionable narrative decisions. I mean, you guys probably remember just how many videos there were complaining about the campaign and why it didn't make any sense. The monetization was out of control, and there was a lack of significant loot to chase. Although admittedly, this was in some part due to the long-term issues surrounding weapon crafting. As for the raid, well, it fit Lightfall perfectly, with the fact that it was also just a bit of a letdown. The once mighty Day 1 contest mode was trivialized. There's no other way of describing it. We'll discuss much about Root of Nightmares in this section, but the prevailing issues that many endgame players had with this raid cannot be understated. Simply put, Root of Nightmares felt like a bad dream on day 1, and here's why. To kick things off, we have to mention that there were a lot of exotics that were disabled before the raid launched, because they were broken in many ways, and that ranged from super overpowered to hilariously overpowered. Necrotic grips could suspend entire rooms of enemies and subsequently annihilate them when paired with a glaive. Winterbite was doing insane amounts of damage. Grand Overture's exotic catalyst would make any explosive payload weapon blind enemies on hit. Fighting Lion was deleting yellow and red bars, and even Jotun was broken for some reason. Surprisingly, Telesto wasn't doing anything too crazy though, or not that I remember at least. Still watching you. During the seasons of the Witch Queen, Bungie had changed the way that the resilience stat worked and made it so 100 resilience gave you a whopping 40% damage resist at all times. While it had been taken down a notch just before the raid was released, the numbers were still as high as 30% damage resist, which is a ridiculous amount of DR for basically zero effort whatsoever. The meta class going into day 1 was undeniably Warlock because of the potency of Starfire Protocol, which went hand in hand with Galley-empowered explosive light rocket spam. When the raid came out on March 10th of 2023, Day 1 racers slapped on the well and got ready to rumble. The first encounter, Cataclysm, was instantly mysterious and foreboding. The only text that was displayed on screen was "Survive the onslaught," leaving players to fend for themselves in a strange new realm of a pyramid ship touched by light. This was an environment we hadn't really ever seen before. Sure, it's a pyramid ship, but it's a new birthplace of light and dark forming life, taking root in this nightmare. This encounter was a relay race that became quite easy to understand quite quickly. If players killed enemies, punched 2 bubble scions, and then killed tormentors that would subsequently spawn, they would extend the wipe timer. Players would even figure out that you could keep the tormentor alive after doing the mechanics of the section and still kill that tormentor to extend the overall timer, meaning that all of the pursuit of the timer and the challenge that it provided was completely trivialized. Meanwhile, a runner would shoot the big seed of light and plant that seed in a separate receptacle. The seed would progressively change positions, but players could work out where to go next by looking at the line of light emanating from each completed seed. Teams would need to rinse and repeat, and as time went on, players could progress through different sections of the encounter. This culminated with the completion of a 4th and final relay race, after which the encounter was over. Seems simple. Well, it was. Only 20 minutes had elapsed since the start of the raid race, and some teams had managed to clear the first encounter and progress on to the second one, which was unusual by raid standards at this point in raid racing. The second encounter, called Scission, by definition, Scission can mean a division or a split between people in a group, and this encounter would see teams jumping back and forth across the chasm in the middle of the arena. Now, what is the most important part about traversing a perilous abyss? Not falling off. Unfortunately, the wipe mechanic made it pretty difficult for players to avoid this.
Yeah, we swap sides every time. We grab and swap, swap.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Jesus.
Did he just get walled? Did he just get walled? Look at his face. He got walled.
Like the...
Oh, that pushes you out. We got crushed.
Yeah, that did. That's fine.
That's okay.
Yep, we have to do it twice on this floor. And then there's upper floors.
Oh yeah,
we just
got
shit.
Oh
no.
That's awesome.
Bungie had previously nerfed collision damage, so that it was pretty much impossible to die from moving too fast. Although somehow, some people still managed to die from it. This might have been because of Eager Edge shenanigans at the time. but it was probably more so due to the mechanics of this encounter. Players would need to stand on launch pads and shoot darkness crystals, then launch themselves across the gap so that they could progress, using the same mechanic from the first encounter. The main difference was that there were 2 seeds now that needed to be completed, both light and darkness, as well as the presence of immune enemies that could only be damaged when players had either light or darkness buffs. This was another pretty straightforward encounter that didn't take too long to complete once players had it figured out, a theme that will continue throughout Root of Nightmares. Team Unparalleled were the first to make it through Scission, but they got sidetracked by a recreational nuclear bomb going off, and they were the coughing babies. This was the jumping puzzle that separated the second encounter from the third one, and it was enough to slow down the pace of racers across the board. That being said, this was yet another part of the raid that was relatively easy to figure out. Do you notice a pattern here? Players would need to shoot a light field and a dark seed to get the darkness refuge buff, which would prevent the wave of energy from killing them. All things considered, this hybrid of a jumping puzzle and encounter that wasn't a main encounter didn't phase the top teams too much, but this jumping puzzle is definitely one of the most memorable parts of the entire raid, and not for the right reasons. It just goes on forever. Once top teams had figured out the mechanic, they rushed through this jumping puzzle and moved right on to Ron's most infamous encounter, the third encounter, Macrocosm, which featured Zooric, Explicator of Planets. This encounter was one of the most visually striking parts of a raid that we had ever seen in the Destiny franchise. It took place in the Planets room that was featured in the Witch Queen cutscene, when we first saw the Witness. If you're a hardcore raider, then you're probably well acquainted with this encounter due to its inclusion in Pantheon. But if you're not a raider or refuse to remember encounter mechanics out of pure spite, let me give you a quick explanation. The mechanics aren't actually as difficult as you may imagine from the room's confusing look. First of all, players had to kill the Centurions in the middle, then the yellow bar Colossus that spawn in, so they could get planetary insight. This would allow them to see which were the odd ones out. On the right, the odd ones out was the light planet, and on the left was the dark planet. Naturally, it wouldn't have been a new raid without massive community arguments over the correct callouts to use. Now, everyone's entitled to their own opinion, even if you're wrong, but just so you know, if you use numbers for this, your opinion happens to be incorrect. Left and right, top, middle, and bottom. It was the easiest way to do it, especially on day one where players didn't know which numbers went where. Once players had grabbed the buff from the odd one out on their side, they need to swap it with the odd one out on the other side. After that, players needed to kill another round of adds. These are Centurions and Colossus, until it was time to read their horoscopes. I mean, align the planets properly. The planets that had been moved in the first part of the encounter would shift to the middle. Each one would either be light or dark. These planets would all have to match on either side, light or dark depending on what you saw in the middle. If this was completed incorrectly, the consequences were a pretty dramatic wipe. I always loved how they just showed planets going in and just nuclear bombing the room. If teams did get it right, however, they could begin damage. But the DPS phase wasn't just as simple as stand in a well and shoot the boss. Essentially, players would need to stand on the correct plate to get a buff to allow them to damage Zooric. It would go in an order of either light or dark at the beginning, and then the other one would alternate. Also, the damage itself for this encounter is a little funky. The boss's health bar is gated, and on each tick, the internal bar was important to maximize damage. Think of an invisible version of the Caretaker's health bar. Each plate, in this case, has a certain amount of health attached to it. All of this might sound complicated, but in practice it's pretty simple, at least on normal mode. On day one, however, this was the encounter that tripped up teams for quite a while, at least in comparison to the rest of the time of Root of Nightmares. This was also one of the first times that we saw teams covering up the buffs and debuffs on screen, because they didn't want other teams or people aligned with other teams to peek at their screens and relay the information to other players. This practice definitely wouldn't escalate and cause any controversy in the future. For now, just know that eventually Zooric was beaten, and this encounter shined in terms of sheer quality. Its environment was a heavy contrast to the rest of the raid, and it stands tall as one of Destiny 2's best bosses for its beauty and complexity. Racers would move on to the next part of the raid with hopeful hearts after Explicator really challenged them, and maybe Root of Nightmares was really opening up in terms of sheer difficulty. So they moved on to the jumping puzzle and on to Nezarec. Nezarec, another chatty final boss, talked to players throughout this section and dumped a whole load of exposition about the events of the collapse and Savathun betraying the Witness. But I'll leave those details for Bife to cover one day. He'll explain it in a much cooler way than me. Let's move on to the final encounter, Nezarec, Final God of Pain. If Macrocosm won the Destiny 2 Raid Award for the most visually striking encounter, Nezarec definitely won the award for the coolest entrance by a raid boss. Who needs an introduction when you can just rock up to the fight like this? Also, if you listen to the Nezatrance in Japanese, it sounds like something straight out of your favorite anime. Nezarec wasn't just all talk either. A lot of teams got absolutely smacked silly when they first got to the final encounter. Team Unparalleled were here first, but Intrinsic, Team Hard in the Paint, Team Triangle, Respire, Elysium with Tier 1, and others were very close behind at the time. Nezi would demolish you if you let him get too close. And I have to compliment the fact that he's a very mobile and aggressive boss, unlike many of the others that we'd encountered up until this point in the Destiny franchise. The mechanics of this fight were pretty simple, but it was hard to avoid getting destroyed by Nezarec on day one, and just trying to avoid getting damaged by him was arguably the most difficult part of the day one experience. As for the mechanics in this room, there was the official way and an unofficial way that majority of teams did on day one. The first way involves shooting the boss's shoulders with a sniper or a linear fusion rifle, which would cause either a light or dark glow to emanate from him, which told players where to stand in order to nullify his wipe mechanic. Players would need to remember the mechanics from the jumping puzzle and create a shield with which they could protect their team. However, most players chose not to do this method and ran a relay race like the first encounter on both sides to cleanse the seeds. The obstacles were Shadow Legion, who weren't too difficult to deal with, and the boss, who was a lot more menacing, since he could just boop you in the air, he could rain hell on you, he could attack from a distance, and more. The two remaining players in the middle needed to shoot the boss's chest to grab his gaze, and prevent him from going after other players racing to complete their circuits. After this, players prepared to reload their rocket launchers and fling their fusion grenades, because it was time for damage to begin. The race was tight. Teams just kept wiping due to the boss as well as being a tad bit too slow on their strategy. The encounter encouraged teams to go for a protection method similar to the nuclear bomb versus coughing baby jumping puzzle, but it seemed like the riskier, speedier method was just the stronger one. After all, it was used by the team who ended up winning the whole race.
Still Colossus in mid care.
Crits. Someone well.
I have a wall. Or no, I don't. I lied.
I gotta get this heavy break.
You have no ammo, kill ads.
Chest. Hans, I first tether here, okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Crits.
Damage.
Save heavy for final stand.
Alright, watch for final stand. Immune.
Careful.
Crit, watch for crits.
I tethered.
Damage.
Go big.
Lost them burn. Empty the bags. Empty the fucking bags. Yes.
Come on, baby.
Give us the triumph.
Come on, baby. Come on, fucking baby.
Please give this to us. Please.
Chest on orbit.
Please end us. Please end.
Go, orbit.
Yes!
Orbit.
Go.
Oh my God.
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go, baby.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
There's no way. There's actually no way.
Team Hard in the Paint of Clan Luminous, the previous winning clan of Deepstone Crypt, pulled off the victory, with Punz, who was actually a part of the Crown of Sorrows World's first team, Brangolf, Kai, Osiris, SK, and Rowan, who pulled off an incredible victory. This team was long overdue to grab a World's first, after they came in third on Vow of the Disciple and second in Vault of Glass's remaster. This was also the first Elysium loss in 3 raids, and people were quick to remind them that they lost. Embarrassing or childish or whatever you want to call it, it was showing a different atmosphere for the space of raid racing, and it was showing how involved the community was now feeling towards the competition and stakes of raid racing. Even though I disagree with going after racers, especially one who cares about the community like Saltagreppo, I do find it fascinating that people care this much about raid racing. And from somebody whose whole legacy involves raid racing in Destiny, I gotta say, I'm at least happy that people are showing up. As you can see, the rest of the top 10 teams were incredibly close, as the Elysium and Tier 1 combos, the original Luminous Deepstone Crypt team, and more were very close behind a 2-hour and 25-minute clear. This makes Root of Nightmares the 4th fastest raid ever cleared, just behind Scourge of the Past, Wrath of the Machine, and Eater of Worlds, which probably took less time to clear than this video's runtime, by a lot. To rub just a little bit more salt in the wound of Root of Nightmares, both dungeons with contest mode, Vesper's Host and Sundered Doctrine, were significantly longer than Root of Nightmares. This was more than a little disappointing from Bungie, because most people had expected a pinnacle PvE experience that was actually, well, as challenging as it gets. Root of Nightmares wasn't that in the slightest, but Root's loot was actually quite interesting. The whole raid was themed around light and darkness, with the weapons representing this, as you might not have realized that there are 3 strand weapons for darkness, and the other 3 are either solar or void for light. The sidearm, oh, you thought I was gonna say it? Nope, I'm more mature than that these days. It's time to move on. It's the Glock and balls. The auto rifle is pretty nasty with the right perk combinations, and the Void Shotgun works really well in combos of DPS rotations, as it synergizes really well with some heavy options. The Solar Linear Fusion Rifle was really good until it got power crept by others. Doom Petitioner and the Grenade Launcher were decent at the time, but again, much like a lot of loot in Destiny as a whole, things get lapped over time. The Solar Trace Rifle was a lot of fun, especially because the perks on all of the weapons could now be enhanced, which wasn't possible at the time. The Origin trait was also just alright. It was nothing groundbreaking, but nothing game breaking either. The raid armor was just downright bananas. It looked like nothing we had ever seen before in Destiny, and this is exactly what raid armor should look like in my book. Whether you like it or dislike it, it should be themed around the raid that you've just completed, and it should look like you've killed the boss and stuck their various body parts onto your armor with glue. Unfortunately, despite how cool some of the raid loot was, the exotic was a complete letdown. I was lucky enough to get it on my first run, and I dismantled it after using it in a patrol. It's some of the worst work Bungie has ever done, and it's okay, Bungie takes L's every now and then. I'm of course kidding, so please undo the dislike and slowly delete that paragraph of hate you were writing in the comments. This thing might be the best shotgun we've ever had in Destiny, with its impact in all areas of the game. Seriously though, this thing needed a nerf, and I'm not sure if it ever got a strong one. Unfortunately, Nezarec was the most buggy final boss that we've ever come against in a Destiny Day 1 raid. And this is a huge issue with high stakes raid racing. Could you imagine not getting a contest mode clear because the boss wiped your team after he'd been killed? To be honest, the Day 1 raid race experience just gave the impression that Root of Nightmares, like the rest of Lightfall, was kind of rushed and not very polished, which is really disappointing as it felt like a pivotal moment in Destiny that had bags of potential. Don't get me wrong, some parts like the music, the loot, and the visuals were amazing, but other parts were not so great. Some encounters were so bugged that they were damn near uncompletable. The main mechanic never really changed throughout the raid, and that just makes the whole thing feel stale. The main story, which had typically been advanced through the raids since Crota's End, had nothing really to do with Root of Nightmares, and it feels like it was just another thing created to fill the space. As far as difficulty goes, I think Scarrow's opinion is the one that I agreed with most. He said that he didn't really care how many people finished contests. It could be literally every person that plays. He only cared how contest mode felt during the experience, and to me personally, it felt way too easy for my liking. That being said, people do want an emblem to be rare, and whether you agree or disagree, contests on Root of Nightmares was a disappointment in the eyes of many. It is very telling that there was 270,000 completions of Day 1 Root of Nightmares versus the next highest raid, which was 30,000 in Deepstone Crypt. I don't mind a lot of people getting emblems, but it doesn't feel like a Day 1 contest mode raid when it's a little too easy to stay alive. Do you now see why the Well of Radiance might have been nerfed? Lightfall seemed like it was the start of the end for the Light versus Darkness saga. After 8 years, it felt like we were finally moving towards a conclusion for the first time, and it was all a bit of a letdown that would unfortunately do some serious damage to the Destiny franchise, but more on that later. Speaking of raids that seem lackluster and very easy, it's time to return to the raid that was truly seen as a dungeon, before dungeons really existed. Let's talk about Crota's End one more time. You've all heard of the Great Disaster, right? An army of guardians who got annihilated by the son of Oryx, Crota. And the Vanguard decided to make the moon off limits for basically forever, until the events of the Dark Below. Well, on September 1st, 2023, the Great Disaster happened all over again for the Destiny 2 community.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
Crota's End, the raid that had been a total snooze fest back in Destiny 1, was back. This raid lasted longer than any other Reprise raid race in Destiny history. And this was at a time when Destiny 2 players, especially Day 1 racers, were even more powerful than they had ever been before. Absolutely nobody expected Crota's End to be this challenging, and teams were utterly unprepared for what they were about to face again in the Dark Below. Welcome to the story of how Crota finally got his revenge on the Destiny 2 community. As you already know, Root of Nightmares had been completed in an incredibly short space of time and rightfully garnered a massive amount of criticism from the Destiny 2 community. Naturally, Bungie took that feedback personally, but we'll get onto that. Crota's End in Destiny 1 had been soloed not long after it came out, and there were some pretty hilarious challenges that people had attempted and completed by the time that Destiny 1 came to an end, like Guitar Hero Crota, Rock Band Crota, Crota with feet only, and way more. Some players were convinced that Crota's End would simply never make an appearance in Destiny 2, and given that the second Reprise raid, King's Fall, had entirely skipped over the raid from the Dark Below, this assumption wasn't too ridiculous at the time. Bungie saw all of this sentiment, as well as the feedback concerning the difficulty of Root of Nightmares, and placed significant emphasis on making the contest mode much harder. The main changes that they were making were giving enemies elemental shields, making all enemies more aggressive than they had been in the previous contest mode, and increase the cap of the player's outgoing damage versus combatants, while keeping the incoming damage cap the exact same as before, meaning that you would still be just as squishy on day 1, but you would do less damage to any enemy you came up against. Bungie also disabled a massive amount of gear and abilities that were either bugged or just way too overpowered at the time. Just like the other Reprise raids that we've covered in this video, the Destiny 2 Crota's End World's First included the challenge mode clear as well. The stakes were high, the emotions were higher, and it soon became clear that Crota's End finally became the pinnacle challenge it was always meant to be. Let's dive into exactly how it went down on day 1. The changes to the mechanics were felt almost immediately. Back in the day, the Chalice of Light was only found in the actual Crota final boss fight, and all it did was give you health regeneration. In the Reprise, the Chalice was shockingly present before you had even entered the Hellmouth.
Wait, what's this? Wait.
Okay. How is that?
Flame
So
Chalice of
Chalice
Light.
of Light.
Somebody
Okay,
has
who
it.
has it?
I have it.
The mechanic is relatively simple to understand. The person who picked up the Chalice of Light needed to hold on to it long enough for their meter to fill up. Once the chalice was full, within a 10-second window, another teammate needed to pick up the chalice from the initial player, or they would die from waiting too long. When someone took the chalice from the first player, this initial player would have a buff called Enlightened, which was very important for the rest of the raid. In the initial pre-encounter, the Enlightened buff was used to power up the plate and build the bridge. The Chalice and Enlightened mechanic was the only main mechanic in the raid, but by definition, it requires at least 2 people for it to work, making the Reprise Crota's End an impossible solo. This was already making significant progress on the Destiny 1 version, and we hadn't even jumped into the pit yet. Changes continued into the Hellmouth too. The Lamps encounter in Destiny 1 was really unique at the time, but it needed to be changed for Destiny 2. So Bungie decided to turn the encounter into a total wipeout obstacle course. Swinging pendulums and lanterns, all that would loom out of the darkness and would separate your body if you weren't too careful. And the floor just had so many holes. This encounter was really a test of patience more than anything else. And the changes that Bungie had made really forced teams to actually get to grips with the new mechanic instead of just blitzing through everything. In Destiny 1, you could just run up to the lamps and erase your weight of darkness without any effort. In Destiny 2, lamps needed to be powered by Enlightened in order for them to activate. It was also necessary to put the chalice into these little baskets that could make it rekindled, which definitely was fun for all the teams racing. Why is that, you may ask? Oh, only the small fact that the locations changed whenever you wiped. Naturally, Raiders spent quite a lot of time dying in this encounter, and it was actually quite hilarious to watch everyone literally stumble around in the dark for God knows how long. This felt like a really tasteful refresh of the lamps encounter by Bungie, and it felt like much more of a team effort in Destiny 2, whereas in Destiny 1, you just let your one invis friend cheese and clear the encounter for everyone else. About 45 minutes into the raid race, teams would first approach the bridge section of the raid, and this would contain the rabid wave of day one racers for a long time. I'm not even joking when I say that people were stuck here for almost 2 hours, whereas in Destiny 1, you could cheese this encounter in a matter of 5 minutes. The Enlighten mechanic was the same as before, but in Destiny 2's version of the fight, all 6 players needed to be able to cross the bridge with swords in hand. Players could only pick up a sword when they had the Enlighten buff, and the sword was the only tool that could damage the gatekeepers. The encounter started when one player banked an Enlightened into the plate. Then one player on the right and left needed to stand beneath an Annihilator totem to prevent it from, well, annihilating the whole team. Then it was time to cross the bridge, which shouldn't have been too difficult, right?
Let's just go mid, I'll be okay.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm just dealing with that guy. Okay, there you go.
Jesus! Okay, maybe we send a warlock there?
The gatekeepers were really strong in contest mode, and the first person across the bridge had to kill the first gatekeeper without any help at all. Once a gatekeeper was killed, the sword wielder would bank their sword into a permanent scabbard to use later. There was a second problem to this encounter though, one that would cause teams to be stuck here for ages. How could you possibly get all 6 people across the bridge if only 5 could be enlightened at a time? You see, once you got enlightened, you couldn't pick up the chalice again. Teams eventually worked out that you could have a player with the enlightened buff pick up a sword and escort the final player over the bridge, while the players who had already crossed the bridge worked together to keep the Annihilator totems on the other side from causing a wipe. Once all 6 players were across, it was time to finish off this encounter once and for all, or at least until challenge mode. It was at this point that teams worked out just how useful Tractor Cannon would be in their second run of the bridge encounter. Tractor Cannon not only debuffs enemies so they take 30% more damage, but it also suppresses them, meaning that if a player used it on the gatekeepers, they wouldn't attack any team members nearby for a few seconds. As you can imagine, on day 1, this was huge. At the very end of the encounter, a whole bunch of gatekeepers would spawn in, and the whole team would need to slay out and take out all these beefy knights together.
Do we have wells? Wells.
No, I don't. I do not.
They're all blinded.
Hey, somebody keeps spamming blind. Whoever has sword.
Yeah, I'm blind.
I don't have a ton of special left.
But with that said, it was finally time to move forwards onto the next encounter. Well, it was the first time for players to take on the Shrieker hallway once again, at least. Now, anyone who played Destiny 1 would know that this was pretty easy. You just had to kill 2 Shriekers at the end of the hallway, and if you did it fast enough, you got a chest. This was a pretty mediocre substitute for a jumping puzzle, but luckily, Bungie listened to the feedback and revolutionized this part of the raid in the reprised version.
So that was a fucking lie.
They actually just added the Chalice of Light mechanic in. You had to get the Enlightened to go through the walls, and then when you killed the Shrieker, it would open these walls up for the rest of the team. There was still a chest at the end for being fast, but yeah, this part of the raid was essentially still a hallway. I'm not sure the endless error codes were part of the plan for Bungie, because I know they wanted to up the difficulty of Crota's End, but booting raiders out of the game seems a little bit harsh in my book. Anyways, time to move on. Ur-Ute really wasn't much of an encounter back in the day. All you had to do was kill all the enemies, then kill the boss. Naturally, Bungie were not too happy about the state of Ur-Ute, so when it came to Destiny 2, everyone quickly realized that this version was going to be a lot more challenging, especially given the context clue that gatekeepers before it in Vaulted Glass was a massive change after a mediocre Destiny 1 version. Bungie decided to add the Chalice of Light mechanic into the place where Ur-Ute originally spawned, and on top of that, also got players to actually interact with the 3rd floor. Now, I can't quite remember who originally taught us to only use the 3rd floor back in the day for the encounter cheese, but I think everyone in chat was happy to help me out on this one.
What's a pop up in YouTube? Rival gaming here!
Anyways, the main twist of this encounter came down to just the Chalice of Light mechanic and the Ur-Ute shield. To break the shield, the players with the Enlightened buff would need to spread out to the arena and hunt down a trio of wizards who were hiding across 7 rooms. And I'm going to show you a map that will make everything just a bit more clear.
Hi everyone, welcome back to another Crota's End tutorial. Okay, so here is the Oversoul. Rawr. Smiley face. Alright, now here we have the left tower and the right tower, and then down here we have where you're going to be standing, and then I don't know, I guess I'll make Ur-Ute like right here and give her a little nose because she's a wizard.
The only issue with this wizard hunt was that getting the wrong room would force you to have a playdate with a Shrieker, which was not what players wanted on day one, or any day for that matter. Shriekers did count as vehicles in Destiny, and vehicles show up differently on the radar, which means that you could scout ahead and actually check which enemies would be waiting in the room before you entered. And after this clicked and all 3 wizards were taken out, the damage phase could begin. Except the damage phase didn't really last long, not because of a special mechanic, but because they added the challenge from before, error codes. Some teams were actually lucky enough to actually stay in the game, and after about 30 minutes, Team Unparalleled had reached the damage phase on Uryut. There was a sneaky little trick added to this fight though. If you didn't do enough damage to Uryut by the end of any given damage phase, you would just straight up wipe. Fortunately, there was a way to squeeze out the highest damage possible due to another mechanic that had been active earlier in the raid. If someone with Enlighten got close to Uryut while her shield was down, they could interact with her to expunge, which would take a chunk of health out of the boss. It took some time, but eventually Uryut was slain by a select few teams, who probably breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to take on the final boss of the raid. Destiny 1 vets will know what I mean when I say that weirdly enough, the Destiny 2 version of Crota took me right back to Destiny 1. I'm talking about when players were first getting used to the game, the time when nobody had any clue what they were doing, and the time where all of our gear was all but useless, the time when everyone was dying, a lot. Well, Day 1 racers got to experience a blast from the past when they came up against Destiny 2's version of Crota. If Crota saw you, you were dead. If Crota heard you, you were dead. If Crota tasted you, the main change that Bungie had made to this encounter was quite simple but extremely interesting. Back in the day, the sword was the only thing that could do damage to Crota. So in Destiny 2, the sword only broke Crota's shield, and the team would instead need to damage him with their normal weapons. The sword would spawn in after teams continued to pass the chalice around, but this was a very dangerous activity because the receptacles for depositing the chalice were conveniently located right next to Crota. The 2 Boomer Knights in each tower had to be killed in order for the sword bearer to even spawn in, and seeing as each sword bearer would be accompanied by wizards and ogres, teams really had to make sure that they were ready to stay alive by any means possible when this happened. Once teams were ready to pick up the swords, they could slash at Crota's ankles until he knelt down, and this time around there were no Ethernet cable shenanigans to keep him from getting back up.
Oh no! It's coming out already.
Chat, CB did it!
It's the Ethernet cord has been pulled.
Oh no! The Oversoul was also a part of Destiny 2's version of the encounter, but Bungie changed the mechanics so that the Enlightened player had to be the one to break it, and they really didn't get a lot of time to do so. Players could also use the same expunge mechanic from earlier in the raid to deal chunks of damage to Crota. Teams quickly realized that rockets weren't actually that useful against Crota like they were in Destiny 1 to break the shield, and decided to go for sword strategies instead, using powerhouses like the Lament and the immortal falling guillotine. The only issue with the Lament was that it tended to literally push Crota around, which was an issue because it made damage a lot more inconsistent. At the time, players thought that falling guillotine didn't have the same effect, so many chose to use the guillotine instead. Teams would throw themselves against Crota for an hour just trying to get insane amounts of damage to the final stand, but when they eventually got there, things seemed even more hectic.
Crota summons is over.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's damage, it's damage.
It's still dumb. I'm saving. I'll break it.
I can break the Oversoul.
Okay, I'm going.
The final stand was ridiculous. Crota just had so much health, and while teams could reset the Oversoul, the sheer chaos of everything going on around them meant that this was more difficult than you can even imagine. Eventually, after 3 hours and 13 minutes, Elysium finally got the kill on Crota normal mode.
Oh, let's go! Yes, let's go! Next one.
And of course, they had only reached the halfway time. Elysium didn't even get a chance to breathe before it was time to take on challenge mode of Crota's end. It must have been like climbing a mountain, thinking that you've reached the top and then realizing that there's another peak left to go. Oh, and there's a small army of toddlers trying to trip you up at every step of the way. Still, they had to keep going if they wanted a chance at the coveted raid belt. Each one of the 4 encounters had a challenge attached to it, and teams instantly began to fall at the first hurdle. Absolutely nobody could figure out the challenge until Elysium realized that you could only deposit the chalice when you had an Enlightened available.
We might be able to only dunk, to only light up those that also have a dunk spot.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
Jared, just like, literally just keep walking through the abyss until we find one that has it. Like, we'll be at Weight of Darkness times 10. Who cares? We're fucking strong enough to just fucking Superman our way through.
Just warrior it. There you go.
This made the timing of this encounter even trickier because of the escalating danger of Weight of Darkness, combined with the hordes of Thrall trying to rip your throats out. Of course, players would later find out that you could just strand grapple and skip the whole thing, as well as discover a cheese that caused all enemies to despawn. But Elysium didn't have the luxury of hindsight or a time machine, and instead had the curse of being in the lead. It took Elysium about 30 minutes to get it all down, but eventually they made it through the lamps and progressed to the bridge encounter for a second time. Elysium were in the lead, but as they tried to work out exactly how the second challenge could be completed, other teams caught up to them, taking advantage of Elysium's discoveries that they had made in earlier encounters. I'm pretty sure they expected this though, because they took advantage of the same situation in the Reprise King's Fall Day 1. Other players and their teams, such as Tides and Latitude's teams, had caught up and they were trying to throw themselves at this challenge, trying to figure it out. Elysium spent just about an hour trying to solve the mystery of the Precarious Balance Challenge before they finally cracked it. The way to beat this challenge was to let the bridge deform by stepping off the plates, which was a reference to the cheese for this encounter back in Destiny 1. Once Elysium had it figured out, the other two teams quickly progressed through it too, and all three of them were neck and neck by the time that they got to Ur-Yut. As for the challenge of this encounter, well, it's pretty simple. Every single player needed to get enlightened before a single player could receive it twice. This was figured out pretty quickly, but by this point, we had already gone past the time that it took to kill Reprised Atheon and Reprised Oryx, and teams hadn't even reached the final boss yet, proving Crota's End was definitely no longer the laughingstock of raids across Destiny history. As for the Eater of Hopes challenge, aka Crota, this challenge was called All for One, and anyone who knows their French historical adventure novels, or just pop culture to be honest, should know that this is a reference to the Three Musketeers, who handily happened to use 3 swords. This is the challenge for Crota. Teams needed to bring down Crota's shield using 3 swords at the same time, and Elysium were the first ones to get Crota to a final stand again, but Tide's team was right on their tail. Elysium had already completed the impossible and decided that wasn't enough. 4 raid belts in 5 raids is a statistic that defies belief.
Make over soul, please.
Make over soul, make over soul. I died. I don't have expand.
It's all good. Just pick him up. Somebody pick him up, please, if you can.
Nice.
Let's go.
Seriously, if this was the Olympics, they'd get accused of doping, and the Destiny community has reminded them that they're not safe from cheating allegations regardless. Not only does this clan have some of the most talented Destiny players that we have ever seen, but its team knows how to put on a show. In this raid race, Elysium were only 1 minute ahead of second place, and that's the closest a raid race has been in Destiny history that wasn't a prestige raid, because like we talked about in Spire of Stars, that team won by 41 seconds. Tides and their team were valiant until the end, and finished the raid in 5 hours and 51 minutes. And interestingly enough, if you look at a team right behind them, you'll know where their place stands in Destiny history of raid racing. This day 1 raid race took the entire community by surprise in the best way possible, and I think that the majority of serious racers were over the moon to see that Crota was no longer a pushover, and it certainly showed Bungie that most Destiny 2 endgame players appreciate the sheer challenge and spectacle of day 1 raids on contest mode. It seems that Bungie took this to heart. When the final shape came out after a much needed delay, the raid race for Salvation's Edge was set to be the biggest spectacle of them all. But just before we kick things off, I want to briefly talk about the loot in Crota's End Reprisal. If I could summarize my feeling in one word, it would be ambivalent.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Age of Triumph armor being back was really cool, and the small details of the glows going away when you take damage only to return shortly after are amazing. Necrochasm was a little disappointing on launch, but after some changes, it's really satisfying and really powerful. As for the legendary weapons, well, some of the perk combinations are great, but I think the guns are held back by their frames. Maybe in the future, we'll see some sort of buff to these, especially with the new weapon system and tiering. Maybe they'll buff Crota again. On top of that, the Glowhu shader just didn't return for some strange reason.
Why did you do that?
Funny. Regardless of how you feel, the loot in Crota's End is definitely a mediocre standstill, and it shows that no matter how good your raid is, players will only play it for so long if the loot isn't worth their time. This can be said for a lot of activities in Destiny, and it's definitely not something unique to the raid, but it is interesting to talk about. Just like for Age of Triumph in Destiny 1, Bungie decided to make Destiny 2's version of Age of Triumph, so to speak. But this one was a lot different. Instead of a celebration of 4 raids, each equipped with some small changes, higher difficulties, unique armor sets, and remastered versions in exotic and legendary form, we were given a place to fight some of the best raid bosses Destiny has ever made. The update was called Into the Light, and it released with the activity Onslaught, which was a base defense mode made out of PvP maps to fight up to 50 rounds of Hive or Fallen, with a weekly rotating final boss and different bosses with cool mechanics every 10 rounds. On top of this, Into the Light came with 3 unique armor sets and some of the best returning weapons Destiny 2 has ever had, with some small changes to them, like for example Mountaintop now having the ability to launch you in the air without dealing too much damage, which was very good for movement and still has a place today. Edge Transit returned triumphantly. The once meme of Forsaken from Prime Engrams was now a must-have, since it had Cascade Point or Envious Assassin and Bait and Switch to roll together. The best part of these weapons was that they each came with a chance at a shiny variant, which wasn't cosmetic. It instead came with 2 rows of perks, so it was easier to get god rolls this way. These weapons, the activities, and the armor all served a purpose, to prepare for both the Pantheon and for the Witness in the final shape. Now, Pantheon offered 4 bosses to start: Golgoroth, Caretaker, Explicator, and TheTeawrex. Then it added Oryx, Rolk, Riven, and Nezarec. Each week, you could get raid loot and a guaranteed raid exotic that you may have been missing. But the best part for me, aside from winning a giant sword in a creator competition, was the changes to the encounters. Golgoroth just made 2 players into cursed thralls, while Caretaker spawned phalanxes around him to boop you off instead of being able to stun him, and he came with more bees. Explicator spawned fire tornadoes and a tormentor, while TheTeawrex just spawned a tormentor as well. But the real changes picked up after the first week, with a difficulty bump and a longer gauntlet. Yes, you had to fight those 4 bosses again, but now there was a 5th boss, and that was Oryx. Oryx came with having 2 shades instead of 1 in the bubble, on top of tormentors being added and knights being a lot harder to deal with. You even got an exclusive emblem each week, one for TheTeawrex, one for Oryx, the next one was for Rolk. And Rolk was probably the most iconic of the changes, since his fight not only had tormentors, but a Shadow Rolk.
There's 2 Rolks.
Oh! 2 Rolks just felt right. It felt like a nice evolution, even though it was a relatively simple change. And having Shadow Rolk chase you around not only sent shivers down everyone's spine, but was so iconic that now playing Vow of the Disciple without Shadow Rolk feels very wrong. In the final week, which was Nezarec's Gauntlet, not only would we get Nezarec to add on to the gauntlet, but also Riven. Riven just couldn't be overdamaged, so it essentially patched the cheese of doing Riven's fight. And Nezarec was not really letting you sit on the plates, so you had to get creative on the spots. With all of that said, Pantheon was a major success, but it's a real shame that it was removed right when Final Shape launched. And yeah, while we do have another timed event called Rite of the Nine, it pales heavily in comparison to Pantheon. I really hope that Bungie returns this event in a way that not only adds to what we had in the original Pantheon, but keeps upping the ante. How about those sunset raids making a return in Pantheon? So in general, how would Pantheon prepare racers for the final shape? Clearly well, but maybe not well enough, since Salvation's Edge is the longest raid race in Destiny history. Let's talk about one final showdown against the Witness once and for all. The Destiny community was set to take on the Final Shape's raid, Salvation's Edge, and this one was special. With the Final Shape, the Destiny community had to truly race to get ready for the raid, as there were only 3 days to prepare, and within those 3 days, one of them had some major server issues. The DLC had plenty of wild moments in the first 2 weeks, but the newest raid and the day 1 race was definitely the craziest part of the Final Shape's entire year. This was the longest day 1 raid race in Destiny history, even beating out the infamous Last Wish. And the raid was so difficult that only one team managed to beat it within 24 hours. The race itself was tense, nerve-wracking, and an absolute blast to watch. Over 2 million of you tuned in to this raid zone, and almost 47,000 people were watching live by the finale. It was the send-off that Destiny really needed. The story of this race had many twists and turns, and Guardians sat down in their tens of thousands to watch the best raiders that this game has ever produced attempt to clear the most difficult raid that Bungie has ever made. And it was clear for all to see that this raid was the true pinnacle of challenge. June 7th of 2024, 3,559 days since the Destiny saga started. The Destiny community would be hit with its toughest challenge yet, with a power cap of 1965 and a new subclass with the potential to change everything. The Witness was an entity that had been in the shadows of Destiny 2's story, pulling all of the strings. One string that had us fight Rolk, another that had us fight Nezarec, another that had us fight Callus. So it was time for one final showdown. I would say grab your lucky pants and sit down for this one, but Salvation's Edge actually had the lucky pants exotic disabled, along with some other gems from the aforementioned Pantheon event. Lucky Pants were Hunter's strong suit for primaries, along with the very powerful Cascade Point perk found on Edge Transit, which was a big disappointment since so many grinded for that role in particular. On top of this, the magnificent Howl perk on Luna's Howl was also disabled. The facet of Command Fragment for Prismatic that made freezing or suppressing a target, reload your equipped weapon, and increase your weapon stability, aim assist, and airborne effectiveness was disabled too. Bungie was not messing around, even if the barriers to be ready for this raid were just completing the legendary campaign. In fact, the build up to this raid from the campaign was so special in that the campaign's finale only had you breaking the Witness's shield, an homage to Oryx in Kingsfall, with the Witness only growing stronger for a final showdown in the raid. The stage was set with the teaser at the end of the campaign to get ready for the raid race. So hold on to your, I guess just pants, because this was how it all went down. In the first encounter, Substratum, players are greeted to 8 rooms that cover both high and low elevations, and one large center room with doors connecting to each, with the center of the largest room having an oddly shaped chest with a curious triangle resonance beside it. This resonance, whether players knew it or not on day 1, would be the key to completing this 10-year saga. The encounter starts after the resonance is deposited into the aforementioned chest, which causes a large hand to drop from the ceiling and into the front of the room. Players were haunted by a 4-minute and 15-second timer that just said final shape looming. This timer would be one of many that is ever present throughout the raid and force players to play perfectly. Anyone who played this raid on day 1 could tell you that the timer was the cause of many deaths. The encounter begins and 2 doors open, one being an even numbered door and one being an odd numbered door, or one being a corner door and one being a wall door if you use this method. From the start, it was clear that this raid was going to be tough, so teams decided to simplify complex maps to instead use numbering schemes, or use simple words that could be easily committed to memory. Each room contained 1 plate and 1 totem, with wires connecting adjacent rooms to each other. When the encounter began, fire teams would split into 2 groups of 3 and progress forward in their respective rooms, killing adds and hydras until one team would run into an overload. Killing this overload would open all the doors in the encounter and spawn a tormentor in the center of the room. Along with this, it would activate the totems and plates for the opposing group, which would allow for them to complete the ping pong mechanic, as many would name it. After the first group finished the tormentor, they would then go back into the room that they had the overload enemy in and would then complete their side of ping pong mechanics. After this, all members of the fire team would dunk their resonance into the chest in the center of the encounter, and the second phase would begin, with there being 3 phases in total. It should be noted that the timer wouldn't reset to 4 minutes and 15 seconds after each rotation. Instead, it was based off the resonance that all fire team members had collected over the course of the rotation, with any members who didn't dunk their resonance dying to the resonance timer, and any members that collected over 3 dying as well. Now, it sounds like a lot, and it was. For those of you who attempted on day 1, you just know how tough this was. And many deaths in the early hours of the raid being to the Weavers and the attendants pulling and shooting you away. This was, of course, because Bungie decided to add the Dread to the final shape, a brand new enemy race that feels like a true evolution of enemies that we have seen over the 10-year saga. The Dread have a place for a reason, and they were placed in this raid meticulously to throw you off your game, pulling you away from the ping pong, freezing you when it was very inconvenient. There's a lot of tricks that the Dread will pull in this raid in particular. The second encounter of this raid was named Dissipation. Upon entering this encounter, teams were greeted with crystal statues and complex structures which surrounded a massive area in the center, where they would fight the Herald of Finality aka
No, that's not Tannix. That's not. No way.
That is Tannix.
No way. I need a name
That's
check.
Tannix.
Can I get an ID?
No way. That's Tannix.
No, I need ID.
That's Tannix.
No, there's no way that's Tannix.
To start the encounter, teams would be forced to split into 3 groups of 2, covering the left, right, and top sections of the encounter. Plates and resonance were once again used in this encounter, but instead of only being triangle resonance, spherical resonance was now being used as well. And if you don't like shapes, well, I have some bad news for you as this raid progresses. Once again, multiple different strategies would be used by raiders, but the most common one, and the one that I used through my first completion, goes as follows. The pair would clear adds on both the left and right side of their section, starting from the bottom plate and the accompanying totem, moving towards the second plate that was always at a higher elevation. Once the adds were clear, a full boss unique to each side would spawn in. If you were on the left side, it would be a wizard. If you were in the center, it would be a phalanx. And if you were on the right side, it would be an ogre. Killing this boss would unlock the plates, and teams would then need to ping pong the plates to spawn in all of the resonance. At this point, the teams finally started to notice that instead of just triangle resonance, that spherical resonance was added too. Along with having to fight these mini bosses, stasis attendants and grims would both slow you down till you were frozen and stun you with an ear-piercing screech, leaving you extremely vulnerable and likely to kill you. After the mini boss was killed, the totems and plates would unlock. However, instead of seeing a circle or a triangle in the totem, players would be unable to tell. Instead, to figure out what was in the totem, players who were given the Call to Reckoning buff would have to enter into the arena and break the head of the Herald of Finality, an extra layer to the encounter that Bungie didn't have to include, but it proved that Salvation's Edge was going to be a raid built off of those before it. Anyways, at the same time, for those who didn't have the Call to Reckoning buff, they would have to break Taken Blights located around the arena above their totems. After this, players with the Call to Reckoning buff would get the Stolen Favor and be able to see which shape was located in the totem. Teams would then pick up their resonance and lock in their totem. And after all totems were locked, a chest would spawn in at the bottom of the arena. Finally, heading into the arena, players would dump their resonance and begin the damage phase, trying to avoid Herald's Taken Blight attacks that would almost one-shot you on day 1, while also banking resonance right before a wipe. On day 1, teams either opted to use Ergo Sum with Wolfpack rounds with a heavy sword and some form of a debuff with either Tether or Tractor Cannon. It was great to see that Ergo Sum was a big part of damage here, since it was brand new, along with the new super variant Song of Flame for Warlocks helping the whole team with damage resist. Once the damage phase was over, teams would repeat this 2 more times, trying to maintain as much ammo as possible while paying attention to the ticking timer, and then complete a final stand where all 3 bosses appeared along with the main boss.
That might be Blight. Damn it.
Wait.
Go.
Now.
It is ogres.
Lock in.
Let's go.
Let's go. Wait, there's ads.
Stay focused.
It's fine. Swap.
Overall, this encounter was a massive roadblock in the raid for many people. I mean, hell, the world's first team took around 6 hours to complete the first 2 encounters alone, which had caused them to reach encounter 3 by the time that another team, Elysium, who was leading, had 2 hours to attempt Verity. But we'll talk about Verity later.
No! God, please, no! No!
But overall, the second encounter built on the first and was completed in just under 2 hours by the first teams to find out. But this raid was a marathon and not a sprint. After completing the second encounter, teams once again headed upwards, moving through the towering structures and obstacles, highlighting the never-ending climb that we, the Guardians, had taken to reach the Witness at the end of the 10-year saga. One small Easter egg that I always love is that Hope for the Future is playing on one of these calcified statues. After a very long climb, Repository was the third encounter of the raid, and it was simply put, just a race. When teams entered the third encounter, they were greeted with a giant room that included 6 plates, 3 totems, and 1 chest, though the lines that connected each plates in pairs were scattered all across the room in a seemingly random fashion. Using the mechanics of the plates and totems, teams were tasked with moving through 3 rooms, but had the added difficulty of there being a third, the hexahedral resonance. The encounter began with 3 totems located at the far side of the room. Teams figured out early on that once the tormentors were killed, the totems and plates would be unlocked, and just like the last encounter, only some could see which resonance went into which totems, this time determined by those who killed the tormentors. After all pairs of the fire team killed their respective tormentors, teams would repeat the ping pong method, bouncing the charge between the plates to spawn all the necessary resonance onto the field. After doing this, teams would let the charge fail, allowing a subjugator to spawn that they would then kill. Each room was progressively more challenging, and along with many adds, including turrets and a giant witness hand blasting racers, the mental toll was setting in. The room split off from ping to pong, and knowing whose plate went where made racers have to fight a mental battle with extra checks. But the timer would just keep ticking. Teams would grab all their respective resonance, find the correct path, lock down the totem, then finally dunk their resonance, which would spawn in a small yellow bar unstoppable, which they would swiftly kill to move on to the next room in the encounter. After having the experience of the ping pong mechanic down, many teams were able to dissect and pull apart this encounter faster than any other, with teams finishing in just under an hour. Ping pong was the mechanic shared, and although different shapes of resonance were added, they all fell into the same routine, since memorizing the shapes just didn't matter, right? Well, yet. This change of pace left many to believe that this raid would be toppled soon, and with Elysium in a strong lead, the only way for anything to change would be if a major wrench was thrown in. Welcome to Verity. To put into perspective on how long this took teams, the fastest time for Last Wishes any percent is 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So if you theoretically could keep the same pace on every single run, you would be able to beat Last Wish around 268 times before the world's first team completed Salvation's Edge. This encounter was no joke, and overall was a serious halt to the previously fluid flow of the raid. Much of this first hour was spent on trying to figure out on how all the mechanics interacted with each other, especially the dissection of the outside, which caused many issues for teams because of the glow that would occur when pulling a shape out of the statue. In the second hour, Team Indebted joined the fray, along with Team Parabellum. In the third hour, Nuo and T-Storm had also reached the fourth encounter, increasing the number of teams at this point to 4. Elysium, Parabellum, and Indebted had started to catch on to certain mechanics like calcification from the Witness, but they were still unable to figure out how to dissect shapes and how to escape the solo room. Along with this, teams were now turning off comms as stakes were getting higher. Blocking screens is a controversial move to many in the Destiny community. As raiding has evolved, information has become more important, with most teams now having coaches and chats rushing to their favorite streamers to spill mechanics and live updates as soon as they happen. It was unfortunate to see as a viewer, but as the stakes get higher and the raids get harder, the prestige for World's First increases, and these players want to put their mark on history. Many people took this moment to conclude that raid racing was ruined, that it was the fault of the streamers that were covering their screens. But this was uncharted waters for a raid for the first time in years since the Vault and Last Wish. This uproar caused articles to be published about screen hiding after the raid race was finished. And in the eyes of many players, screen hiding for this and the next encounter had ruined raid racing. It's a tricky subject that still haunts raiding to this day. In the fifth hour, Raid Zone, along with many streams, were stuck in silence. Well, maybe not all streams.
Shut the f up! Shut the f up! Shut up! Shut up! I don't care what you have to say! You're saying nothing! You're saying nothing! You're saying nothing! You're saying nothing! You're saying nothing!
If people didn't understand before, they knew that this raid was very serious. And looking back at it, Verity was such a tough case to crack, with there being 3 complex mechanics that shape the encounter, which include dissecting the correct shapes for your teammates on the inside, passing the correct shapes to those who are in the inside, and placing the correct ghosts in the statue to avoid the Witness. In the 8th hour, unbeknownst to anyone, Parabellum had finally had a player come back from the inside room to the team on the outside.
Oh, the back wall's done. I'm free. I'm out. I'm free.
Oh, he's out. He is out. He is out.
Okay, we figured it out. We figured it out. Just wait. Just wait. We actually know how to do it.
This revelation was enough for them to complete the encounter only 20 minutes after this discovery. And with this, on 8 hours in, Parabellum had finally completed Verity, unbeknownst, because they were actually not streaming this publicly to anyone. In the 9th hour, everyone still did not know if this was going to get solved, because Parabellum might have been through and they definitely knew they were through, but the rest of us had no clue. So finally, in the 10th hour, this happened.
Oh my gosh!
And while many of you might be saying, Evan, why did you still include this moment? I include it because it's a part of Destiny and Raid Zone's history. It was also the rest of the world's glimpse at the world's first clear. Watching this day one with everyone was truly special, and I can thank CB for coming up with a term that I will never forget: the Great Equalizer. What represents Verity better than that? Now that we've finally seen Verity completed, I do want to do a quick recap on how to complete it for those of you who still may be out of the loop using the most common method, known as the ATP strat. So the encounter starts with 3 players being sent into 3 solo rooms, and the other 3 players staying together in 1 larger room. Simultaneously, both teams would be completing their steps at the same time. But first, we will look at the 3 players on the outside. 2 players will clear ads, while the dissector gets a call out for what 2D shapes the guardians on the inside are holding from left to right. So for this example, we'll use triangle, circle, and square. The dissector will then get the shapes from the knights by killing them, and will dissect the shapes from the outside 3D statues until the shape that resides in them from left to right are as follows: circle, square, triangle, square, and circle, triangle. The big takeaway from this part of the encounter is that if the statue on the inside has a T, the corresponding statue on the outside must contain 2 distinct shapes that do not include the 2D shapes on the corresponding inside statue. For example, a triangle statue on the inside will have a circle and a square on the outside. Now, while this is all going on the outside, the inside players will look at the 2D shape of their guardian that they're holding, and will look at the 2 shapes that will be rotating on the wall. If you are the guardian with the triangle shape, you will eventually want your wall to show a circle and a square. But before that, you will pass your 2 shapes that you were holding on the statue to the other 2 players. So for example, if you're a triangle guardian and your wall is triangle circle, you will give the circle to the circle guardian. If all players do this, you will see the same shape twice on your wall. Once all players are doubled up, they will pass their shape to both guardians, excluding themselves. This will cause the witness to notice them, and they will be frozen, and their ghosts will be on the ground for their teammates to pick up. The frozen players on the inside will see one of the other guardian statues glowing in the spectator mode of one of the 6 statues at the front, and they will call out their teammates to tell them which ghost goes to which statue. So a big part of this encounter, on top of memorizing shapes and finding the right place for them, was also to remember what each of your teammate looked like and what their ghosts looked like. Once all the guardian shells are placed in the correct statues, the guardians inside will be revived. Once revived, all inside players should see that their wall has 2 distinct shapes that do not include their shape that was on their statue. You'll then just kill 2 knights to retrieve your shapes, and then exit through the glass that was previously trapping you. Finally, once all guardians are on the outside, it will be frozen by the witness again, but 1 player will not be. That player, similarly to the previous area where the ghost shells needed to be grabbed, will then grab a guardian ghost shell and place it at the correct statue according to their teammates' comms. You have to get this right because if you're the one that's chosen, you will wipe the whole team if you mess up. Once this is done 3 times, the encounter is complete. Now, I know it sounds like a lot, and trust me, there's a reason why a lot of people don't queue up Salvation's Edge, but once you get it down, you'll really never forget Verity again. And honestly, I can understand why a lot of people hate this encounter.
I will hard carry the mechanic here. I'll tell everybody where to deposit. No doubling up of anything.
No, I know how to do this. I'm being gassed.
Dude, I
literally got told to do
get
nothing
us out of here, I promise.
Square, bro. You gave it to the wrong statue and you're gonna blame me? I didn't pass the square, dickhead!
The major criticism for this encounter as time would go on was just that the witness noticing your actions felt like a response to the game that you were doing something right, when it was just a state that would happen no matter what. This confused so many racers on day 1 because they felt like they were getting the wrong kind of feedback. Usually feedback will wipe you if you're wrong. So no matter what, even though players weren't technically right or wrong on which shapes they had in the first half before the witness noticed their actions, it did confuse so many teams that I think it's worth noting. As racers climbed the giant obstacle course floating around the Spire, there wasn't really time for reflection on how insane this raid race was. This was the final boss of the raid, the final raid encounter, to end the 10-year saga of Destiny.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa! Whoa! Can we full screen that?
Yes.
No! No! I feel
feel like a kid that just got robbed on Christmas.
In regards to the Witness, it's one of Destiny's most unique and best encounters ever made. The Witness wasn't really a DPS check, but rather a fight for survival. There were subjugators, there were screebs, there were attendants, and they were all gunning you down 24/7. The beams of death from the wall hand, and a straight up invisible entity from the triangle hand. This encounter seriously put pressure on all teams, and although Parabellum was way ahead with a strong lead, that lead was fragile after ATP, math class, and more had beaten Verity, making this race all the more exciting. The Witness fight could be broken down into two phases, pre-test and post-test. Pre-test, players were tasked with breaking 3 of the 6 buttons on the Witness's chest. At first, the players were unsure of what to do with the buttons, as they couldn't break them normally, but found out relatively quickly that when you stood in the line of fire of 3 hands, you would get the buff of the corresponding hand, with the up hand giving a circle buff, the down hand giving a triangle buff, and the wall or horizontal hand giving the square buff. Once this was found out by teams, they realized that the bracelets on the hands could be broken if the player had the correct buff, but the only other challenging part was that the buff on the bracelet hand would randomize every time the hands appeared, meaning that teams would have to move quickly and have good hand management. Once the bracelets were broken, the player who had the broken hand would receive the Glyph Breaker buff. This would allow them to break the button on the Witness's chest and cleanse themselves of any allies using the pool in the center. Now, this sounds easy, but this wasn't all there was to do. During this, chieftains, attendants, weavers, screebs, and more would bombard you. On top of this, after every button that was broken, a subjugator would spawn, dealing lethal damage to anyone nearby, and he had the potential to suspend you in the air, and anyone within a 50-meter radius of the other one would just blow you up. Thank you, Stasis, and thank you, Strand.
Buy a car instead.
Oh.
Evan, you were so
Evan,
bald.
let's go!
You were so bald.
What happened?
I got blasted, man. Like, I wish I could
Why
clip
did
it,
you?
bro.
You're fucking this guy in the mouth, dude.
Our first
What are you
motorcycle of the
doing?
day, let's I was go. Like 10 feet away from him, man.
You were not, bro. You were unzipped right in front of him, bro.
So far away. I was so far away.
Now, if you were able to complete that, you would only be halfway through the encounter. After any time a glyph was shot, the Witness would have a chance to test you, and this test had 3 different possible answers, that being a circle, a square, or a triangle. This stumped many teams for a long time, with it being the main reason why this encounter was such a struggle. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours pass, with no teams getting any closer to figuring out what the test answer was. Some teams believed that it had to do with the number of glyphs you shot, while others thought it was a case of speed, but still no idea on what the answer could be. But that was only a matter of time, and Parabellum finally stumbled upon the answer.
Like that.
The Witness's trap is foiled.
His trap's foiled.
Oh my god.
That was it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That was it. That was it.
The answer to the test was the shape that spawns from the last hand that was broken. This was hinted at, with the hand that was broken and activated the test glowing yellow before writhing away. Once the test was completed and last few buttons were broken, the damage phase would begin. After this was found out, Team Parabellum was able to reach damage on their next attempt, but it still wasn't smooth sailing from there. During the Witness's damage phase, you had to dodge alternating beams while shooting the Witness's chest to deal damage. Along with this, during the halfway mark of your damage rotation, the Witness would do what was named Anime Eyes and force all players to jump or be instantly killed by the attack. Unfortunately, in true day 1 raid fashion, this was a little buggy, and if you landed on your teammates' heads, it was possible to die from the attack, which I still find extremely funny. Another main cause of death were the Strand and Stasis Dread, Harbinger, and Omens that would hit you while you were dealing damage. Notably, the best weapon for DPS here, and really one of the only options, was the Still Hunt, making hunters so useful for day 1 that you really needed almost a full team of them. Titans, on the other hand, were so useless on this encounter, since no ults or weapons were best for this, that there's very few Titans with the emblem for a contest completion of this raid. After completing the damage phase, players would repeat the previous steps until the Witness was defeated, and a few more hours after getting more of the damage phases, Team Parabellum was able to defeat the Witness, completing the raid in 18 hours, 59 minutes, and 41 seconds, making it the longest raid in Destiny history and giving us a fitting end to a legendary saga.
Still dodge, guys. Back of the plate. Back of the plate.
Front,
Left,
front left,
left.
front left. Back right, back right.
Back right, back right.
Let's
fucking wait, 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 wait! Focus! Focus! Look for mechanics! Focus!
Make sure it's something else. Make sure it's something else.
I don't care. I do not care.
Focus. Behind.
Shut up and listen.
Is that us?
Shut up! Stop!
We're not done yet,
bro. Shut the fuck up.
Wait for mission thing.
We got bonus level from.
Wait.
That's first! We need chest first! We need to get chest! We need to get chest! We need to loot chest! We need to loot chest!
Oh, we're good.
Alright, loot chest, get up.
Loot chest, they call it. We need to loot chest.
Leave, that's first.
Go, bro.
Leave, that's first.
Get out.
Now, just before we leave the raid, I do want to talk about some things that myself and a lot of others in the community have spoke about over this past year. While Salvation's Edge is fun and very challenging, I think a core reason of why its replayability is so low and why many don't really have a drive to play it if they haven't already is that the loot in the raid is extremely underwhelming and just not very good.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
For many people, they can easily duo or trio a Ron in 8 to 10 times to farm Rufuses before they beat Salvation's Edge once to farm for the SMG. I think for being the prestige raid to end a saga, the challenge is perfect, but the reward for doing so is nowhere near the amount of effort put into it. And while it does get creative by offering the only legendary new sword archetype and the only legendary 2-burst pulse rifle, they aren't really powerful enough to keep players coming back for more. If Bungie really wanted players to live in the raid, then they would have designed raid loot fitting of returning to the raid. But in my opinion, this raid was made for the hardcore raider, and by not putting the best loot in the game behind it, Bungie basically told the player base to make Salvation's Edge an optional challenge. This is only made more evident by the fact that at the end of the raid, the witness doesn't actually die, but instead says this.
Impossible. We are in control.
And then slowly retreats and aura farms his way into a mission that is admittedly amazing. In this mission named Excision, we fight against all the enemies that the witness had controlled and are joined by our allies over the years of this saga. But I digress, because this was really strong for the first few times, and Excision having 12 players was really great. It teased witness mechanics for those who didn't want to raid, and made use of both raid mechanics with the DPS and the campaign mechanics with the swords to break the shield of the witness. After all of this, players dealt the final blow to the witness, and the witness's final words were, along with this, in the final cutscene after the battle is completed, we are told by our ghost that
I don't understand.
That's it. We did it. We did it.
I think this raid, after a year, holds up pretty well. It's one that, while tough to complete sometimes due to the nature of it being very hands-on for every member, is extremely fun still, and something that I hope that Destiny looks at going forward. While some players enjoy other people doing mechanics while they play ad clear, I really do enjoy the feeling of every member of the team being impactful to the final end of the raid. I also think that after the disappointment that was Ron, Bungie really stepped up their game with the difficulty in terms of Salvation's Edge in every single category, with enemies being deadly, puzzles being mind-numbingly hard, and jaw-dropping environments. I rank this as the best raid ever made in my last year's video, but I have to say, I do think the loot holds it back from the potential number one.
Shut up, bitch!
Anyways, that was Salvation's Edge, a whole 10 years closing, and it was so fitting. So, will Edge of Fate offer a world of black screens and darkness, or will we chase the light one more time? Math class, will you get your worlds first? Redeem, will you come back to the glory days? Elysium, will you take another belt? Parabellum, are you the new victors of raid racing? Only time will tell. Raiding has changed my life in many ways. It was the escape from troubling times and depressed thoughts as a teenager. It was my leisure time coming home as a college student. It was the activity that got me to begin the series that surged my content career. And you guys have been so lovely to me ever since. I was able to blossom ideas, and I was able to share my joy of raiding with the rest of the world. It encouraged me to tell stories about other games and an array of community events in Destiny. And now, it's my legacy to carry and champion into the next era of Destiny and my life. If you have made it this far, please consider watching me raid sometime on Twitch. Please join my Discord, watch my second channel where I post single player games and long form video essays. Until next time, thank you.